So full on discipline right now. Please maintain the decorum, everyone. Our professor in charge and faculty coordinators will be here shortly. Discipline to kindly take the lead.
Guys, everyone kindly maintain decorum. Professor in charge and other guests are ready to arrive here. ये सो रही है पीछे यार. All the sleepy heads in CSC branches, please wake up.
Discipline committee, please ensure that there is proper decorum. Everyone to please rise for our guests. Please welcome Poonam ma'am,
Professor in
Sudesh ma'am,
Sucheta ma'am
Sucheta ma'am,
and our
Vasundhara
honorable
ma'am,
dignitaries.
and our other honorable dignitaries. A big round of applause.
Everyone is requested to be seated now. I request everyone to kindly be silent now. We'll start in shortly in a while.
Hello, mic check. Is it audible at the back? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings of the day. On behalf of Career Development and Guidance Center, it is my singular honor and privilege to welcome our chief guest of the day, Dean Faculty Affairs, Dr. Vasundhara Singh, respected deans, heads of departments and centers, faculty in charge and faculty coordinators, Career Development and Guidance Center, our notable alum and Chief Technology Officer of Starbucks, Shri Vipin Gupta, co-founder Hit Bullseye, Shri Hirdesh Madan, respected professors, fellow students of Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh, to the 2023 edition of Kaushal Tatparta annual pre-placement training organized by CDGC. Career Development and Guidance Center, popularly known as CDGC at PEC, strives to create an environment that not only fosters the growth of intellectually capable and innovative engineers, but also ambitious, industry-ready professionals. The center offers a range of services to its students, including career counseling, job and placement assistance, training programs, and other such initiatives. CDGC, through the pre-placement training, aims to bridge the gap between the requirements of the industry and the skills of the students by inculcating and building upon the important employability skills through a series of leadership and corporate training sessions delivered by top industry leaders and professional coaches. The motto for Kaushal Tatparta 2023 is Parishram, Prashikshan, Parinam. In its essence, encapsulates the spirit of the event. It is a simpler derivative of the Sanskrit shloka in the Bhagavad Gita, Karmanya Vadikaraste, Ma Faleshu Kadachana, Ma Karma Phala Hetur, Bhurmatye Sangotsava Akarmanye. It emphasizes the importance of focusing on one's duty and the process of doing it with utmost sincerity, rather than getting attached or affected by the outcome. It highlights the need to take action and work diligently without being affected by the fear of failure or the desire for success. With these thoughts, I wish everyone the best for the series of illuminating sessions planned ahead throughout the course for pre-placement training 2023. I would now like to invite all the dignitaries to join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the victory of knowledge over ignorance and the triumph of light over darkness. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for our dignitaries.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीम्
Once again, I welcome you all to Kaushal Tatparta, and I hope that this program will provide our students with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in their careers and make a positive impact on the world. Now I would like to invite Dr. Poonam Saini, Professor in Charge Career Development and Guidance Center on the stage. Poonam ma'am has been a guiding light and inspiration for the entire placement student team. Her vigor and passion towards new initiatives to create a holistic environment for students at PEC inculcates the same spirit in the entire student committee members to give their fullest. Put your hands together for Poonam ma'am.
students. A very good morning to all dignitaries, all guests, all speakers, and my dear students. I'm really honored to address you today as the professor in charge of the Career Development and Guidance Center of Punjab Engineering College. I strongly believe that it is our responsibility to prepare you for the dynamic career landscape and provide you with the necessary skills and knowledge to succeed in your life. This program is designed to equip you with the necessary skills and knowledge to excel in the dynamic and highly competitive world of professional opportunities. We understand that the quest for excellence is continuous, and that's why the CDGC team has put in a tremendous amount of efforts to curate a training program that is unparalleled in its quality, designed to provide you with the ultimate learning experience. This program will prepare you to seize the moment and make the most of the internship opportunities that is going to come your way soon. At CDGC, we have undertaken an initiative to create a comprehensive web page that will serve as a reliable and up-to-date source of information for the industry. I'm really happy to announce that, and we will have a formal launch of the web page and the repository during the validatory function. So keep your fingers crossed for that. The web page will also function as a point of reference for all the industry professionals too. We believe that this resource will greatly enhance the preparation of our students by providing them with accurate and relevant statistics to support their career aspirations. We hope that you will find this training program informative and valuable, and that you will take the advantage of the knowledge and skills you have learned here to succeed in your future careers. We wish you all the very best for your upcoming placements and internships, and we are confident that you will shine like stars wherever you go. Thank you. Thank you all of you for joining us.
Thanks, ma'am, for your insightful speech. Your words were not just informative, but also motivating, and we gained a wealth of knowledge and insight from your extensive experience. Now it gives me an immense honor to welcome the chief guest of the day, Dr. Vasundhara Singh, Dean Faculty Affairs, Punjab Engineering College, on the stage. We feel honored to have her today with us on this special occasion. She has published numerous journals and headed various projects, and has dedicated her life in instructing and inspiring young minds of our future generation. Give a big round of applause for Dr. Vasundhara Singh. Before that, I would like to invite faculty coordinators, Dr. Poonam ma'am, Ankit and Sudesh ma'am, to please welcome Vasundhara ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
A very good morning to all deans, heads of various departments, senior faculty, members, our invited speakers, and most of all, dear students. Today, I would like to begin by congratulating CDGC for the excellent performance and outcome-based training and placement which the students are getting through this center. It is, in any journey, you have the admissions in the beginning, and the end of the journey of every student ends with the placements. And CDGC at PEC plays a very important role in this aspect. Now with this, I would also like to thank Dr. Poonam, Dr. Ankit, and Dr. Sudesh Rani for the excellent, thoughtful, planning that has undergone for conducting this particular event, which I also appreciate the name that has been given in Hindi, which is Kaushal Tatparta, actually, which means in English, skill preparedness. And I think for the second year students, this event which has been planned, I think will go a long way in sort of honing their skills and making them into what we call as being prepared for any kind of placement or challenges which they will eventually face when they go to third year for their trainings and final year for their final placement. Of course, all this would not have been possible without the guidance of our Honorable Director, Professor Baldev Setia, who is actually behind or the planning and giving the inspiration to all of us to be able to plan and provide our students the best at PEC. I take this opportunity to thank him as he could not be here due to certain other commitments, and I am sure that his blessings are with all of us for carrying out this important event. Now, I would also like to thank the two invited speakers who are here with us, Mr. Vipin, who is the CTO of Starbucks and a PEC PEC alumni, and Mr. Madan from HIT Bullseye, who will be addressing the students here. I thank you very much for sparing your valuable time, as I'm sure the insights which you will give to these students, other than the kind of knowledge, the theoretical, practical knowledge, which we are able to provide them in the classrooms, this kind of experience will be totally different, and I'm sure after 3 days, the students are going to be very, very enriched. I believe that scientific education plays a vital role in shaping the future of our society. Studying in a premier institution in the region comes with a plethora of benefits and opportunities that can help students achieve the goals. One such advantage is exposure to a wide range of technical disciplines and cutting-edge research. I can proudly say that PEC has advanced facilities and knowledgeable faculty members who are experts in their respective fields. This provides students with an opportunity to learn from the best and gain a deeper understanding of the subject matter. To effectively utilize these skills and make the best use of the knowledge you gain here, you will, after 3 days, become what we call as the Kaushal Tatpar, that is, who has benefited from this experience of 3 days. These 3 days are a great opportunity for the students to bridge the gap between academic learning and practical skills. These skills are essential for any job seeker, and they will set you apart from other candidates. It's important to remember that skills you learn during pre-placement training will not only help in job interviews, but will also help you in your academic and personal life. So what I would say is that you will have a total personality development that will take place after this 3 days. It is highly advisable to approach this training with a serious attitude and fully engage in all the activities, seek clarification by asking questions, and also learn from each other. Your level of commitment and involvement will determine the level of benefits you derive from the training. So it is up to you, each individual, that how much you would like to extract out for yourself in these 3 days. So pre-placement training is a valuable opportunity for you to develop your skills and prepare for the professional world. I wish you all the best in your academic journey, upcoming training, placements, and all future endeavors. So with this, I would like to make the closing remark that what Louis Pasteur said, and learn from this experience, I'm sure you will all be benefited. And above all, you will be able to fulfill not only your, what I would say, your aims, the aims or the aspirations of your parents, that of society, and above all, the nation. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
you, ma'am, for your enlightening and thought-provoking words. We are grateful for your presence here today. Now, I would like to invite Poonam ma'am, Sudesh ma'am, and Ankit sir to felicitate our chief guest, Vasundhara ma'am. A huge warm of applause for everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Now, to all the job seekers, today we are going to have some fun with resumes. I know resumes can be as exciting as watching paint dry, but I promise you this, it is going to be different this time around. We are going to have a resume contest, and the prize will be bragging rights, of course. Now I know what you are thinking, how a resume contest can be fun. Well, neither is the internship cycle, but we'll try to make it easy for you, of course. Well, let me tell you now, we are not looking for your standard run-of-the-mill resumes. We are looking for creativity, originality, and maybe a little bit of pizzazz. So resumes that can get you higher and get you hired at the earliest, right? JP Morgan, RCZM, Microsoft, and all these big firms. So take those boring resumes and throw them out of the window. We want resumes that pop, resumes that sit up and take notice, resumes that will make us want to hire you on the spot, right? So the rules of this competition will be, you have to submit one copy per person. This will be submitted in a letterbox that will be placed shortly outside the auditorium itself. So you have to drop a physical copy of your resume in that box, and upon the end of the entire pre-placement training, in the closing ceremony, we'll be giving you awards and prizes for this competition that we'll be having, right? The details you will find on WhatsApp and the Telegram group that we have formed, so make sure that you are a part of both of these groups that are out there. Thank you. Now we'll take a short break and we'll be back in a while.
All the guys are requested to please maintain decorum.
Please remain seated while our guests leave.
Everyone kindly make a note that refreshments will be served now, but you have to be seated at your places. Also guys, there is another competition lined up for you. All you have to do is post your favorite pictures from the event on your LinkedIn profile, and tag CDGC and Professor in Charge Poonam Saini ma'am. Show us your creativity and share the memories that made the event special for you. But not only this, there is more. You will get to showcase your photography skills, but we will also be reviewing your LinkedIn profile throughout your post. So make sure to add a creative caption, show your personality, and let your profile shine. The best post will receive an exciting award, so start scrolling through your camera roll and share those memories with us. But also do not forget to use the hashtag CDGC LinkedIn engagement, and tag your friends who attended the event with you.
So we have two competitions lined up. One is resume and one is LinkedIn. For LinkedIn especially, the earlier you start, the more likes you'll get, the more engagement you'll get on your LinkedIn. So I'll recommend that by end of today or by today evening, you put up your posts, right? So all the best everyone. You will find the details on WhatsApp and Telegram.
And the best LinkedIn post will go on CTGC's official website, which is being reviewed by all the companies recently. So it will be really a great chance for you to engage with them. I hope the information is also disseminated via the YouTube streaming, and all the people who have joined us online are also aware about this.
Everyone to please ensure that after you've had your refreshments, you're throwing it either in a dustbin or whatever is provided to throw it, and do not mess up the auditorium. We have an entire day ahead of us.
Everyone kindly maintain decorum. We have the next esteemed speaker coming up. Uh, Everyone wrap up your refreshments in the next 2 minutes. We don't want you eating in front of the esteemed keynote speaker. So wrap it up in next 2 minutes, kindly. Everyone wrap up your refreshments ASAP. Jaldi. Everyone kindly maintain silence. We also like to welcome keynote speaker for today's event, Mr. Vipin Gupta, who is currently serving as CTO at Starbucks India. Mr. Vipin graduated from PEC in year 2001 and has attained his post-graduation in MBA from Schulich School of Business. He has years of progressive experience and strong expertise in QSR, retail domains, and in technology and digital transformation, management consulting, and IT services with focus on strategy development and project management. Mr. Vipin Gupta has leadership positions at TCS, KPMG, Deloitte, Accenture, AT Kearney, Yum Brands. Let's welcome Sir on stage for our first keynote speaker of Kaushal Tatparta Annual Pre-Placement Training 2023.
Okay, this is working. Good morning, everyone. Guys up on the top, good morning. Okay, So Vipin Gupta, I head technology for Starbucks in India. It's great and it's very, very nostalgic and very emotional to be back at this college. I was just about to say school because when you spend time in North America, start calling your college a school, so I'm not sure why, but anyways, so uh, and I think 27 years ago, I had first visited this auditorium when I was called my name, and then I joined mechanical engineering at that time. And still all those memories for Prajapati sir, all the scolding and those milk booth days and library days and the fest days, I think all are all very, very fresh, and I think it's great to be back. So today we're going to talk about technology, the human factor in technology. I have spent almost closing now to 2 decades in technology. So we'll talk about that. We'll give a flavor about careers and how this all sort of link for me. I think there is a lot of other areas you can go and build your careers. Since I'm in technology, so I'll give a perspective on that. And interestingly, because after college, I've seen very divergent paths. I've seen one of our batchmates, she has become, I think, a professor in organizational behavior at one of the US universities, and she's also an artist. Another guy from our batch, he actually is I would say use the word somewhere in Bollywood. He actually does some lot of side roles, and he does biking. He's 43, I'm sure, like same as my age. By the way, can you just maybe switch on the light a little bit? It just feels very odd to speak in the dark. Just one light, maybe. Another guy has opened up, his company has been Chandigarh for, I don't know, all the years. Few people have lived in IT and they've joined first company and been 20, 22 years, 23 years they've been there. I have roamed around all across the globe, and then now I'm in Mumbai. Only God knows where next. So that has been there. And I think today we'll see, I'll share my learnings with you, and I hope you can then take some learnings for you when you take on the internships and your career from here onward. Before we start, I just thought, when the team here called me and they said, you want to please give a talk on career, so I thought, while we'll talk about technology and how it has shaped up, two fundamental things I thought I'll mention based on my learnings. One, that it is very important that you find your passion. Now it sounds very cliche, because I'm sure everybody you talk to, they say, bhaiya, find your passion. And when you're in college, you're like, what is passion? यार कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा, passion क्या होता है? अभी नौकरी लेनी है, TCS में चले गए या कहीं और चले गए, that's what it is. But truly, it's actually true. You have to find, when I say passion, I think it is more like, when you get up in the morning, do you feel like going to office? When you get up in the morning, do you feel like you want to pick up the project and actually you don't sleep until that project is done? You don't actually get a good sleep unless that project is done. Do you get that feeling? I think if that's the feeling, then you're in the right place. Just a small example, last year at Tata Starbucks, we had done a huge amount of transformation. We had launched a new app. We had done a lot of work around data, a lot of work around network transformation. A lot of this was happening. And then most of the teams were like, reach office at 8 o'clock, we'll leave office at like 8, 9, 10 o'clock. So it was and working weekends, and my boss, he always thought, ki boss iska bhi is saal ka PES score, which is called Partner Engagement Survey, where you ask every employee that are they happy or not. And they thought his PS score will go out of toss for this year. But what happened? We got 100 actually. It was unprecedented. And then everybody's asking the question, but I think what happened was, because we were doing so cutting edge work, and everybody just felt, all the IT guys, they felt actually so much passion that the time didn't matter. And I think that's what I thought, that I think finding your passion is, I think, going to be very key. The second element I've observed is that when you make your choices, in terms of where do you want to go, I think the two elements are actually define, I'd use the word, how much value you can extract out of the job without being, capitalistic or harsh or cocky. I think it's more, the more you are on the side where you are actually have the ambiguity of the problems that you're solving, or actually if you're solving any problems, and amount of people that you're managing actually defines your sort of height or the value that you extract. So when you make your choices, you have to think that as a barometer. Why do you think consulting guys paid so much? I think one of your colleagues is joining McKinsey. I'm pretty sure his average will be quite above the average what you will see in typical colleges. But what does make the difference? Because management consulting folks actually, most of the times, organizations actually don't know what they're solving for. And some of these strategy consulting firms help them define what is the problem. You'll be surprised. You'll think that, oh, a lot of these guys, senior CEOs, CXOs, with so much resources and disposable, how can they not know what the problem? But that is the reality. And what some of these McKinsey and BCG guys, I've spent 5 years in Carney, I've worked with BCG and McKinsey, done a lot of projects with them on the client side, and realize that actually they really make you identify the right problem and then back it up with the data, all the solutions, and then give you the recommendation, and also track. So the point here is the more complexity or the problem solving you're doing, the higher is the possibility that you'll actually get paid more, just to be straight. Yeah? Okay. So we'll get started. Sorry, I was trying to see how I put it. I just put the word accidental techie, or maybe I could have called it destined techie. I just thought I'll share my journey. One of my fondest memories for PEC, since it's PECFest 2001, I was a convener back there 22 years ago. This is a picture from March 16th, 2001. I was a convener, and this is the keynote speech I was giving. My daughter doesn't recognize me, because obviously I had a lot of hair at that time, and she refuses to recognize that this is not me. But again, probably this is the fondest memory that I carry. And so my journey was what? And Prajapati sir was sitting here and he was telling me, oh, you've changed your core. I was like, yeah, you don't know the real story behind it, why it changed. But what happened was, so I think my rank was some 150, 160, I don't remember, but I think my first counseling, I got the mechanical engineering role. And I was like, yeah, great, that's good. I think, and what happens, those days at least there was like second and third round, whether that happens today or not. And somehow I got the notion that mechanical is evergreen. I mean, what do you mean by evergreen? Nobody knows what is evergreen mean at that time. Maybe that evergreen definition was that you'll actually continue to make money no matter what. But that's absolutely wrong, because no industry you can do that. And then I think one of the conveners was telling me that he was also mechanical, and now I've realized what really mechanical is. So what happened was, I joined. So first in the counseling, I was getting electronics and computer as well. And in this whole spirit of evergreen, I didn't even attend the counseling. And then I was set to become mechanical engineer, which I thought was evergreen. And then in the second year, as you guys are also now doing internship, looking for internships, at that time I landed up an internship in one of the largest automakers in India, which I'm sure you can find the name or guess the name. And then I was so enthusiastic. They gave me an internship for 4 weeks. I said like, no, bhaiya, main to 6 hafte ka karunga, because I want to really do well. I want to get a good job and everything. And then here I land up in Gurgaon in their office. And then, guess what the project was? The project was, you were actually supporting some back-end supply chain enterprise transformation. And we were like, wow, that is great. Such great certificate from this company, and enterprise transformation, we are set. And then me and my buddy, who was, we actually were told for next 4 weeks to count the nuts and bolts in that they have these mini warehouses. We were actually counting nuts and bolts in each warehouse and actually just entering the number in that ERP software that was there. So that was our 4 weeks, and we would get those free tea and free samosa every 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock. And then after 4 weeks, I was like, okay, sir, mera ho gaya abhi. I want to go and, I think this is it. I don't want to do for 6 weeks. And then I realized maybe mechanical is not for me. And then I think your convener here was also telling that he did in escorts, and now he has also realized that mechanical is not for him. So good that Prajapati sir is not there. But I think that's what happened. And then I landed a job with TCS. So IT developer, and then what happened was, after consulting, So after MBA, I joined technology consulting, and then, as usual, when you do your MBA, which you will also realize at one point in time when you do your MBAs, or if you decide to do your MBA, I wanted to always do strategy work. Nobody knows what is strategy. I just wanted to do strategy work. And everybody would give me a technology project because I worked in TCS. And then, they would come and, tell me, okay, you do this, do this. And I was always trying so hard to actually become a strategy consultant. God knows what the definition is, but I just wanted to be called a management strategy consultant. But it never happened. And somehow the destiny was always bringing back to me technology. And then here, I landed as CTO, then after that at Starbucks, first at Yum and then at Starbucks. And I think what I've realized now, that this is a great time to be a CTO. Every organization is doubling and tripling down their investments on technology, and I think it's a great time to be a CTO. And I think somewhere the destiny just wanted me to be a techie, and then now I'm leading a technology team. We're doing a lot of fancy work around consumer experience in India, a lot of the industry leading work, and I think it's great to be part of such a esteemed organization and to be part of that transformation. But was it like that always? No. So this picture when I was doing, I think this is a picture, I would say, this is how IT departments was, I would say, seen probably 7-8 years ago. So this is like, I would say, a CTO, maybe me or somebody else, who's just always running around the wall. It's a dark, gloomy, lights on. Somebody will people. When I joined KFC back in 2016, I transitioned from Carney at that time, and I would had the habit of wearing suits all the time. And then I would walk on the floor, and people will stop me. Vipin, my desktop is not working. And they would think that why would KFC hire like a IT guy who actually wears suits? And I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't know actually how all it works. And that lady will give me a look, how dumb he is. But that was IT few years ago. You would whenever you want to do something, people will put a blocker. You want to do a WhatsApp. I remember another project. We were trying to launch WhatsApp ordering back in I think 2018-19, and then you do a business case. You go around the circles. The finance guy will say, no, you don't want to do this. Ops guy will say, no, we don't want to do it. It's too early. Leave it. We're not going to get any ROI. Then you cross all the hurdles. The franchisee guy will say, nahi, ye nahi karna hai abhi. It's too expensive. And then basically nothing will get done. So that was a time. And then everybody will keep asking a question, why? Why do you want to do this? Every question is why. And fast forward now 5 years, this is how we feel today. You are actually in a Ferrari. All these guys are all these sponsors. I talked about the same finance guy, the same ops guy, the same franchisee guy, and they're saying, Vipin, go, go, go. You want to do everything yesterday. You have all the money. You have all the sponsorship. I just want everything on, done tomorrow, yesterday. And any project you pick, you want to build an app, they would say, I need the best in class. Forget about the money. At Starbucks, when I joined, we launched something called I don't know, how many of you visit Starbucks, by the way? Have you been to Starbucks? Okay, not much. I think clearly our prices are very high for this segment. So, so anyways, at Starbucks, we do offer free Wi-Fi. So we wanted to upgrade our Wi-Fi infrastructure, and then I went to my CEO and I said, like, yeah, this is what we're doing. And so there were some pieces which we were trying to optimize cost on, and then we wanted to take maybe a little bit of a lower hierarchy of the product. But he was very clear. He said, Vipin, anything, if there is even an iota possibility of impacting the customer experience, we don't want it. We want the best for our customers, and we want it tomorrow. So, but that has been the case, and it's absolutely fascinating time for all technology professionals to really make an impact in the organizations that you're working for. But, so this whole journey of, I would say, the why to buy when, it's been tremendous. But was it like that? Was it like that ever? Or what does it really take? Sorry, this clicker I think is back and forth again. Still not working, I think. Yeah, so, sorry guys, just 1 second. This is still not working. I don't know, something. You can just put maybe next slide. Yeah, this is fine. So, now, but what will it really take? Even if you have all these sponsorships, what does it really take to be successful? Is it like, do I go hire best coders, and then say, well, let's, we will get the best coders available in India or around the globe and we'll be successful? Because, the benchmarks, the barometers of the CEOs, the CFOs, the COOs, it's very business. They don't care if you put a WhatsApp, ordering, or they don't care if you put a Wi-Fi or whatever. End of the day, everything has to come to a dhanda. The transactions should increase. Every CEO will ask you, okay, you need $1 million, great, tell me how much money you will bring in. Now the question then rises is, as a CTO or as technology professional, do I need to focus on technologies? Like, I'm sure you're hearing all these words every day in newspaper, like OpenAI and Metaverse and 5G and cybersecurity and all that. What do you do? I mean, some of these technologies or also I have observed over the last so many years that a lot of these are just like, I call these as rocket projects. You just, what happens when you lit up a rocket? You just, lit up a rocket for 20 seconds, it goes, it gives you joy, and then nothing happens. It's just done. A lot of these are rocket projects, let me pick an example on metaverse, right? So metaverse, we've been talking about it, 18 months now. So metaverse, everywhere you go, oh, what are you doing on metaverse? Everybody, looks at you, it's like, yeah, I don't want to do metaverse. And then they look at you in the technology circles like, oh yeah, these are legacy guys who don't know what's happening in the world. But really speaking, and for me, metaverse, when I've started digging deeper, there are so many unknowns. For a coffee company like us, what will metaverse do? Can I sell you coffee in metaverse? Can you enjoy your coffee in metaverse? Or would you like, a coffee experience where you're putting a VR headset and you're saying, wow, I'm enjoying my coffee? Nothing like that works, no? So end of the day, you would want to go to Starbucks, get the smell of coffee, talk to barista, and then enjoy the coffee. That's what Starbucks stands for. So what does metaverse do? And then when we talk to them now, and then we give them our real problems, they say, don't worry, Vipin, leave this. Now let's talk about open chat GPT, open AI. Let's talk about chat GPT, which is the next big thing now. So it feels like every 12, 18 months, something or else is coming up. And a lot of these OEMs, they just get you excited by the time you see, and then it's all gone. Or it's not gone, but it's still there and the ROI is still not there. I mean, I don't know, how many years did you hear cloud? Do you guys understand cloud? You know what is cloud? Yeah? So cloud, I started hearing cloud when I was joined consulting back in 2006, 2007. And it seemed like if you didn't do cloud, then you're done. And today, fast forward 15, 18 years, only 60, 65% or even lesser amount of infrastructure is on cloud. Still people prefer to use on-premise technologies. And today what has happened is the cost of going to cloud, so when I remember I used to do actually cloud business cases for clients. You're saying if you're paying 100 in on-premise, you'll pay 80 on cloud, and then hence you should go to cloud. And today what has happened is actually I have turned the other way around. So if you're paying 80 on on-premise, your cloud will actually be 100. And what happens is the bill when it comes at the end of the month, it actually becomes 150. Because guess why? Because you never realize during the week or during the month that the volumes peaked up and hence all the infrastructure fired up, and then you actually end up paying money. There are actually streams in every organization now to manage cloud cost. So basically the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of these technologies will come and go. So do we, as a CTO, should I be focusing on these technologies? Dude, I think there is some issue with the clicker. Yeah. Or should I, can somebody just come and click this? Yeah, just click. So should I focus or should I address the human element? When I talk about the human element, it's basically, should I be focusing on meeting the needs and enabling my stakeholders, all the stakeholders which I mentioned here. So consumers, internal employees, the board, the CEO, the vendors. Should I be focusing on these or should I be focusing on technology? Obviously, you can't do anything about technology, so you have to maintain a balance in terms of what do you do on technology and what do you do on change management. But change management is really the deal breaker. And so how do you define change management? Basically what happens is, I don't know, have you heard a term called change management? Does anybody need to know what is change management? No? Probably not. Yeah, it took me also many years to understand what is change management. Change management is basically a phenomena where you are used to doing something in a certain way, and tomorrow I start telling you, don't do this, do this. And then while the next thing is actually beneficial for you, but as a human being, it will take you so much time to get used to it. I mean, if you change from Android to iOS, it's a change management. If you go from iOS to Android, it's change management. You feel, when you are using Android, you start feeling, arey, iOS ka kya hai? This is like, this is, I don't know how they build phones. But when you start using it, it actually becomes very easy. So this is where I think, at least in my experience, what I've seen, that the people element, and hence the topic of the presentation was, the people element in technology is actually the most toughest of the elements to address. You actually can build any technology. You can go to Microsoft, you can go to Amazon, you can go to Google and say, I need this technology. They'll have all the engineers lining up. But what doesn't happen is that they don't teach you how to do change management. They will not tell you that, okay, if you're putting this open, chat GPT in your use case, what are the use cases? And then, if you put that use case, what is the ROI? And does it really help you or not? They're asking us what the use cases are. They will do workshops with us saying, how can we put chat GPT in your business? They don't know how to put it in their business. or at least the front end guys we speak to, they don't know how to put in our business. So hence, the people element actually becomes very, very critical. And today I'm going to use some case studies, some examples from Starbucks. So just because I work with Starbucks, so I thought I'll just make some of these points on what is consumer, how do you solve consumer, how do you solve internal employees and the other stakeholders. So the three things. By the way, I mean, whosoever have gone to Starbucks, do you have any viewpoint on why Starbucks commands a premium in the market? Do you have a point of view? Anybody want to say something? Why Starbucks commands a premium as compared to other coffee chains? Sir, you seem to have a point of view. Do you have a point of view? Tell me. But why is a brand equity? Advertisement, okay. Okay. New ideas, okay. Okay, or name the drinks. Oh, I think that's a good point. So if you think through this, Starbucks actually have solved a lot of the problems of consumers when they dine out. They actually give you that premium experience. I mean, we'll talk about that. They've actually touched the whole aspect of human connection, and hence they've actually been able to command a premium in the market. If you go to, let's say you go to any other QSR, I won't name them, anybody, but like if you go to, you are largely a number. You buy a food, your number comes up, 1101, please collect your order. When you go to Starbucks, do you feel like that? They actually call you by your name. If you think through this, calling your name, and we will talk about that, calling your name is so fundamental. The whole aspect of every human being having a desire to get recognized, that's the feeling and that's the aspect that they've touched. It's interesting, my daughter, she's 8 years old, and the best part of her going to Starbucks is because her name will get called, saying, Ziva, your drink is ready. That's what gives her a kick. But that's what everybody is. That's how it has been around the world, and that's why Starbucks commands a premium. Anybody has a point of view on why Apple commands a premium? Why do you think, as compared to Windows or Android phone, why Apple commands a premium? Anybody has a point of view? No? Well, in the interest of time, I'll just say it. So one of the things, if you're a heavy user of Apple products, then you realize actually they've taken the friction out of everything that you do. Let me give you a couple of examples. So when we would be, when in the old days or previously when I would go and upgrade my phone, what is the biggest hitch or that blocker will be there for us to not upgrade the phone? We'll say ki yare contacts delete ho jayega yaar, data chala jayega, right? That was the point would be. Do you know, anybody knows how Apple have solved it? So the account, yes, but even more than that. So what they've done very beautifully is you go to the Apple store and you actually just keep the phone side by side. In 20 minutes, all your data get transferred to the T. So you actually, if you go to any Apple store, you can just get your phone upgraded within like 20 minutes and no worry about the data. That was, I thought, was like really fabulous. They've taken a very back-end, click of that, friction point in the user journey and solved it. Another point, does anybody use AirPods? You guys use AirPods? Do you use it with your phone and iPad? Do you use that? So can you tell me one feature which again solves for a problem? Everything, right? So when you had two devices, when you're watching a movie and you're expecting a phone, if you had one this AirPods or any kind of other earpods, plugged to your ear, you actually have to take them out and then listen the phone and then put it back in and also pause the movie that you're watching. That used to happen, right? But if you wear AirPods now, everything happens seamlessly. So I'm watching a movie on my iPad. Similarly, suddenly I get a phone. The movie gets paused. The pods automatically get transferred to the phone. I listen to the phone and then I put it back and it automatically comes back here. So if you think through this, they've actually solved all the user problems, which everybody knows, but they're not solving. Everybody's aware, but they're not solving, and hence they command premium in the market. And I think that's so fabulous, so much to learn when you're building products. And I think that's what we will talk about, that technologies can be great. Technologies are great, but if they don't solve the problem of your stakeholders, then there is no sense. There is no point. And I think the same message goes from your career building standpoint. Whatever you're doing, are you really helping, or in your jobs, are you really solving for something? If you're really solving something, it's great. Otherwise, Ben, yeah. Next slide, please, yeah. So one of the things that I thought I'll put here is a very interesting picture I had come across in one of the Gartner conferences around the customer need versus technology need. So what happens is that today we are doing a lot of the stuff. Just one second. Most techies that you meet, most organizations that you meet, in my experience, they're largely solving for technology problems. The CTO stands up saying, I want to do cyber security, yaar, bahut din ho, bahut dikkat aa raha hai, I want to do cyber security. OEM comes and say, let's do chat GPT. Let's do, Alexa ordering. I want to do Alexa ordering. I want to do an AR, VR project for my organization. But are you really solving customer problem or are you solving your problems? And I think what happens is that most organizations actually spend up time building these concrete layers. They will actually, so customer wants to go here because they want to follow the least frictional path, and the organizations are going here. They want to do technology, customers want the ease. And I have tons of examples from my experience. I mean, we launched a Starbucks app recently, and again, in October we launched it. It's great, at least that's what I feel. But what happened was that we had a blind spot, and we realized after 3 months of launching the app. So we thought, as any other app, most apps are delivery apps today. Most of the food apps are delivery apps. And then we were trying to build the whole concentration on bringing the wow experience in the whole ordering journey. So if you use Starbucks app, you land on the landing page, it's a loyalty, it's everything, and then you go to ordering and then move on. So we put actually so much effort on ordering because we thought that will be the next big thing for Starbucks app. But what we didn't realize that 90% of the consumers are just used to using the app for payments. So I don't know if you go, and I don't know how many are using the app or MSR members, which is a loyalty members, but people mostly come in, they load their wallet, and then they come to the store, they would like to go to the POS, which is a teller machine, and then they just want to do a payment and move out. And we actually put the least amount of focus on that journey. While we've made it great, but we were all the fancy things that we were trying to put in, which we'll talk about in one of the slides, we could not put in that journey. And hence I felt that I was also on this concrete path where the customer wanted to do that. While we have solved some extent, but all the wow factors that we wanted to bring, we couldn't bring that. Back in 2019, Alexa, I don't know how many use Alexa. Do you guys use Alexa? Yeah? Voice search. So when you go to any conference in 2018-19, everybody's talking about voice is the next big thing. Did you hear that? Did you hear that quote? The voice is the next big thing. Like people are saying chat GPT is the next big thing. Yeah, so then, obviously we got excited. We said, okay, yeah, we should do Alexa. And then I was part of the Yum Brands, the KFC at that time. And then everybody said, let's do Alexa ordering. How cool it will be that, you talk to Alexa and then actually you could order KFC. You say, KFC, Alexa, I need a chicken bucket. And then the order goes. And by the time you're like watching TV, the bucket comes home. It is a great journey, but it is all in our heads. It is an illusionary journey that we have created that our customers want that. Or I thought we wanted that as some point, which obviously we got a very hard lesson after that. So we went make it live, all the shebang, we got amazing PR value, we got influencers, we got so much PR done on how to order on Alexa. Guess what, how many orders we got in first year? Any number? 10. Out of that, 5 orders from my team, because they were doing testing. Because what happened is that the customer segment of Alexa was actually not KFC customer, or maybe a iota of that segment was our customer. And then a lot of the I would say SEC A, B, which is a more higher affluent people who was owning Alexa at that time, we didn't have KFC stores there. And then even Amazon guys realized, because a lot of the bosses, when this whole skill was launched, and then their bosses who used to live in South Bombay, they said, okay, well, let's try. And then when they were trying to order, the Alexa couldn't find a store nearby because KFC didn't have any store in South Bombay. And they were like, oh, we can't order. Well, how would you order, boss? There is no store there. So, but then we fell on our face, though it was great learning, great experience, we did good PR value, but did it really solve anything for the consumer? No, nothing. Recently also, somebody came to me from a VR, one of the VR guys, the service providers, the virtual reality, the VR is virtual reality. They came and said, Vipin, imagine a journey where, somebody enters Starbucks and we give them a VR headset and then they are sitting on their couch in Starbucks and then actually talking to their friend in Delhi or somewhere else, and they're enjoying the coffee while they're doing VR headset. I'm like, really? Why couldn't somebody would do it on Teams with a masala chai in the cup, in their hand? Why would they want to come to Starbucks and wear a VR set, pay me 400 rupees, and then do that? So it's like we're all trying to solve something for technology. That's what I felt, and then in all this, in all this we forget the consumer. If you look at Starbucks, we try to endeavor a lot of these things, but still there are a lot of misses which I already talked about. Like kiosk is one other example which comes. A lot of the QSRs you go, they have put in kiosks, so you actually can go to kiosk, and there was also a whole bunch of debate and I would say fight inside our organization as well to do that. But then somebody put the foot down. It's like you're bringing all the customers to get a coffee experience and building a human connection with barista. How would you feel if you're ordering a 400 rupee coffee on a kiosk? You might not come back. So I think that's the whole point. So I think it is important that we create that feeling, or we solve the consumer problems rather than solving the technology problems. Starbucks. So here, I think, as I said, I was just taking a segue into Starbucks. Starbucks, I think, has done phenomenally around the world, and I think the customer experience at Starbucks is probably one of the most, I would say, sought after, the epitome in terms of the QSR and the retail world. I think what Starbucks have solved, no other retailer has solved, in the globe, and there are many reasons why. And I think one of the things that is there is the people versus the customers. And I think the whole point this I was just talking about a few minutes ago, that we don't treat our customers as numbers. For us, when you have come into Starbucks, you're a person, you're a human being. And you can take small things, right? So if you go to QSR, if you take an extra cup of extra sachet of ketchup, the guy will start looking at you. If you ask for a serviette, an extra serviette, they will start looking at you. But at Starbucks, we don't do that. And again, I don't want you to go and try that, but still, I think in terms of if you spill our coffee, by chance, if you spill your coffee while catching up, or your kid does that, they will immediately replace you. If you don't like the drink, they will immediately replace your drink. They will come and ask if you like the drink or not. Till the time you're not happy with your drink, they will keep replacing it. Again, don't try it out, please. It's my alma mater, I'm saying that. Please don't get me into trouble. But that's what it is. Because we know you are a human being. You can make mistakes, right? And I already talked about putting a name on the cup. I think that's the most fundamental philosophy that they have touched in terms of identifying the human beings. Every human being has that whole recognition, and hence that Starbucks have solved, and that's why that people versus customer concept is very important for us. So next is the barista versus technology. So how many guys get a lot of SMSs and app notifications saying your offer is due, or your offer is about to expire, or we have this? How many? Almost every other brand is doing it, right? Every other brand, they're bombarding you with this saying, "Sir, aapka point expire ho raha hai, why don't you come tomorrow," and all that. For us, we don't want to do that. Have you ever, probably Starbucks will be the only retailer, I would say, or maybe one of the only retailers in India that doesn't ask for your phone number when you go and order your drink. Have you experienced that? They don't ask for your phone number. Most other QSRs, retailers, you go to even to a Nukkad ka shop, that guy will also ask for your phone number. We don't do that. Because again, we are believing in that whole philosophy of barista versus that barista connection. Even if I couldn't share the video there, it's a bit sensitive, but if you, the Starbucks whole philosophy of personalization is actually a barista, and again, it may not happen in Chandigarh because it's a different market, but if you go to a lot of the South Bombay stores, or some of the stores where customers are like coming every day, or they're, a lot of the office complexes, baristas know you by name. So they will just, the moment you enter Starbucks, they'll say, "Would you like your usual?" They actually know your taste preferences. It is not just on the paper, I've experienced it. So that whole concept of barista doing that connection with you, that is the philosophy. There is no centralized, obviously technology we want to use to amplify those experiences, but technology is used but not as a primary lever to build connection with you. We hardly send any promotional SMS, we hardly send any app notifications, nothing like that. Because again, the purpose is to build human connection. Even if you do that, then it will be your barista calling you or barista interacting with you for coffee culture, to tell what's happening in the store, rather than some centralized CRM engine who's just like bombarding 5 messages a day. So I think that's one of the other aspects that is there at Starbucks, which I thought I'll mention. I also took the opportunity to put some slides on the Starbucks app that we've just launched in 6 months ago. The purposes of putting this app was there because the whole concept of what are we really solving for, and why this is more important, and why it is just not to follow the herd or build the concrete when the customer wants to find a path of least resistance. What we've done at the start, in this is that the whole, if you look at some of these, we have brought in the entire brand elements in the app, which is again you wouldn't see in most the B2C or the retail organizations in India. We've actually brought in a concept of digital avatar, the barista avatars. So as I said, the barista is the key. So I don't know if you see, so if you see Anand, your barista, the third screen has a message for you. So what we've done actually is we've created these digital avatars of barista, which actually will be with you till the time you are owning the app. And then they will keep nudging you about the offers, about the products, about the coffee culture, depending on how your maturity with the brand is. And these are not intrusive, non-intrusive. So we have tried to bring a lot of these elements, into this, the study tips. Again, a lot of the consumer research that we did around India, we felt that the coffee knowledge is something which people didn't have. So we have called something called, Coffee Wiki. So study tips is about like telling you more about coffee. Again, in a very non-intrusive, shape and form that we brought in. Again, to just help the consumers get to know more about the brand. And again, the welcome screen, if you see, this is a model picture, but if you look at the real app, you'll actually see the real barista images. So we have actually gone in and done shoots for our baristas who actually are live in the stores. They actually are the people who are actually working in the stores, and then their photographs come on the app. They actually greet you with your name and a welcome message, and when you try to do that. And in a case, we are also using chat GPTs, and we are trying to experiment on how we can do AI at scale and make these messages more and more relevant. But again, the purpose is to really touch the consumer with that personalization and with the whole coffee knowledge that they aspire for. Yep. Okay. So moving on. So customer experience was one. So another element which was there, which is very important from when we talk about this solving problems for our stakeholders, while we have solved problems for our stakeholders, immediately that we have to also solve problems for internal stakeholders as well. So when I joined Starbucks, so one of the things that was there, so one of the things that was there, that each barista is basically the staff member you meet in the store. So we call them baristas and partners. So each partner or each barista had to deal with 20 different applications. So imagine him, learning or remembering 20 different passwords when he was doing his day-to-day job. So whatever applications we're building, we have to build it for our partners as well, and we have to make sure that the friction goes up. And again, creating that impact that you are you solving problems for them or not. I recently actually went to a store, and the store manager came up to me saying, "Vipin, great. I just want to pass on a compliment. 2 years ago when he 2 years ago before he joined, Starbucks was technology was a weakness for Starbucks. And today, fast forward 2 years, it actually has become strength for Starbucks. We really feel proud." And I think he was saying this in front of my daughter when I had gone to the store. So something like that impact that you create, you solve problems for people, that really I think stands you apart and takes you further in your jobs, in your careers, whatever you're doing. Of course, also technology overload. I think basically that's the whole message that is there. The last point I just wanted to mention before we close is also the next slide, the whole concept. Can you just forward the slide? Sorry. Just do the all. Just do the all. Yeah, that's it. No, go back. Yeah. So the other element, and when I was saying the list of stakeholders, when we have solved for customers, when we have solved for your internal employees, it is also important that you identify the other set of stakeholders, and are you solving for them or not? One of the labels here is the board and the franchises. Today's world, the board is becoming, from when it comes to technology, it actually becoming very, very important. Now today, the board members, if you, recently there are a lot of CERT guidelines. CERT is the Indian regulator for cybersecurity, and I'm sure all of us had heard about personal data protection bill as well. So a lot of this is coming where actually the bill is saying that the directors of the company can actually go to jail if they don't report. Let's say the third guidelines are, if you don't report a cybersecurity incident within 6 hours of it happening, then they have the capability to put the directors under jail. The new personal data protection bill, the data board has the authority to give you 500 crores worth of penalty if they don't find that you're following the law. So the entire board nowadays is actually so much, sort of, I would say, sensitive about this whole regulatory guidelines, cybersecurity, and that just makes guys like me to really focus at least 20 to 25% of their role on cybersecurity. And it really changes. It takes a lot to change your framework around cybersecurity. I remember when I joined Starbucks, so as I don't know how, like if you experience Zomato, Swiggy, do you really have to log in every time you open the app? You don't, right? You're always logged in. Have you experienced any other B2C retail apps where you have to log in again? It's most every time you just logged in, except the banking apps, you're always logged on, right? So, or at max, when you're logging in, it's an OTP based login, right? You just go in, so your ease is very low. But at Starbucks, we can't do that. You know why? Because on one side we are retail app, but on the other side we are banking app as well. So in a way, we are a semi-fintech company who are actually dealing with retail. And when you do that, so in my first introduction, I was having a chat with the global chief security officer, and I'm like, Andy, how do you do this here? You have to, I understand you don't want to allow, you allow login with only complex passwords like a banking app and everything. The whole Indian consumer is so used to OTP-based login, and I want to do OTP-based login. Why do you want to do that? I was like, we have to really, look up to or deal with the needs of the local consumer as well. And his point was, Vipin, do you know, in Russia and China, it takes $16 to clone a phone. $16, which is nothing. I don't know, if you do the maths, it's like 1,200 bucks, 1,200 rupees. And then he said, if your average customer balance is less than $16, then by all means, then you can have it. But if your average wallet balance is more than $16, then you can't have an OTP-based login, because that is where the risk is. And that actually really hit me, because it changes the framework a lot. When you start thinking about these things, then your framework changes and you start putting cybersecurity as the first thing in your framework, and then you build your technology around that. So Starbucks app will be the only app in retail which offers two-factor authentication today. All our data is encrypted at rest, at transit. Most of the retail apps will not be doing that in India. And hence the framework is, because we're trying to meet a lot of these stakeholder expectations around security, the whole global expectations, everything that is there. So Starbucks, for example, is really big on security. So they actually conduct hackathons. So they give money to hackers around the globe, saying go and break our assets. And there are so many times it has happened. I get a call like 4 o'clock in the morning, or saying, Vipin, we have found this vulnerability in your so-and-so asset. Please stop it or fix it in the next 2 hours, or the asset is going down. So that's how. So the focus is, and again, while we solve all the problems for customers and our internal employees, but other stakeholders are equally important. And again, you have to solve problems for that as well. So I'll just, close by that. I think I'll close my presentation. I know after a while it gets a bit boring, but I just wanted to say that while all of this is there, I think everybody has to carve out their own journey. It's not, I use the word accidental in the beginning, but I think it's more destined, I would say. Sometimes we just have to follow where the destiny takes you. But I think it is important we all have fun. And I was telling ma'am that I think whatever days we had at Punjab Engineering College, 1997 to 2001, those memories are still fresh. So while you figure out your careers, but don't forget to have fun, and just all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vipin. It was really insightful to listen you. Now we have some specific set of curated questions.
Okay.
And I would like to ask that to you.
Okay, should we sit or should we stand?
Yeah. Please have a seat here.
Okay.
So I would like to just reiterate the theme of this session. It goes by the name the human factor in digital impact on next decade of careers. So, a lot of people in this auditorium and where the session is being streamed are second year students, and they are dreaming. And as you talked about passion and dream, so it would be interesting to start by asking, what was your passion and dream when you were at PC?
You want the honest answer or the theoretical answer?
Honest
So
answer.
honest answer. No, I think I'll be honest. Like I think at that time when we were doing engineering, I think I had very less idea in terms of where I should go, and we just like I think it was all like कि बस नौकरी लग जाए, घर वाले खुश हो जाएं. I think that was the primary agenda. I'll be very honest. But I think what has happened over time is that, and I was saying that you have to find your passion, and it is not easy. It takes time to find your passion, because over the times, though I spent time in technology, and then initially at IT services, and then consulting, and then in now in the role of leadership, technology leadership, I realized that my passion really lied in terms of creating an impact. Creating an impact on the people that I work around, like whether it's my customers, whether it's my the internal stakeholders. Because once you see the results, at least I found that my passion lies around that. And then if I'm just doing for the sake of doing, then I don't think so it is actually very important. I felt that you have to constantly do that whole reflection. How you need to have a set of mentors, stakeholders, to be actually able to guide you through that journey. Failures will happen. Failures will happen. There is nobody, I can tell you, and a lot of memes I'm sure you see on LinkedIn where like a lion with like 10 arrows at the back. That is actually true. Nobody gets to where they may be, and I can tell you my journey for sure. There has been many failures, but with the right blessings, I use the word, and also right approach, right guidance, I think then you just continue to move on. Yeah.
So on that note, right, when we talk about failures, generation back, failures was, a term which was not allowed to do.
Right.
But right now, this generation is accepting failures as, they are risking
Yeah.
for innovation. So on that note, as a CTO, you are ready for the mindset of next incoming generation as well.
Right,
So
right.
what do you want to tell to this generation about failures and, how to overcome them?
Very interesting question, because I've actually, when you use the word next generation, I'm thinking about my daughter, and suddenly her face comes up, because whenever she's making a mistake, I don't know how many in the room, when I used to make mistake, we used to get a slap from our parents, and now when my daughter makes a mistake, and then it's like, it's okay, it happens. And I don't think I have the courage even today to stand up to my father and say it happens. But I think that's what it is. I think 2 points I would like to mention. I think as a leadership, I would say the boards, the CEOs, are they more tolerant than ever in terms of the failures? The answer is yes. Obviously it is not like you can go and spend $1 million and then come back and say, sorry, it is not. It is a hard-earned money. It's the shareholders, investors. But do you have a little bit of a liberty? Yes, answer is yes. I mean, we have also have many examples, like we were trying through a cloud journey, and then it didn't work, and then we suddenly stopped down. Everybody understood that it's okay. But definitely the boards and the CEOs are more tolerant. I wouldn't say you can go anything, but definitely they're more tolerant. In terms of my perspective towards my teams, I think definitely we have changed that perspective. Because a lot of the people who are coming into my teams are your generation, and we deal with a lot of younger people, and they come up with that attitude. So definitely I think we have to then maintain a balance between experimentation and then also delivering results. So we are also more tolerant, but it is not like you can just fail all the time, and then there is no going to be. I think it is important that whenever failures are happening, it is important that there is a debrief, there is a reflection, and there is a learning, which is then communicated and then incorporated into your process. So people will make a mistake first time, then they will accept. Second time, if the same mistake happens, there is a problem in the attitude. So I think I would say my only one statement would be, it is okay to make mistakes, but don't take it for granted. People are who are signing the checks, they're not very kind.
So I think our professor in charge are also laughing in that. So they have also taken that into account.
Yes.
So, in that line only, I want to ask that since the next decade is very fluid, Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am also told in her speech that, the next decade is a decade.
Yes.
Technology will drive us.
Yes.
On that note, as a CTO, how you balance human interactions at your place?
So I think I'm a very strong philosopher, and I think working in KFC and Starbucks, I think this whole human factor of digitalization is actually very important. It's very important. I think that You can't take it away, and you take it any scenario. And I think we talked about customer. So for example, when you walk into the our store, and this is in the debate we are having internally recently also, when you walk into the store, would you like that I send you a QR code and saying please order on the QR code? You wouldn't, right? You maybe don't know the menu, you maybe don't know what to order, and you want to just have a chat with someone. Even if you go to a lot of the luxury hotels, they put all QR codes and everything. And but is that what the way we want to go? No. But at the same time, what we are trying to do is that is the first option, but I am going to enable that with technology as well. Let's say your app becomes your as a bolt-on to your offline studies, offline journeys that are happening. So that's where it is. The human factor cannot be taken away. But what you have to understand is that how can technology be used to amplify some of those things that are not possible there? So for example, when you go into a store, is there any way for me to identify that you are actually waiting in the store line than a regular time? Probably not. Can I track your journey that on an average, when you enter the store and then you go into the queue, you order on the POS and then you pick up a food? Can I map your time across 400 stores in India every time? I can't. But then there are technologies which can do that. Because if I know that data, so if I know at a store, let's say the average queue time has gone beyond the norm that Starbucks want to aspire for, then I at least can take a corrective action. And then I can fix that. I can maybe put one more person at the store. If I know your average time, overall end-to-end time is more than what my national average is, then I can see where the problems are. So I want to use technology to fix some of those things, or humanly that are not possible, but I don't want to take human factor. I would never want to be a situation where you go into a Starbucks and then say, let me order it at kiosk and then go and move out. Never. Starbucks has never done in the busiest of the markets across the globe as well. So human factor to me is absolutely important, and even like we talk about failures, I think that's true internally as well. When you do focus on digital transformation, there'll be people, they'll make mistakes, they'll have their career aspirations, whether it's vendors, whether it's everybody else, you just have to manage that.
Yeah. So actually, I was going through a company profile of Starbucks, and Starbucks India also has that aim that with every cup of coffee they serve, they want that that human form or human third place creation is there. So on that line, Vipin, what are the opportunities for internships and in that domain for the students who are now ready to go into the workforce?
See, I think it's a very broad question. I think opportunities, internships, that really depends on number of factors. But I think the technology, within technology, are there opportunities? Yes, there are multifold opportunities. But I think, and as in today's presentation, one has to take a choice where they want to be, whether they want to be the technology side, whether they want to be on the customer experience side or the people management side. I think it's individual choice. But I think one thing which I've learned hard, and actually I'll quote him, one of the senior partners at A.T. Kearney, he said that very beautifully, and he said that Vipin, लोगों के साथ काम करना और लोगों से काम करवाना is the most difficult skill in the world. And I think my submission to this group here would be that whatever you do, I think this whole human factor, that the whole EQ element has to be always kept in mind, and that's what the framework needs to be. Opportunities are there; they'll come and go. I know we are going through, let's say in tech, there is a lot of the economy is on the downward trend. I've been through 3 cycles: 2001, 2008, and this whole COVID as well. They always come and go. There will always be, I remember in 2001 when we joined, luckily we got our joining on time, but a lot of people didn't get the joining on time. Most of them are doing well today. So it may be short-sighted, but I think they'll all come and go. So the fundamental principle needs to be, where do you want to go, and where do you believe your passion lies, and what do you believe what you want to do in life, and which will take you forward. I think once you're positioned and clear on that, I think then everything will fall in place.
So yeah, I think this would be really motivating for the students right now, because seeing the recession news in shorts and everywhere, they're really demotivated on that. So on that note, what are when we talk about skill sets in the next decade of careers, since the technology is changing every day, there's an extravaganza pool where every technology is coming, people are making it cutting edge. So how and what kind of skill sets should these people acquire so that they're always ready for that job?
So I think we've already talked about that enough. I think, see, when I think Anubhav called me, I think when we were prepping for this session, he was talking about skill sets and all that. See, end of the day, why do companies exist for? Why do companies exist? We're there because they're serving a market need, a customer need in the market, and that's why they exist. So my suggestion would be, while skills can be like a lot of the technology skills can be temporary. You could focus on cybersecurity today. Yeah, great. But then within cybersecurity, there are so many domains that they will continue to evolve. I mean, we talked about zero trust. We're talking about micro segmentation. Now we talk about automated detection and response. Tomorrow we'll talk about something else. So I think, to me, I think a lot of this is, you can't think of a decade today, I feel. You can't think of a complete decade saying 10 साल के बाद ये होगा और उसका मैं skill set आज बनाऊंगा. Nobody can predict. I think the fundamental point here is that what I feel when you're starting your perspective, you're starting your journey in the corporate, I think every day, as I said, you just need to ask whether you are solving problems. Maybe it could be your boss. Are you solving problem for your boss? Are you solving problem for your client? So if you are because these fundamentals that I talked about today, the customer experience, the need for customers to give you that more and more personalized experience, that is not going to go away. Because that's how fundamentally human beings are. So or there are going to be problems that are going to be, all problems going to be solved? No. I mean, they were other problems yesterday, there are newer problems today. So my suggestion and submission to this group would be that while you can start your journey anywhere, but focus on these skills and be relevant in the market, and then always think what's coming up, and then focus on these softer skills along with what are the hard skills are there that will keep you relevant.
So when we talk about skills, we also talk about, like, I was going through your profile. You worked almost in different geographical locations in the world. So there's a lot of difference in work culture.
Right.
So what do you think that in India, as a student and as a job giver, what are the different work cultures that should be accommodated in this work domain?
So great question, actually, great question. Because, so I think again, see, you go to any market, you go to, and I think if you look at a lot of literature as well, see, for every market you go, there is a software element, there is a hardware element. And within software also, there is a cultural element, and there is your own software element which is there. I think the harder element, which is your skills, let's say, and your own attitude, I think that is interoperable to any market you go. The fact that you are always a solution provider, the fact that you can solve problems top down, the fact that you can structure the problems and then think on your feet, and you are good at people, like as I said, working with people and getting work done from people, that will work in any market. That will work in any market you go. I worked in Australia, US, Netherlands, Vietnam, Malaysia, almost all all across. But this is the common theme. End of the day, all human beings want recognition. They want to be heard. They want other people to solve their problems. All those human behaviors are there. The last element, which is say the culture. I think what I felt that once you go to a newer culture, let's say if you go to, let's say, Vietnam, right, or because I've spent about 6 months in Vietnam and it's a completely different world. Now what you have to do is that you have to appreciate and you have to be open to accept newer cultures. If you're going to sit there and then talk about only your your own culture, then it doesn't work, because you have to be open to accept the other cultures. I think that's the only, I would say, thing that I've experienced working across geographies. But hard skills, your own attitude, I think they're interoperable anywhere you go around the world.
That's really great to hear about. Also wanted to ask that these students will be soon going into their internships. So how should they engage with their team and their organization to take the best and learn ahead?
Can you repeat the question again?
So I said that since these students will be going to their internships very soon.
Yeah.
So how should they engage with their organization and their managers to take the best out of them and learn opportunities, avenues?
So as I said again, I mean, I think again, let's say if you're going for an internship at Starbucks, so let's say if you were to join my team, what would be my criteria to offer, I think, or think of you that as a longer term? I think you have to take this whole strategy into two parts. I think one part is your own skill development part, and one is your team development part. I think people, I feel, always appreciated who actually put the team, more importance than their individual part. Because the more you're saying and I've experienced this, right? So for example, you know, when in consulting days, somebody will give me a research project, I'm like, no, I don't want to do. Because again, as I said, I wanted to do strategy consulting. And then if you put a research line item into my, portfolio, then it wouldn't look good on my resume. But then that adds a lot of negativity to your, thing. So my suggestion would be that when you go for internship, just go all out with high energy, lot of enthusiasm, learn about the organization, build relationships with the people that you work with, and I think that will carry. I mean, you may get a PPO, you may not get a PPO. That actually can be dependent on a lot of factors. But I think you have to make most of the time. And as I said, people who are, at least for me, people who work with a lot of energy and positive attitude, actually then it really matters more than skill as well. You could be a best coder in the team, but if you don't have the right attitude or the right positivity, then I don't want to hire you. Because that whole cliche statement that attitude matters more than aptitude actually is so true. Actually, it is so true, because things will change, as we already discussed. Today you are a ChatGPT coder, tomorrow ChatGPT goes away after 2 months. Maybe my organization priorities change. But if you're the guy who actually is the guy who know you will stand and feels for the business, you understand the ground pulse. And I was telling, at Starbucks there is again it's an inspiration, because our CEO works from stores 2 days a week. So he actually sits in the store for entire 8 hours and work from there. Any store in Bombay, he will just go and work. I mean, we are asked to do also, but I end up doing 1 or 2 days a week in a month, in a month. But I think that's what it is, because it is important to understand the business. So focus on understanding the business, build relationships, and work with a lot of energy and enthusiasm. That's it.
That's really great to hear, because I think a lot of students are doing their coding right now. They're doing their coding correctly, but I think the attitude they can learn over that.
Yeah, coding is important, of course, you have to do, but yeah, attitude would be very important. Yeah.
So we are running out of time, but I think it's a ritual when you are having a moderated session to ask rapid fire questions. So we would just like to end with that. So I would like to first ask, what is your favorite order at Starbucks?
Great. These days I order Americano. So just the black coffee. I think it's a maturity curve. You start with LTOs, which is your frappuccinos, and you move to latte, and then now I'm with the black coffee. So I like Sumatra, which is one of our Indonesian coffees, and Sumatra done a pour over in the Starbucks. Yeah.
And I promise the next 2 questions are not mine. These were from the audience.
Okay.
What was your CGPA when you got your first internship?
Oh God, don't ask that. I think good that Prajapati sir is not there. Otherwise, he would have. But yeah, no. CGPA. I was never the kind of a guy who was running after, grades or not. I shouldn't say that I running after grades. I never got grades. Because I was looking at that whole wall of fame. Atul Toki's name is there. So if he's listening, I think he used to be the topper. I was always like the average guy. I don't remember. Probably I don't remember, because we didn't have CGPAs at the time. Yeah. So I'm trying to dodge the question. So, but yeah, I was I think I remember in grade 4, when I was in the 4th grade, 4th semester, 4th year, I didn't even attend the classes. So luckily none of our existing teachers are there, because I was so focused on PECFest. But again, as I said, it is important to have fun, and I think PECFest is the best memory that I ever had in my last 43 of years of my career. So
I think you have summarized a lot of college journey of the students who are sitting here right now.
Yes.
So, and it's glad to hear, because I think the CLABs defined that how much pressure students have about their CGPAs.
Yeah. No. I was never the kind of a guy. Yeah.
So, next thing, do you think that the courses should be made compulsory for every branch?
You said coding. Good question. Vasundhara ma'am should be able to answer that question. But I actually, while I think it's a more academic question, I would say that while coding made mandatory or not, it's an individual choice or organization choice. I would definitely have a submission after 20 years of my career, and I think definitely a lot of focus around communication skills, and I think EQ definitely needs to be there at colleges. I think those things I missed, and I think when I went onto a more international platforms to do my MBA, I think that was one of the areas that I felt I really struggled. So coding, I leave it up to the ma'am to take a call. But my 2 cents would be to include communication, writing, EQ. I would recommend that to the school. Yeah.
And the last question, sir, I promise that this is not mine.
What is that?
A lot of students and us, write their wrong birth dates and birthday months to
Yes.
grab a coffee at
Yes.
Starbucks.
Yes. Yes.
So, have you ever advised someone to do that?
Yeah, you can do that, but we have now changed it, by the way. So we are tracking it. We're going to soon. So once you put a date, you can't change it. So you can put the wrong date, but you'll only get the free drink in that birthday month. And we don't. I think we only allow changing once. So it's up to you. But I didn't say that.
Nice to have a word with you.
Thank
Give
you
a
very much.
huge round of applause, guys, for the sir. And I would like to invite Poonam ma'am to felicitate sir. Once again, guys, a huge round of applause for Vipin Gupta.
Hello. I thank Vipin sir for the amazing session, and now it's time for our next speaker, Mr. Hidesh Madan, co-founder of Hits Bullseye, serial entrepreneur and a past president of the Indus Entrepreneurs Chandigarh. With extensive experience in entrepreneurship and leadership, Mr. Madan has made significant impact in industry and will be sharing his insights on these topics. Mr. Madan is a well-known authority on entrepreneurship and has coached many startup businesses to success. We are honored to have him with us for our pre-placement training session. Now I request our faculty coordinators to kindly present us sir with bouquet of flowers. I request sir to kindly grace us with his presence on the stage, and let's all welcome sir with a great round of applause.
गुड आफ्टरनून. आवाज लाउड है, थोड़ा कम करना पड़ेगा. Otherwise, to speak like a singer from here. Okay, I think. Thank you, CDC, for coming, for calling me here, and last year also interacted with your senior batch. And it's always feel good to be here. Last 25 साल में आपके कॉलेज के बच्चे जो आज स्टूडेंट बच्चे नहीं मैं बोलूँगा अब तो they have reached up to CEO levels and a good personal connect I have with your college. Amazing people, you are brilliant people, I'll tell you. And आज जो हम थोड़ी बात करेंगे वो ये करेंगे कि how from here you will go to industry and reach to the top. Okay. I know some of you must be wondering 2 साल तैयारी की थी अभी 1 साल फर्स्ट ईयर निकला सेकंड ईयर और अब हम प्लेसमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं फिर हम प्रेशर डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं एक फिर चैलेंज की हम बात कर रहे हैं राइट सो I'll tell you, you know, life is a journey of challenges. I know your teachers, your parents might have told you कि बस +2 तक अच्छे से तैयारी कर लो एडमिशन हो जाएगी फिर शांति आ जाएगी जिंदगी में है ना everything will be peace. So there's nothing called peace. Life is continuous struggle. We keep on changing our goalposts and we keep on progressing, moving ahead. That's how the life is all about. My experience of more than 2 decades in this industry, especially coming to the career planning, the way people think. You are very fortunate people living in an era where education is free. When I say free means every opportunity is available to you. The only thing you have to be little aware about what. So I will be speaking about placement. Obviously that is one part. We'll talk about if someone want to go for higher studies. Then we will talk about little bit about you know, some tips which are must, which I have observed if you want to be successful. Not only that people who are the toppers becomes the top in corporate world, that's not. So actually today we see you all are at a certain level playing field, and once you pass out from college you will have your own trajectories, your own paths. और कौन कहाँ जाएगा, कितना ऊपर जाएगा, इसमें बहुत कुछ डिपेंड करता है कि आज आप अपनी फाउंडेशंस कैसे डाल रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और that is going to make a lot of difference. So obviously I'm going to talk about placement, further study if you want to do. I can ask you can ask questions in between, and obviously other options if you have. And one thing I have not written here, what is that? One option which is not there. एक चीज और भी कर सकते हो आप इसके अलावा. नहीं, घर में बैठने की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं. Raise startup. Oh. Okay. Good. So I think let us come back to one critical analysis of the things. देखो हमें जब हम स्कूल में जाते हैं, then you have come to the college, and हमें लगता है कि जो हम पढ़ रहे हैं, you know what we are studying, please do not take me wrong and professors tell me कि boss आप क्या बोल के चले गए, बच्चों ने क्लास लगानी बंद कर दी. What I'm trying to tell you is जो आप सीख रहे हैं specific skills हैं. आप सब्जेक्ट सीख रहे हैं, अगर कोडिंग सीख रहे हैं, what you are learning is some specific skills. Today most of the jobs are not working on a mapping of these skills to the jobs. इसका मतलब क्या है? अगर आप किसी भी वेबसाइट पे जाएं अच्छी, चाहे वो वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की हो, बड़े बड़े जो लोग कॉर्पोरेट में हैं उनकी प्रेडिक्शंस हैं, तो फ्यूचर के जो स्किल्स हैं, हम बात कर रहे हैं हाउ टू बी सक्सेसफुल इन योर करियर, तो वो प्रोग्रामिंग स्किल्स नहीं है और वो सिर्फ कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स भी नहीं है. वो तो बहुत पुरानी बात हो गई. रिज्यूम एवरीबॉडी हैज टू हैव दोस सर्टेन लेवल ऑफ स्किल्स. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट some of them, and we call it critical thinking skills. What do you mean by critical thinking skills? Anyone? गहराई में सोचना. What is that critical thinking skill? You are able to map out A to Z. अगर आपको एक बर्थडे पार्टी भी ऑर्गेनाइज करनी है, can you think 360 degrees end to end? Right? It's as simple as that. Maybe the material required, maybe the flow of the event, that is ability to pick things all around. Data skills, the amount of data we are collecting today, and when you talk about AI or ML, it is nothing but we are training them on to work on data actually, right? Nothing more than that. So data की is a next level game. मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ. थोड़े दिन पहले हमारी टीम में एक चैलेंज आया. वी वांटेड टू सेंड टॉप स्कूल्स सर्टेन स्कॉलरशिप वाउचर्स. So we had the entire CBSE data with us. So there were, I think, total 24,000 schools in India. ठीक है. अब हम 24,000 स्कूल को तो भेज नहीं सकते थे स्कॉलरशिप वाउचर्स. So then team said अब कैसे ढूंढे इनको कि रियल टाइम में कैसे ढूंढे. Then somehow we found this out कि जहाँ पर CBSE के स्कूल वाइज मे बी स्टेट वाइज सम डेटा वाज गिवन कि एवरेज बैच का स्कोर क्या है. We started digging out that data. We could find a quality data, and then we were able to generate कि top 1000 schools कौन से हैं country के. Lot of time data is available. You have to dig out that data. It's not going to be easily given to you on a plate. You have to search, find, research, apply your mind कि ये data कहाँ से निकल सकता है. And it's an art, right? Today in your working life you have to have that strong data skills, otherwise you can't survive. Creative thinking, think differently from the crowd. So हम इंडियन लैंग्वेज में उसको जुगाड़ भी बोल देते हैं ना. तो जुगाड़ भी चलता है. You need to have that creativity. Easily simple way में प्रॉब्लम को कैसे सॉल्व किया जाए. There is no fixed path. आप दिमाग लगाएंगे, हो सकता है आप ऐसा सोल्यूशन निकाल दो जो बहुत इजी टू यूज हो और सिंपल हो. राइट. इट्स ऑल अबाउट थिंकिंग डिफरेंटली, नॉट थिंकिंग कि जो पुराने लोग करते आए हैं बस वही आप सोचें. राइट. एंड देयर आर सो मेनी फ्रूगल सॉल्यूशन यू कैन कम आउट विद. राइट. एंड इमोशनल एंड सोशल इंटेलिजेंस. Now one piece of advice I want to give you all, because you all, the generation you belong to, right? So there are two strong pieces of advice I want to give you. One, be more with human beings than the machines. So when I say that, and I'm telling you, a lot of people today, when they fall into the problem of mental health, and it's only because move around with your friends, have more social circles, don't be limited to just 2-3 people, more exposure to human beings around you. Very, very important. Today challenge is you go home, you're working on laptop, you're working with mobile, and हमारे पास लोगों के लिए टाइम नहीं है, पेरेंट्स के लिए टाइम नहीं है, ना. तो अगर आप लाइफ में आगे ग्रो होना चाहते हो तो सबसे बड़ा जो चैलेंज है वो आज की डेट में इमोशनल और सोशल इंटेलिजेंस का है. You may not be realizing that, but it is a big challenge and you are going to face it. और अगर आपको उससे बाहर आना है तो एक ही इलाज है इसका. मतलब आप ये सोचिए, द एट द टॉप you manage only people, nothing more than that. आप अल्टीमेटली 2, 4, 5, 7 साल के बाद you are going, the moment you become a team lead, what is your role? Your individual performance is not going to matter much. What is going to matter is how you take work from the team, from the people. And if you are not able to understand them, you are not able to peep through their personality, right? You cannot do that face readings. You can never become a good leader, right? So that is one. And today we talk about not only IQ. So IQ is, everybody knows. Then we talk about EQ, emotional quotient. Then we talk about adversity quotient. See, a lot of us, when we get into certain adverse conditions, how do we react? Do we panic? कल मैं देख रहा था मेरे बेटे के फ्रेंड्स घर पे आए हुए थे और वो जोमेटो वाला आधा ऑर्डर दे के गायब हो गया एंड वो तीनों इतने परेशान हो गए. मैंने कहा अरे भाई एक ऑर्डर ही हुआ है, 2 बर्गर ही गायब हुए हैं, इतनी टेंशन, राइट? सो एडवर्सिटी क्वोशंट है वो. आप कैसे छोटी बड़ी और जिंदगी में जितना आप रिएक्शन को कंट्रोल करना सीख जाएंगे उतना ही आप बड़े लीडर बनने की आपके अंदर काबिलियत है, राइट? लीडरशिप डजंट स्टार्ट फ्रॉम सर्टेन ज्ञान, लीडरशिप स्टार्ट फ्रॉम सेल्फ कंट्रोल. हाउ यू रिएक्ट टू सर्टेन सर्कमस्टेंसेस. अगर चीजें खराब होगी और लीडर ही सबसे ज्यादा डर गया तो कौन कंट्रोल करेगा भाई? हु इज गोइंग टू कंट्रोल इट, राइट? सो adversity quotient, and obviously we talk about social quotient, which is how you behave your friends, you know, how you adjust. And I'm telling you the big part of the problem today, I don't know, I remember, and I have been strong advocate of not work from home types. I remember we opened, at least I started going to regularly office when the COVID hit us. I think October onwards I was regular in my office. Even in the second wave I was going to office, and trust me, जिन दो लोग बड़े खुश होते थे ना पहले कि बहुत बढ़िया है, घर में बैठे हैं, अपनी मर्जी से काम कर रहे हैं. अब ये वो जो लोग 2 साल पहले और 1 साल पहले बोलते थे, अब जब मैं उन लोगों से दोबारा मिलता हूँ अब वो परेशान है, कहते हैं कोई डिसिप्लिन नहीं बनता, टाइम पे हम कई बार उठ नहीं पाते हैं, हम इस चक्कर में सोते नहीं है टाइम पे बिकॉज कोई डिसिप्लिन नहीं है, राइट? देखिए, आप किसी भी कंपनी में, किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ज्यादा दिन गड़बड़ नहीं कर सकते. आई हैव सीन हाउ पीपल वर्क. सुबह उठे, सबसे पहले वो लैपटॉप का पावर बटन ऑन किया, है ना, ऑन किया, सॉफ्टवेयर को लॉगिन किया, अटेंडेंस शुरू हो गई. अभी वो सो रहे हैं. मेरे एक फ्रेंड की बेटी हमारे घर में एक दिन रहने के लिए आई और मेरी बेटी भी थी. तो मैंने उनको 8:30-9 बजे उठाया. तो वो लड़की उठी, सबसे पहले उसने पावर बटन ऑन किया. हम उठ के कुछ और करते हैं, पावर बटन ऑन किया कि 9 बज गए. मैंने कहा ये क्या है? बोले सर ऑफिस चालू हो गया. कितने दिन ऐसा ऑफिस चालू होगा? एट यंग एज इफ यू डू दिस, you think you're long term, you're going to survive? People are not built on pleasure. The foundation of a leader is from the pain, not from the pleasure, right? So अब मेरे एक फ्रेंड थे, वो पढ़ाते थे. पहले तो बड़ा मजा आया, कह रहे यार घर में स्टूडियो लगा दिया मेरी कंपनी ने, घर से ही लेक्चर लेता हूँ. ठंड है, पंजाबी में बोलते हैं ठंड है. पिछले महीने he came to me, I will not name the company where he's working. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? कह रहा मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी. मैंने कहा जॉब की छोड़ी? कह रहा यार मेरे बेटी की एडमिशन थी, वो हो गई, मुझे फाइनेंशियल वो चाहिए था, he is going to Australia now. अब मैंने जॉब छोड़ी. मैंने क्यों छोड़ी? कहता पागल हो गया मैं, कब तक दीवारों को पढ़ाऊंगा? He said मैं नहीं कर सकता. और अब मतलब वो इतना परेशान हो गया, दुखी हो गया, उसने जॉब ही छोड़ दी. एक तो होता है ना मॉडरेशन. तो मैं आपको जो बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ वो ये है, और ये सब चैलेंजेस हम सबके साथ आ सकते हैं. कीप अ बैलेंस, स्पेशली विद योर सोशल etiquettes or social I'll say intelligence. That is very 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 important in life to grow, and that is going to be one differentiating factor between you and others. I know these are typical buzzwords. So there's a word called upskilling, there's a word called reskilling. ये क्या है? अच्छा, anyone can tell me what is the difference between upskilling and reskilling? नाम तो सुना होगा ना? वो आप बोलो अभी तो सर हम स्किलिंग कर रहे हैं, अभी आप अपस्किलिंग और रीस्किलिंग की हमारे साथ कहाँ बात कर रहे हो? Okay, I'll tell you why I'm specific about these two words. क्योंकि मैंने आपको अभी थोड़े दिन पहले डिस्कशन शुरू किया, मैंने आपको क्या बोला? You are learning in the college or education institute specific skills. right? But today the technology cycles are very short. जैसे कार का मॉडल है ना, 3 साल से ऊपर नहीं चलता, उसकी आपको हेडलाइट ट्वीक करनी पड़ती है, कुछ चेंज करना पड़ता है, ओनली देन इट स्टार्ट सेलिंग अगेन. सो व्हाट यू आर डूइंग एक्चुअली, you are just making it little more fresh so that it can be sold again. The point is very simple here. आप जिस टाइम में अपने वर्किंग लाइफ को ज्वाइन करेंगे, राइट, एंड एवरेज पर्सन वर्क्स फॉर अराउंड 30 years minimum, right? In those 30-35 years, whatever you are going to work, you have to go through, in today's scenario I'm talking about, multiple times upskilling and reskilling. What does that mean? ध्यान से इसका मतलब समझना पहले आप. आज का वो टाइम है जो आपने आज सीखा, 5 साल बाद वो इंडस्ट्री से रिडंडेंट हो गया. ठीक है, मुझे याद है when we started Bullseye, now it is Bullseye, तो लोग कोरल में काम करते थे. और मुझे याद है मैंने भी जब मैंने खुद कोरल सीखा, आई यूज्ड टू डिजाइन सम ऑफ माय एड ऑफ माय ओन बिकॉज आई हैव दैट इंटरेस्ट इन डिजाइनिंग एंड एस्थेटिक्स. फिर फोटोशॉप आया, आज हम सब लोग कैनवा पे काम करते हैं मैक्सिमम. आई थिंक सोशल मीडिया आप लोग जो पोस्ट बनाते होंगे सब आई थिंक कैनवा पे ही बनती होंगी मैक्सिमम, राइट? द पॉइंट इज व्हाट, वो लोग जो आज भी फोटोशॉप यूज कर रहे हैं, फोटोशॉप यूज करने में लगेंगे उसी चीज के लिए 25 मिनट, कैनवा में वही काम हो जाएगा 5 मिनट में. बट अगर आप अपने आप को चेंज नहीं करना चाहते, अब ये अपस्किलिंग है, राइट? एक सॉफ्टवेयर से दूसरे सॉफ्टवेयर में जंप करना, दूसरे से तीसरे पे जंप करना, राइट? यू हैव टू कॉन्स्टेंटली शार्पन योरसेल्फ. और रीस्किलिंग का मतलब है कि जो आप करते थे वो खत्म ही हो गया. बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो आज ऑफिसेज में हो रही हैं, एंड सडनली वन डे यू आर रिडंडेंट. चैट जीपीटी के बाद बहुत लोग डरे हुए हैं, बहुत ज्यादा लोग डरे हुए हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हो रही हैं उसके अंदर चैट जीपीटी आप कर सकते हो. द माइंड बॉगलिंग. आज हमारी कंटेंट राइटिंग की टीम, मुझे एक्चुअल में तो बंदा वो चाहिए जो चैट जीपीटी में कॉन्टेक्चुअली अच्छा सा क्वेश्चन पूछ के अच्छा सा कंटेंट निकलवा सके, मैं उसको यूज कर लूंगा. राइटिंग वाला बंदा तो चाहिए. तो सडनली स्किल राइटिंग से गिविंग इनपुट्स टू द मशीन हो गया. फर्क समझ रहे हो? चेंज हो गया, स्किल चेंज हो गया. ग्रामर तो मुझे चाहिए नहीं, अब ग्रामर तो मशीन लिख देगी ना, मुझे ग्रामर की अच्छी चाहिए ज्यादा. यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग? So in your working life, and for that you need different skills. Okay, हमें लगता है बहुत डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज आ गई हैं. ट्रस्ट मी, अगले 2 decades टेक्नोलॉजी के इससे खतरनाक होने वाले हैं, और इतनी डिस्ट्रप्टिव चीजें आने वाली हैं आप अभी सोच भी नहीं सकते, और हम सोच ही नहीं सकते. आई विल से वी हैव नो आइडिया. आप देखिए आज जितने बिलियनियर हैं वो सारे वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने सारा काम पिछले 3 decades में किया है. वो लोग नहीं है जो 100 साल पहले, या हेनरी फोर्ड आज बिलियनियर या उनकी फैमिली बिलियनियर नहीं है, राइट? सो टोटल टेक्नोलॉजी ही ग्रोथ देगी, टेक्नोलॉजी मिलियनियर बिलियनियर बनाने वाली है, राइट? अभी बहुत कुछ बाकी है टेक्नोलॉजी में, and you are going to witness lot of changes in social and cultural transformation. You're going to witness that very soon. Probably 20 years back we had a different idea of marriage, different idea of a family, different idea of friends, and this is changing. Every 10 years you'll some. Okay, coming back to one of the important thing why we all are here is planning your career, right? It starts from 2-3 things. पहली चीज, your self assessment and personality. इसका मतलब क्या है? देखो, जिंदगी में अगर आप सक्सेसफुल होना चाहते हो तो 2 चीजें बहुत जरूरी हैं. एक, आप अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे खेलो. आपको क्या फर्क पड़ता था सचिन तेंदुलकर ने ग्रेजुएशन की या नहीं की? कोई फर्क पड़ता था हमें? नहीं फर्क पड़ता था. We wanted him to be a good cricketer and he was good cricketer. बात खत्म हो गई. And who was bothered whether Sachin Tendulkar could dance or not? Nobody. Right. So the point is, he knew that मेरी strength cricket है. और आप देखिए अगर सचिन तेंदुलकर से जो बहुत सारी चीजें सीखने को मिलती हैं, वो दो चीजें तो मैं आपको बता सकता हूं जो मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगती हैं उनकी पर्सनालिटी के बारे में. पहली, आप ये देखिए कि कितने साल उन्होंने इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट खेला. How many years he played? He started I think in the 16-17. इतना लंबा क्रिकेटिंग करियर होना बहुत मुश्किल है, राइट? और वो क्यों खेल पाए? Because he was the most disciplined person in the team. लेफ्ट हो, राइट हो, जूनियर हो, सीनियर हो, अगर टीम जा रही है सबसे पहले नेट प्रैक्टिस पे सचिन तेंदुलकर आएगा. जब वो पीक पे था तब भी वैसे आता था, पीक पे नहीं था तब भी वैसे आता था. बात खत्म है. मतलब हार्डवर्क एंड डिसिप्लिन. ये नहीं कि रात को पार्टी हो गई, कि सो गए, बस ही वॉज फिक्स, दुनिया इधर की उधर हो जाए, मुझे तो सबसे पहले नेट प्रैक्टिस करनी है. ही सेज कि 10,000 आवर्स चाहिए आपको किसी भी चीज में प्रैक्टिस के लीजेंड बनने के लिए. सेकंड थिंग, देखो ये जो पावर होती है ना, पावर यू कॉल इट, इट करप्ट्स एंड इट करप्ट्स एब्सोल्युटली. पावर को छोड़ना बहुत मुश्किल है. वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू लीव पावर. आप कॉलेज के क्लास के सीआरई बन जाते हो तभी हमें लगता है कि हम कुछ बन गए हैं. क्लब के कोई आप चेयरमैन बन जाते हो, इंचार्ज बन जाते हो, हमें फीलिंग आने लग जाती है, राइट? यू एक्वायर सर्टेन पावर. सो सचिन तेंदुलकर व्हेन ही वाज मेड कैप्टन, he started realizing कि my game is going down because of my captaincy. He quit it. He said मुझे कैप्टन बनना ही नहीं है, मुझे क्रिकेट खेलना है. और उसको कोई ईगो नहीं था कि मेरा जूनियर अब आके, ये वो बच्चा जो मुझे बोलता था सचिन आप तो गॉड हो, आज वो मुझे इंस्ट्रक्शन देगा कि यहां पे खड़ा हो ग्राउंड में. सैक्रिफाइस चाहिए इसके लिए. हर इंसान इस चीज को डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर सकता, मुश्किल है. आप समझ रहे हैं मैं क्या समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं? तो सचिन तेंदुलकर इसीलिए खेला, एक कोई ईगो नहीं थी, मुझे तो अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलना है, मैं कैप्टन हूं नहीं हूं मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मेरे रूल पक्के हैं, मैं रोज हार्डवर्क करूंगा. दो चीजें आई थिंक आई हैव ट्राइड टू एक्सप्लेन इट टू यू. सो अब जब आप क्रिकेट बात कर रहे थे लर्निंग के लिए, है ना, अब हम आपका करियर प्लान की बात कर रहे हैं, तो दो चीजें आपके बारे में अगर आप सक्सेसफुल होना चाहते हैं. पहली, अंडरस्टैंड योर स्ट्रेंथ्स. जो आपका पर्सनालिटी है उसके अराउंड खेलो, ठीक है? उससे बाहर जाके खेलोगे तो हमेशा वीक रहोगे. तो अभी क्या है, सब लोगों को एक ही चीज दिखती है, बस पैकेज कितना है, आप उससे जेल करते हो नहीं करते हो. ट्रस्ट मी, पैसा जब आप, जो लोग पैसा कमाना शुरू करते हैं ना, और वो दे आर नॉट लविंग व्हाट दे डू, 2-3 साल में दुखी होके जितने मर्जी पैसे मिले लोग छोड़ देते हैं काम को. तो एक, अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट यू आर, because to become successful you need the top level of expertise in that area, and you can only reach that if it gels with what you are and what you love doing. ठीक है? आपके कॉलेज से बादशाह भी निकला है. जब बादशाह पॉपुलर नहीं था तो मुझे ना पता नहीं था बादशाह है, तो मैं चंडीगढ़ से फ्लाइट ले रहा था, ही वाज इन बॉक्सर्स स्नीकर्स में था, और लंबा चढ़ा ऊंचा है, तो मैं जा रहा था, लोगों ने फोटो दो चार ने खिंचवाई, तो मैंने किसी को पूछा, मैंने कहा कौन है, कहता है कबड्डी प्लेयर. तो मुझे तो पता नहीं था. देन जब वो टीवी पे मैंने बाद में देखा तो मैंने कहा यार ये कबड्डी प्लेयर नहीं था, ये तो सिंगर था. सो द पॉइंट इज, and there are so many people from your college who are working fantastic even in the world of music, and I know at least a lot of them in the different fields, right? So it's all about doing what you love. That is very, very important. और देखो जब आप अपनी प्लानिंग कर रहे हो, अब मान लो कोई बोलता मुझे आईएएस की तैयारी करनी है, ठीक है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपको फैमिली की सपोर्ट हो, क्योंकि 4 साल 3 साल घर में बैठ के तैयारी करना या छोटी हल्की फुल्की जॉब लेके तैयारी करना, अगर आपको अपने सपोर्ट सिस्टम से प्रेशर आएगा आप नहीं कर पाओगे। सो यू नो आपके फाइनेंशियल्स क्या है, आपकी फैमिली सपोर्ट क्या है, आपके शॉर्ट टर्म प्लान्स क्या है, आपके लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान्स है। कई बार क्या होता है ना, आप हॉप करते हो। मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं बिजनेस में हम कैसे हॉप करते हैं। See, I am from a typical middle class family. I learned my ABCD in class 6th. I studied in a government school, and we had that limitation of money when I thought of becoming an entrepreneur, right? So obviously the first thing that you can enter the service industry, where it is less capital intensive and more work intensive or labor intensive. I'll use it. Business दो तरीके के होते हैं, एक labor intensive और एक capital intensive. फैक्ट्री खड़ी करनी है, capital चाहिए, बहुत बड़ा पैसा चाहिए, है ना। So I remember in our first 5 years of business we were doing all the things which were not very capital intensive, and after working for 10 years we decided we are going to start a school which was a capital intensive, right? Today we run 7 schools of CBSE. The point is very simple, you hop. So short term was very clear, short term to long term, क्योंकि ये स्टेज में के बाद पैसा ही पैसे को खींचता है ना, as simple as that. तो वो प्रोसेस है, जर्नी है, तो आपको पता होना चाहिए मुझे शॉर्ट टर्म में क्या करना है, लॉन्ग टर्म में क्या करना है. There has to be some clarity about it. तो जब आप कैंपस प्लेसमेंट में जा रहे हो तो 2-3 चीजें, एक आपका प्रोफाइल और आपको ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या मिल रही है. देखो पहले 5 साल आइडली यू आर द बेस्ट ऑफ एनर्जी. देखो हमारा जो एनर्जी का ग्राफ है वो एज के साथ साथ कम होता है, ठीक है. तो आपका जो बेस्ट टाइम होता है ना, दैट इज बिटवीन मे बी 22 to 30, जहां पे आप सबसे ज्यादा फुल एनर्जी के साथ होते हो, ठीक है. अब उस टाइम में आपका फोकस सीखने में ज्यादा होना चाहिए, पैसे कमाने में नहीं. 4 साल पहले घर बन भी गया या 4 साल ज्यादा किराया दे भी दिया, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा, कोई ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, राइट. टाइम है ना पे बड़े अच्छे अच्छे कई बार लोग आते हैं. तो एक बार एक बिलियनियर आए कनाडा के, उन्होंने और सॉरी यूएस में भी काम किया था. 3 एग्जिट किए थे उन्होंने, 3 exits. 3 exits in US, you mean amount of money. He said, "Yeah, let me talk." We were talking, and someone asked, "What is your idea of rich?" He said, "Yeah, you are as rich as you spend. You are as rich as you spend. If you think you are as rich as your bank balance, you are stupid on earth. Because once you die, that money is going to, even you don't know to whom this money is going, maybe, and nobody is going to bother after 2 generations what you did and what you did not." So that's the idea of money is very simple. Is what you can spend, what you can enjoy, not what your bank balance. And probably here we understand about work-life balance at the end of the day. That is very, very important, right? So point is very simple. पहले 5 साल और पहले 3 साल तो आपका फोकस सीखने पे होना चाहिए. 1 लाख कम मिल गया, 2 लाख का पैकेज कम मिल गया, 3 लाख का कम मिल गया, अगले 3 साल में कितने का फर्क पड़ जाएगा? करो कैलकुलेट, तुम तो सब इंजीनियर हो यार. कितनी सेविंग का फर्क पड़ जाएगा तुम्हारा? 5, 7, 8, 10 लाख का. तुम्हारी जिंदगी इसकी वर्थ नहीं है, उससे बहुत ऊपर है. ये 5-7 लाख के चक्कर में वहां काम कर रहे हो जहां दिल नहीं लगता, पर 2 लाख फालतू मिल रहे हैं. तुम्हें समझ में नहीं आएगा, तुम 10 साल बाद तुम्हें समझ में आएगा, अरे यार मैं बेवकूफ था उस टाइम कि मैं 2 लाख के चक्कर में उधर चला गया जिधर मुझे जाना ही नहीं था. देखो आप सबकी टेंडेंसी यही होगी, मैं भी बता रहा हूं, ठीक है. मेरा काम तो आपको बताना है, आप में से कुछ लोग अभी वही देखोगे और बोलेंगे जो सामने खड़ा है पता नहीं क्या बकवास कर रहा है। हमने माँ बाप ने सोचा था कि भाई अच्छे कॉलेज में जाओगे तो प्लेसमेंट अच्छी हो जाएगी। देखो माँ बाप तो क्लिनिकल पार्ट ढूंढते हैं। अच्छे कॉलेज में गए, प्लेसमेंट हो गई तो बोलेंगे सेट हो गया, अब इसकी शादी कर दो। यू नो, उनका एक स्टैंडर्ड सोचने का तरीका है, आप उसको चेंज नहीं कर सकते। आपको देखना आप क्या करना चाहते हो, बिकॉज दैट्स योर लाइफ। एट सैलरी एंड पर्क्स, कंपनी एंड कल्चर, टॉक्सिसिटी है। पता लगा आपने 2 लाख फालतू तो कमा लिया और आप पता लगा मेंटली इल हो गए, स्ट्रेस आ गया, उसका क्या फायदा? मेंटली वीक हो गए, किस काम के वो पैसे? एंड मैं आपको स्ट्रांग बोलूंगा कि जहां आपको वर्क फ्रॉम होम मिले बिल्कुल भी मत जाना। ये मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव है, मैं नहीं कह रहा सबका ठीक है, सबके अपने पर्सपेक्टिव। क्यों? क्योंकि इस स्टेज में आपको सीखना है कि आपके साथ वाले कैसे काम करते हैं, उनके बिहेवियर कैसे हैं। मुझे याद है जब मैं पहली बार ज्वाइन हुआ तो मेरे साथ में एक बुढ़े अंकल बैठते थे, हाँ, और कभी कभी हम बात कर लिया करते थे। वन फाइन डे he calls the peon from the back and says, ये डॉक्यूमेंट मिस्टर मदान को दे देना, और वो मेरे साथ बैठा हुआ है। मैंने कहा इसको क्या हो गया कि भाई तू मुझे पकड़ा रहे, ये ले डॉक्यूमेंट। उधर पियन को आवाज मारी पीछे से। थोड़ा पहली बार तो मेरा सिर घूमा, मैंने कहा ये क्या बिहेवियर है। फिर मैंने भी वही किया थोड़े दिन बाद, मैंने कहा मिस्टर कपूर को दे देना। बट द पॉइंट इज आपको ऐसे लोग मिलेंगे और फिर आपको ये भी सीखना है कि ऐसे लोगों से डील कैसे करना है। पर ऑफिस जाओगे तो करेगा ना, घर के लैपटॉप में और घर के कई बार तो टॉयलेट में बैठ के आप काम कर रहे हो तो तब नहीं पता लगेगा वो। ओके, कमिंग बैक टू द सेकंड नेक्स्ट पॉइंट व्हिच आई वांट टू डिस्कस इज रिलेटेड टू प्लेसमेंट की तो बात हो गई। देखो प्लेसमेंट के लिए 1-2 एडवाइजेस और। कंपनी को रिसर्च करो, कंपनी कैसी ग्रोथ ले रही है, क्योंकि आप देखो जो कंपनियां ऐसे जाती हैं वो कई बार ऐसे भी आती हैं। आप देखो कितने ले ऑफ्स हो रहे हैं, और ले ऑफ्स क्यों हो रहे हैं? क्योंकि इन कंपनी ने माइंडलेस हायरिंग की एट द कोविड टाइम्स। 2 साल काम निकलवाया, अब सबको लात मार दो। कल्चर ऐसा है। देयर आर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कभी नहीं निकालेंगी, स्लो पेस पे हायर करेंगी, पक्का हायर करेंगी, आगे बढ़ेंगे। डिपेंड्स वेयर यू वांट टू गो। तो कंपनी को रिसर्च करो, वो क्या कर रही है रिसर्च करो, कुछ ज्यादा टाइम नहीं है, 2-4 घंटे में सब गेम समझ में आ जाती है। कमिंग बैक टू द फर्दर स्टडीज, देखो आप एक अच्छे कॉलेज में हो तो अगर आप आगे पढ़ना चाहते हो, कॉम्प्रोमाइज का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं बनता। 1 साल लेट चले जाओ, और अच्छे कॉलेज का मतलब अच्छी प्लेसमेंट नहीं होता सिर्फ, ये सबसे बड़ी मिथ है। अच्छा कॉलेज आपकी पर्सनालिटी को शेप करता है। अच्छा कॉलेज आपके अंदर वो डिसिप्लिन डालता है जो शायद आप सारी जिंदगी उसको यूज कर पाओ अच्छे से। मुझे याद है हमारे पास एक स्टूडेंट थी, शी यूज्ड टू वर्क विद अस ऑन इंटर्नशिप एंड शी वाज फ्रॉम SRCC। तो उसका एडमिशन हुआ IIFT में। तो शी केम टू मी बिफोर गोइंग टू द कॉलेज, शी सेड सर मैं ना एक काम करना चाहती हूँ, मैं ना आपके साथ आई कंटिन्यू विद यू वर्किंग यू नो ऑन पार्ट टाइम बेसिस। मैंने कहा ठीक है, वेरी गुड, डू वन थिंग, यू गो टू द कॉलेज, गिव मी अ कॉल आफ्टर 1 मंथ। तो महीने बाद हमारी बात हुई। मैंने कहा तो एंड वो थोड़ी ना वो थी, लाउड थी पर्सनैलिटी। बोली सर यहाँ तो लोग पागल हैं। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ, सोते ही नहीं है? कह रही 10-15 दिन तो मैं भी 4-4 घंटे सोए, मैंने तो सूर्य बस जितना है देखी जाएगी। कह रही सर आपका काम तो दूर की बात है, अपना काम ही नहीं खत्म होता। रात को 10 बजे असाइनमेंट देते थे, सुबह सबमिशन मांग लेते हैं, आपको पता नहीं है, खाना खाने जाओ टेस्ट डिक्लेयर कर देते हैं। मुझे तो पता था ये कुछ जॉब जो कुछ कर नहीं सकती मेरे साथ। 1 महीने बाद मुझे तो बड़ी क्लैरिटी थी। Probably she did had clarity, she had a different idea because SRCC में उसने सोचा कि जैसे SRCC में समोसे पकौड़े खा लेते थे, कैंटीन में जाके आधा दिन गप्पे मारी, पढ़ लिए, हो गया काम, नंबर भी अच्छे आ गए, यहाँ भी ये हो जाएगा। एकदम अपसाइड डाउन। और वो पहली चीज क्या करवाते हैं, अच्छा एमबीए कॉलेज पहले 3 महीने सिर्फ एक ही चीज सिखाता है आपको, रात दिन का फर्क खत्म, दिन में 16 घंटे काम कैसे करना है। पहली बात तो यही डिसिप्लिन है बस, और कुछ नहीं है। वो आपकी जो आपकी एफिशिएंसी 7 घंटे की है ना, सबसे पहला काम करते हैं उसको 12 घंटे तक कैसे पहुंचाना है। जैसे वो कमांडो ट्रेनिंग में क्या करते हैं, एक ही काम करते हैं पहले, कि सबसे पहले तो इतना घिसाते हैं कि बंदे को घिसने की आदत पड़ जाए। तो अच्छा कॉलेज आपके होराइजन्स को ब्रॉड करता है ना। और ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, हमें एक एज होती है, मैं आई रिमेन टॉपर ऑफ कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी, यू नो, व्हेन आई वाज डूइंग माय इंजीनियरिंग देन एमबीए। और मैं भी कभी सुबह कभी टाइम पे नहीं उठा, एग्जाम होंगे बस मैं टाइम पे उठूंगा और सीधा एग्जाम देने गए। एंड यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, जब मैंने बुलजाई शुरू किया तो 4 बच्चे आ गए, बोले सर मॉर्निंग बैच। तो पहले तो मैंने भी अपनी आंखें खोली, मॉर्निंग बैच कितने बजे, टाइम 6:45 बजे, अभी तक याद है। मैं तो 6:45 कभी उठा नहीं। ट्रस्ट मी, मैंने 10 साल सुबह 6:30 ऑफिस खोला है, और वो मैंने अपनी पढ़ाई की जिंदगी में कभी नहीं मैं उठा पढ़ने के लिए। लेकिन जब नेक्स्ट लाइफ का सिचुएशन आई, आपको, मेरे पार्टनर है तो उसको ड्राइविंग से बड़ा एतराज है, बहुत परेशान था ना यार, और हिल की ड्राइविंग तो बहुत तकलीफ है, जाने में ड्राइव ही नहीं करना। और किस्मत देखो, 4 साल पहले वी लॉन्च्ड अ स्कूल को ब्रांडेड विद आईआईटी मंडी। अब भाई साहब को हिल में ड्राइव भी करनी पड़ती है और 7 घंटे लगातार भी ड्राइव करना पड़ता है। लाइफ में ना ये मत सोचो कि यार ये नहीं मैं करूंगा, जिंदगी के किस मोड़ पे आपको जिंदगी क्या करवा दे, होराइजन्स ओपन करने हैं, इनहिबिशंस तोड़नी है। अच्छा कॉलेज यही करता है ना। और तो टीचर्स तो खैर अच्छे हैं, दैट्स डिफरेंट। नाउ कमिंग बैक टू, इफ यू वांट टू डू एमटेक में, मुझे कोई ज्यादा जूस दिखता नहीं है आप लोगों के लिए इंडिया में, ऑनेस्ट रिप्लाई दे रहा हूँ। ऑब्वियसली somebody want to do something from IIT Bombay types, it's okay, or some of the top IITs. But coming back to MS, anybody interested in MS here thinking बाहर पढ़ने की? Okay, I can see few hands. देखो, टॉप कॉलेज की गेम थोड़ी डिफरेंट चलती है, और मैं बिल्कुल हवा में बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अभी मेरा कजन है, उसकी बेटी की एंड टू एंड एडमिशन प्रोसेसिंग की एसे राइटिंग में मैंने ही हेल्प की है, एंड शी गॉट एडमिशन इन MIT एज वेल एज स्टैनफोर्ड अभी। और उसका जो ब्रदर है उसकी मैंने की थी, ही गॉट 100% स्कॉलरशिप इन स्टैनफोर्ड। स्टैनफोर्ड में एडमिशन मिलना बहुत बड़ी बात होती है, और स्टैनफोर्ड जैसे कॉलेज में अगर आपको 100% स्कॉलरशिप मिल जाए तो आप समझ सकते हो क्या है, ठीक है। अब उसके बेसिक चीजें हैं, एक तो आपको मल्टी डायमेंशनल बनना है, सिर्फ टेक्निकल नहीं, बी ए पार्ट ऑफ सोसाइटीज, क्लब्स, एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर्स, get those leadership qualities, that is one part. And obviously you need a GRE score, or if you are doing, want to look for MBA, then probably a GMAT score. Build your profile, and most important thing is you have to be very careful about when you write your essays and fill application forms, because वहां आप तो जान ही रहे हो, आपका essay आपके चिट्ठी की तरह है, it's like your letter that portrays you, and how well you portray yourself in that piece of language defines you, right? So be, तो अब अगर कोई तैयारी कर रहा है तो 3rd ईयर में ही आपको पढ़ाई, आइडियली 3rd ईयर में आपको GRE एंड तक खत्म कर लेना चाहिए, so that in the final year you are only applying. First round usually happens when you are in the final year, सितंबर में फर्स्ट राउंड आ जाएगा, सितंबर में अच्छे कॉलेज का, ठीक है। स्कॉलरशिप मिलना यूएस में बहुत टफ है, बट और अगर आप MBA करना चाहते हो तो मेरा सजेशन रहेगा गो फॉर ए वर्क एक्स। अब्रॉड की बात कर रहा हूँ, इंडिया में नहीं बात कर रहा हूँ। इंडिया में आप डायरेक्टली आफ्टर ग्रेजुएशन इजीली जा सकते हो, और एडवांटेज भी है उसका, मैं आपको बताऊंगा क्यों है। बाहर का मतलब है 2 से 3 साल का मिनिमम वर्क एक्स, and you need a score of, even in India if you want to go for ISB you need 2-3 years experience, and a score of top league means 700 plus तो पक्का चाहिए, but a good score of 720 plus will make you know reach the good college depending upon all other parameters in place. इंडिया में अगर आप एमबीए कर रहे हो तो थर्ड ईयर में ही राइट टाइम है तैयारी करने का, so that before final year actually fifth sixth semester you end up your all CAT coaching, so that 8th 7th semester you are also focused on your campus placement also. और मैंने बहुत सारी ये लोगों का देखा है कि एमबीए की तैयारी कर रहे थे, अच्छे आय में जा सकते थे, जैसी अच्छी प्लेसमेंट हुई छोड़ दिया, फिर 1.5 से 2 साल बाद बात होती है, फिर बोलते हैं सर गलती कर दी, उस टाइम बस मन बहक गया कि यार पैकेज तो अच्छा मिल गया। अब आपके ही कॉलेज का एक स्टूडेंट था जिसका नाम था सिद्धार्थ आलूवालिया, मुझे तो उसका नाम क्यों याद है मैं बताता हूँ। ये बंदा वो था जब जीआरई में ना पेपर 1600 का होता था, अभी तो इट इज आउट ऑफ 340, ये बंदे का 1600 आउट ऑफ 1600 स्कोर आया हुआ था, ठीक है, फुल स्कोर। ऑब्वियसली उसको टॉप यूनिवर्सिटी तो मिलनी थी, और फरवरी में उसको मिल गया था, कैट नवंबर में होता है, और वो क्लासेस उतनी ईमानदारी से लगाता था, वैसे ही पढ़ता था जैसे जैसे उसका कुछ हुआ ही ना हुआ। तो उसकी सारे आइम्स की कॉल आई। आई रिमेंबर हमने एक वी कंडक्ट अ वर्कशॉप व्हेन समबडी गेट ए आइम कॉल, तो मुझे अभी तक याद है हम उनको बाहर लेके गए थे आउट ऑफ चंडीगढ़, तो मेरी उससे इंट्रैक्शन हुई सिद्धार्थ से, एंड ही वाज रियली वरीड कि सर मुझे इंटरव्यू में अच्छा नहीं हुआ, मेरा मॉक इंटरव्यू ठीक नहीं गया, एवरीथिंग। ऑब्वियसली ही टुक ऑल इंटरव्यूज, और जब आइम्स के रिजल्ट आए ही क्लियर्ड, अहमदाबाद उसका वेटिंग था और बैंगलोर उसका क्लियर हो गया था। तो फिर मैंने उसको पूछा, मैंने कहा सिद्धार्थ क्या प्लान है? कह रहा नहीं नहीं सर मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ मैं यूएस ही जाऊंगा। अब आपको कि यार ये बंदा पागल था, इतने दिल से लगा हुआ था, अहमदाबाद का इंटरव्यू वैसे दिया, बेंगलोर भी वैसे दिया, और मैं जाना तो नहीं तो इंटरव्यू क्यों दे रहा था। हाँ, जो लीडर होता है ना वो उसको इससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, होगा तब मैं टॉपर हूँ, मैं बॉन्ड हूँ और मैं हर जगह बॉन्ड प्रूव करूंगा। मेरे लिए पर्सनल अकम्पलिशमेंट है कि मैंने आईएम को इंटरव्यू सारे क्रैक किए, क्योंकि आगे भी तो इंटरव्यू देने हैं ना। इट्स ए पर्सनल प्राइड फॉर मी, ठीक है। वो जो लीडरशिप की बात है वहां दिखती है आपको, राइट? And I don't know how many of you can think like Siddharth Ahluwalia, who has a clarity 1 year before and he will still slog to make it to the top. Because people at the top have a different thinking, and I'm trying to tell you that कि अगर आप अलग नहीं सोचोगे ना दुनिया से, और जो टॉप पे जाते हैं ना लोग वो अलग सोचते हैं, थोड़ा सा हटके सोचते हैं, एवरेज मीडियोकर की तरह एक्ट नहीं करते। एंड इंडिया पीछे, तो इंडिया अब्रॉड, और एक चीज जो इसके बाद है प्रोबेबली, आई थिंक नहीं, विल डिस्कस मूव। वन थिंग कुड बी, if you want to get into the jobs, a lot of people are attracted towards PSU also through GATE. Sometimes I have seen civil services, sometimes other exams also you have. देखो पैशन है। अभी मेरे पार्टनर एक कोर्स करके आए, आई एम कलकत्ता से, so one of his course director, so he was a IIT Delhi mechanical engineer and PhD in economics from IIM Bangalore, economics, right? सुपर। तो बहुत कुछ चेंज हो सकता है, राइट? देखो सिविल सर्विसेज के लिए अगर आपने तैयारी करनी है तो प्रॉब्ली अभी से ही गियर अप हो जाओ, सोचना शुरू करो, करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ने शुरू करो। आज का जो पेपर आ रहा है ना वो रट्टे वाला नहीं है, वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाला है। जैसे हम क्लैट के पेपर की भी तैयारी कराते हैं, तो जो लॉ का पेपर है उसका जीके बड़ी डिफरेंट आने लग गई है। मान लो आज पिछले साल एक न्यूज़ थी कि हमारे ऑनरेबल नए प्रेसिडेंट मैम आए, ठीक है। अब क्वेश्चन ये नहीं है कि प्रेसिडेंट का नाम क्या है, क्वेश्चन कहाँ से आएगा? अब प्रेसिडेंट तो एक टॉपिक है कि प्रेसिडेंट की पर्सनल हिस्ट्री आ गई। अच्छा, प्रेसिडेंट इंडिया में कैसे इलेक्ट होता है, हमने किस तरीके के प्रेसिडेंशियल सिस्टम को कॉपी किया है, किस कंट्री से कॉपी किया है। जो टॉप कंट्रीज हैं वर्ल्ड की, वहां पे प्रेसिडेंट का इलेक्शन कैसे होता है, प्रेसिडेंट की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पावर्स क्या हैं, आप समझ रहे हो। अब बात सिर्फ प्रेसिडेंट की नहीं है, उसके 360 डिग्री घूमने की है, पर्सपेक्टिव बिल्ड करने की है। तो अगर इफ यू आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर सिविल सर्विसेज, यू हैव इंटरेस्ट, और आपके कॉलेज से तो आज तो हमारे चंडीगढ़ के एडवाइजर सर ही फ्रॉम यूर एलुमनाई हैं, तो आपके सामने जीते जाते और इंस्पायरिंग लोग हैं सामने, तो और वो आपको अच्छा लगता है कीजिए, लेकिन उसके लिए अभी से प्रोसेस शुरू कीजिए। यू हैव टू गेट इनटू करंट अफेयर्स, रीडिंग constant newspapers, build your perspective about India as a nation. Probably you have to revisit those history, geography of India and the world, what you did not sometimes read seriously in class 8th to 12th probably. Some people obviously had exposure till 10th. Right? So for that, again you need different mindset. और IAS की तैयारी क्लियर अगर किसी को है, एक ही एडवाइस दूंगा कि 3 साल से नीचे का स्पेक्ट्रम पकड़ के मत चलना। अदर मतलब तुम बोलो कि 1 साल बाद मैं 1 साल ट्राई करूंगा बाहर आ जाऊंगा, मैं कहूंगा नॉट रिकमेंडेड। हाँ, तुम 3 साल, मैं तुम पहले साल में हो गए बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन होराइजन, क्योंकि 3 साल से नीचे आउटपुट नहीं आएगी। आउटपुट की आने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बेस्ट जो है 3 के बाद नहीं है, 3 तक बेस्ट है। ठीक है, दैट्स द ओनली पीस ऑफ एडवाइस। Okay, so I have certain things which I just jolted down in my mind about when I see a lot of people, and I met so many people in life who are very successful and at different platforms, observations. So one thing, hard work will always beat talent. Remember this golden rule. आप जो यहाँ लोग बैठे हो ना, यहाँ पे भी 2 तरीके के लोग होंगे। एक जो सुपर इंटेलिजेंट थे, वो कछुए और खरगोश वाली कहानी है, और लास्ट के जेई के पिछले 3-4 महीने में खींच के भी यहां पहुंच गए। कुछ लोग वो होंगे जो पूरे 2 से 3 साल घिसे होंगे और यहां पहुंचने के लिए। आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू ऑफेंड समवन, ठीक है, बट ये ध्यान रखना, जिंदगी की रेस कछुआ ही जीतता है, वो कहानी में भी खरगोश नहीं जीता था, वो सिंबॉलिक है, असली रेस नहीं हुई थी, है ना। लोगों ने उसके वर्जन भी आगे बना रखे हैं, जो व्हाट्सएप पे चलते हैं बहुत सारे, कि कछुआ बीच में सो गया फिर उठ गया, ऑल दैट बुलशिट। बट द लॉजिक इज वेरी सिंपल, कछुआ इज हार्ड वर्क एंड खरगोश इज टैलेंट। टैलेंट विदाउट हार्ड वर्क विल नेवर लीड टू सक्सेस इन द लॉन्ग रन। यू मे acquire success in the short term, and that may sometimes make you blind also. That's the golden rule, remember that. Okay, लंबी रेस का घोड़ा वही है जो हार्ड वर्क करेगा लगातार। और कई बार हम ना अपने पॉलिटिशियंस को बोलते हैं, यार क्या है, मैं आपको बात बताऊं, जो पॉलिटिशियन की लाइफ है ना इतनी टफ है, आप लोग सोच ही नहीं सकते। मुझे कोई ना जानकार थे, तो वो वैसे ही बता रहे थे, तो कहते हैं कि किसी ने शरद पवार जी को मिलना था, तो उन्होंने टाइम मांगा, उन्होंने बोला 3 बजे। तो अब आपको कोई 3 बजे मीटिंग का टाइम बोले, तो आपको, मुझे नहीं लगता आप में से कोई सोचेगा रात को 3 बजे, अनलेस कोई यूएस की मीटिंग हो। वो कहते हैं कि सर 3 से 4 जो क्लोज लोग होते हैं उनको 3 से 4 के बीच में मिलते हैं। ठीक है, कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में कोई 3 बजे नहीं उठता भाई इंडिया में काम करने के लिए। मैं आपको जो बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि एक पॉलिटिशियन 80 साल की उम्र में भी 18 घंटे काम करता है। हार्ड वर्क, forget about rest of the other semantics in place, lot of effort, be a student throughout. ये मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूं, मैंने आपको बताया कि आज हम जिस इरा में हैं, इस इरा में टेक्नोलॉजी और लर्निंग की लाइफ साइकिल्स बहुत छोटी होती जा रही हैं। आज जो है कल वो टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, आज जो प्रोसेस है कल प्रोसेस ही बंद हो गया। अगर आप लगातार सीख सकते हैं नई चीजें, विच इज थ्रू रीस्किलिंग और अपस्किलिंग, यू विल सर्वाइव। राइट, आई सी माई सेल्फ एज ए रेगुलर स्टूडेंट। पिछले 5 साल में पता नहीं मैंने क्या नहीं सीखा, डिजिटल मार्केटिंग टू SEO। टुडे आई कैन मेक ब्यूटीफुल सॉफ्टवेयर्स मैं मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर हूँ, पर मुझे लगता है आज मेरा कोडिंग में मैं बहुत खुद कोड नहीं करता हूँ, बट प्रॉब्लली द बिजनेस एनालिसिस, द वे वी कोड द थिंग्स, फैंटास्टिक. सो द पॉइंट इज वेरी सिंपल, यू लर्न. अब मैं बोलूँ मैं तो मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर, मुझे तो किसी ने कभी कोडिंग सिखाई नहीं, कभी सीखी नहीं, मैं क्यों घुसूं? आपको चीज आती है, सबसे पहले कूदो, सीखो, लर्न करो, और आप लोग सीखोगे तो सीख लोगे. सिंपल, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. बी अमंग राइट पीपल, दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इसके दो पर्सपेक्टिव निकालना चाहूंगा. नेटवर्किंग, यू आर एज गुड एज योर नेटवर्क इज, बिकॉज बहुत सारी चीजें पैसा नहीं खरीद सकता. ध्यान रखना इस बात को. दुनिया में पैसा कुछ चीजें खरीद ही नहीं सकता. आपको पीजीआई में अभी कोई अपॉइंटमेंट चाहिए प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पे, पैसा देके मिल जाएगी? नहीं मिलेगी. एग्जाम्पल देने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं. पैसा सब कुछ नहीं है. नेटवर्क, और नेटवर्क का मतलब क्या है? और नेटवर्क ये नहीं बनता अपने आप ही बनता है, आपको नेटवर्क्स क्रिएट करने पड़ते हैं. देखो, अब मान लो हम एक टिपिकल लाइफ है, आपका एक नेटवर्क आपके हो सकता है उस जगह जहां पे आप बचपन में रहे हो. एक नेटवर्क वो है प्रॉब्लली जहां पे आपने, आपका स्कूल का नेटवर्क है. हो सकता है जहां पे आप लोगों ने कोचिंग की, आपके कुछ दोस्त अलग अलग कॉलेजेस में चले गए, है ना, आपके साथ पढ़ रहे थे, वो एक नेटवर्क है. एक नेटवर्क जो आप यहाँ पर अब कॉलेज में है. एक नेटवर्क बनेगा प्रॉब्लली जब आप जॉब करेंगे, एक नेटवर्क बनेगा प्रॉब्लली अगर आप आगे पढ़ेंगे. ये अलग अलग नेटवर्क्स हैं, और ये तो भी सिंपल है. मान लो टाई है. अब मैंने टाई क्यों ज्वाइन किया? टाई इज ए ग्लोबल बॉडी ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड वी आर सेलिब्रेटिंग 20 इयर्स दिस ईयर ऑफ चंडीगढ़ चैप्टर. जितने भी आईटी कंपनीज के सीईओ हैं चंडीगढ़ के अराउंड, दे आर ऑल, वी आर मेंबर्स, वी आर ऑल फ्रेंड्स, एंड वी लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर. वी कॉल टॉप स्पीकर्स, वी लर्न फ्रॉम देम. क्योंकि चंडीगढ़ में आप अपनी कंपनी में बॉस हो, कोई आपको कुछ कहता नहीं है, तो या तो आप एरोगेंट हो जाओगे, आपका दिमाग खराब होना इजीली है, बनता है और होता है, पर नहीं होने देना है. और दूसरी चीज, आप कैसे सीखोगे? या तो अपने एम्प्लॉय से सीखोगे, इंटेलिजेंट लोगों को हायर करो, उनसे सीखो, या आप अपने से सक्सेसफुल ज्यादा लोग हैं उनसे मिलो. चेंज योर सर्कल इफ यू वांट टू ग्रो इन लाइफ. देखो, अगर अपना ऑर्बिट चेंज करना है तो ऑर्बिट क्या होता है? आपका सर्कल. देखो, जिंदगी में अगर अपने से नीचे वालों के साथ रहोगे तो वो आपको यूज करोगे, आप उनको यूज नहीं कर सकते. यूज का मतलब है हेल्प, ठीक है? आपको हेल्प की डिमांड ज्यादा मिलेगी, रिवर्स कम मिलेगा. आपसे ऊपर वालों से आपको सीखने के लिए बहुत कुछ है. तो हमेशा, मैं नहीं कह रहा कि अपने पुराने दोस्तों को छोड़ दो, प्रोफेशनली अगर ग्रो करना है तो आपको अपने से ज्यादा कॉम्पिटेंट लोगों के साथ रहने की आदत डालनी है. कंपनी में गए, जो आपसे नीचे वाले उनको दोस्त बनाओगे तो आप सीख नहीं पाओगे, राइट? सो चेंज योर सर्कल, चेंज योर कंपनी, बी नेटवर्क्ड इन लाइफ, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, बी एथिकल इन लाइफ एंड हम्बल. ठीक है? लॉन्ग टर्म में सरवाइव करना है. नोबडी लाइक्स पर्सनैलिटीज इन कंपनीज हु प्ले गेम्स, राइट? जेन्युइन पीपल ऑलवेज राइज टू द टॉप. जेन्युइन पीपल. अब देखो, जब जब अब अब्दुल कलाम आजाद कैसे बने प्रेसिडेंट? पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज में डिसीजन नहीं हो रहा था, अल्टीमेटली कोई ऐसा बंदा ढूंढा जाए जिसपे एक्सेप्टेंस एक सेकंड में हो जाए और जेन्युइन हो, किसी ने मना ही नहीं किया. अब वो उनकी पर्सनालिटी और एथिक्स की वो लेवल था कि कोई मना करेगा ही नहीं. और वही कोई क्रिकेट पर्सनालिटी का नाम होता तो 4 लोग अपोज कर देते. आप समझ रहे हैं फर्क? तो एक, स्टे एथिकल एंड बी हम्बल. देखो, आप एरोगेंट किस चीज के लिए होते हो? एक, आपके पास पैसा है, या आपके पास पावर है, या आपके पास नॉलेज है. 3 चीजें होते हैं यूजुअली जिन पे लोगों का दिमाग खराब होता है ना? एक तो मुझे बड़ी नॉलेज है, मुझे सब कुछ आता है. अरे आपको कुछ नहीं आता. आपको तब तक लगता है मुझे नॉलेज है जब तक आप अपने से नेक्स्ट लेवल के बंदे से नहीं मिले, बस, क्योंकि आपने देखा ही नहीं वो. हम वो पीपीटीज मुझे आती हैं स्टार्टअप वाले बहुत सारे, तो इंडियाज टॉप 1 बेस्ट इन वर्ल्ड, और मैंने कहा यार तेरे से 40 जाने तो मैं जानता हूं, है ना, तूने नहीं देखा तो तू थोड़ी वर्ड वन में नंबर वन बन गया, बिकॉज आपने देखा ही नहीं. नॉलेज पावर, पावर आएगी और पावर उसी के पास टिकती है जो पावर को मिसयूज नहीं करता. जो यूज करता है ठीक तरीके से, पावर उसी के पास रहती है. पैसा और पावर दोनों उसी के पास रहती हैं जो पावर और पैसे की रिस्पेक्ट करके उसको यूज ईमानदारी से करता है. मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं. बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग होते हैं गांव में, कई बार यहाँ ऐसे भी पर्सनैलिटीज हैं जिनके किले बिक जाते हैं. पंजाब में तो बहुत लोगों को मिले हैं ना, किले बिक गए, 4 करोड़ रुपए आ गए. आपको क्या लगता है उससे उनका लेवल बढ़ जाता है? वो 4-5 साल में सारे पैसे फूक के दोबारा वहीं बैठे होते हैं 90% लोग. क्योंकि आप लोग तो साइंस के स्टूडेंट हैं. एक सिंपल से लॉज है टेम्परेचर का, प्रेशर का. क्या लॉ है कि टेम्परेचर प्रेशर हमेशा हायर से लोअर तक तब तक ट्रांसफर होता है जब तक इक्विलिब्रियम की स्टेट ना आ जाए, है ना, ये होता है ना. अब पैसे और औकात का भी यही रिलेशनशिप है. ध्यान से मेरी बात समझना. अगर आपके पास पैसा आ गया और आप अपने औकात नहीं बढ़ाई तो आपसे, आपकी जब तक औकात तक पैसा नहीं आ जाएगा ना, लूज करते रहोगे. औकात बढ़ाने का मतलब है आप उस पैसे को अपने एजुकेशन नॉलेज में यूज करोगे तो आपकी औकात बढ़ेगी. बड़े अच्छे कपड़े लेने से, बड़ी गाड़ी लेने से तो औकात नहीं बढ़ती. वो लोगों को दिखाने के लिए शायद बढ़ जाए पर वो रियल औकात नहीं होती. समझ रहे हो? तो कई बार मेरे पास लोग आते हैं, बोलते हैं सर मेरी सैलरी बढ़ा दो. मैं उसको बोलता हूँ बेटा अपना लेवल पहले ऊपर करना, सैलरी तो ऊपर ऊपर जाएगी. मांगने से थोड़ी सैलरी बढ़ेगी. तो भिखारी मांगता है, भिखारी को तो भीख मिलती है, भिखारी को भीख मिलती है और कॉर्पोरेट में भीख नहीं मिलती. लेवल ऊपर करोगे तो सैलरी बढ़ेगी, प्रूफ करोगे सैलरी बढ़ेगी. आप बोलो नहीं पहले सैलरी बढ़ाओ तब मैं प्रूव करूंगा, ऐसे नहीं होता. क्लियर है? तो हम्बल रहना है. और लास्ट मैंने पहले ही समझाया आपको, बी पैशनेट अबाउट व्हाट यू डू. अगर आप जो काम कर रहे हो उसमें पैशन नहीं है ना आपके अंदर, आप सक्सेसफुल होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी आपकी बहुत कम है. आई थिंक दैट वाज प्लान्ड व्हाट आई वांटेड टू स्पीक. You have any question, you can always ask me. Yeah, any questions you have, I don't know, from education to whatever. Otherwise, I'm always available after the talk. Anyone? Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for the session. It was really helpful for the students entering the internship and placement cycles. Now, I'd like to invite faculty in charge CTGC to please come on the stage and facilitate Ritesh Madan, sir. Big round of applause for sir, please. Thank you, sir. Now there will be a lunch break. Everyone kindly remain seated and our discipline committee will take the lead and move you guys to the lunch arena.
Let's see.
यार सीएससी वाले बैठे रहो सारे, ईसी वाले रो वाइज जाएंगे पहले बार। बैठ रहो, एक बार बैठ जाओ।
Guys, first your attendance will be taken and post that you will be moving to the lunch arena.
You have 1 hour. By 2:30, please be free with your lunch. And after that, we will have the attendance, right? And please make sure that you are not using your mobile phones in between. It is for your betterment only, right? And apart from that, we have noted around 5 numbers who are using their mobile phones. So they will get the notice for that by today. And we still have other half of the day. This number can definitely increase, right? So please be responsible and please don't indulge in all these things, right? It feels so irresponsible on your side. It's for you only. So please wait, and first EC will move, after that CSC. Again, at 2:30 we need to be back in the auditorium. ना ना ना
EC, please start getting up from the back. Nahin? And make sure you're back by 2:30. Take your food coupons with you. CSE वाले बैठे रहो यार, 2 मिनट रुक जाओ, बताएंगे तुमको, बैठ जाओ. तो ये आ जाओ पीछे से लाइन बनाने की, सारे निकल जाओ बाहर. तो 2:30 तक सारे आनी चाहिए इधर, तुम्हारी अटेंडेंस होनी है उसके बाद सेकंड हाफ की.
Hello?
Hello. Hello. Check. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Guys, on my right hand side, EC will sit, right? On this side, CSA will sit. Anyone here from CSE branch sitting? Or any other branch? Which branch? CSE? Please shift here. Anyone this side from electronics? In balcony, all MTech, right? All MTech. MTech. पहुंचे बोलो 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 everyone guys please settle down fast MTech right guys please shift forward come fast you shift don't wait for them shift quickly
कमेटी रूम में बैठे हुए
sorted है वो भी sorted है
तो कमेटी रूम में घुसेगा तो नहीं ना स्टूडेंट
ना 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 यार guys अगर वो नहीं आए तो मैं बीच में शिफ्ट कर रहा हूँ आगे दोस्त है ना तेरे उठा दे वेदांश लास्ट टू रोज को आगे ले आओ लास्ट टू रोज फ्रॉम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड क्विकली क्विकली all second year from balcony please come down all second year come down Taran Taran कुणाल तरन है ऊपर तरन 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 नहीं है guys come forward guys you also come forward we have seats in the front Vidansh one more line जगह काफी है राधिका ऊपर एक बीटेक तो नहीं है पहचान एक मिनट Guys, please settle down fast. वेदांश 6 लोग और guys come forward, come forward. आगे सीट्स हैं यार, आगे जाओ प्लीज. तुम दोनों भी आ जाओ, आ जाओ. यहाँ बैठ जाओ, यहाँ बैठ जाओ. बैठे यार, यहाँ पे बैठे. फोटोग्राफर का तो वैसे इधर बैठे यार. अभिनव बैठे हैं. हाँ, यहाँ पे भी बैठे हैं. अभिनव बैठे हैं. बस ठीक है. उसका खाना मिस हो गया था ना, वो गया खाना खाने. ठीक है. ये किसका बैग है? खाली है ना? तरन, बीटेक के सब नीचे भेज दे. ओनली एमटेक विल सिट एट द बालकनी. सीएससी अभिषेक क्या हुआ? CSC will sit this side. EC this side. यार वहीं बैठ जाओ. यार एक एक आके आ जाओ. वो खाली दिएगा ना, वो फायदा नहीं. कोई चक्कर नहीं, यहाँ बैठ जाओ. नहीं यार, वो अटेंडेंस लेनी उनके पे दिक्कत. यार कौन सी ब्रांच है तुम्हारी? यार कौन सी ब्रांच है? CSC. भाई किसी से पूछ रहा है यार, ब्रांच कौन सी है? सिविल. यार सिविल प्लीज अपने रूम में जाओ, है ना? यार तुम्हारे नाम क्या है? नेम्स क्या है? नाम क्या है तुम्हारे? राहुल राणा और पारस. तुम्हें पता है कहाँ जाना है? हाँ ठीक है. सर दे विल बी ना, दे विल कम. सो कौन कौन से लेक्चर हॉल में जाना है हमारे? गिव मी 2 मिनट्स सर, वी विल लेट यू. जस्ट गिव मी 2 मिनट्स, राइट? थैंक यू सर. वी नीड टू सेट अप the PPT and all. Yeah, I understand that sir. Just give me 2 minutes, I will sort that out. Anubhav, Abhishek, Sukman. Anubhav, Abhishek, Sukman.
Everyone kindly maintain decorum. We have our next speaker ready.
Guys, please settle down. Yes, CSC students, please come fast. Settle down first.
Everyone settle up quick. We'll starting in next 1 minute.
Come forward, come forward.
Good afternoon, students and esteemed faculty members. It is an honor to have Mr. Preetam Deshmukh with us today. He is an advisory consultant, an advisor to the Chief Secretary of Haryana, and an assistant manager at KPMG. With his vast experience in advisory consulting and public administration, Mr. Deshmukh has been an instrumental part of various advisory consulting projects and has provided invaluable guidance to Haryana's administration. Today, he will be sharing his insights on advisory consulting, public administration, and career growth. We are excited to learn from his experience in the industry and gain valuable insights from it. Now, I would request our faculty coordinators and esteemed guests to please gift Mr. Sir with a bouquet of honor. A huge round of applause, everyone. Now I request Sir to kindly come upon the stage and let's all welcome him with a great round of applause. Everyone kindly maintain silence.
चलता है, इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके। हाँ हाँ, ये निकाल दो। Okay. Hello everyone. I hope everybody can hear me. अगर कहीं आवाज़ ना आए तो बता देना. I know lunch के बाद का session है, तो I'll try and make it more interesting and not a lame discussion point of view. So the agenda behind this discussion with you all is mainly regarding what is government advisory, what is public policy, how we as engineers can enter into this ecosystem, how can we have a development portfolio and sustain to what we have been nurtured within our engineering year. To start with the session, I would first like to thank the organizers for having me here, giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you, and I hope you have a take on this session at the end of it, and you definitely might want to pursue this as your career in long-term prospect. So the session is basically divided into 4 parts. One, wherein I will try to be more relatable with you. 2, what is government advisory and public policy. 3, what is the correlation towards engineering. And 4, what are the opportunities that you can look at. So let's start with the basics. Are we even relatable? So yes, I am electrical engineer from University of Mumbai and a MBA power manager from University of Petroleum and Energy Studies from Dehradun. So most of my time has been spent in the field of electrical engineering, and after and within those years of my engineering as well as my experience within the firms, I was able to reach to a prospect wherein I was and I am supporting the government sector, the government departments, the state departments, the national central government, in terms of what better can be done to achieve sustainable development in the country of India. So I'll just give you a brief on this slide because I want you to know that there is nothing different that I did. It's just that I took my decisions, I moved from the path that I was following step by step, and that's how I reached here. So if I can do it, every one of you can do it. So initially, post my engineering, I was working with Schneider Electric, and I was supporting in development of distributed control system and automation for National Thermal Power Corporation of India. They have a plant in Nagpur, Maharashtra. So that was what I was commissioning. Erection and commissioning of that entire 1000 megawatt power plant was done by me in terms of distributed control system. So that was the state of that's a state of art technology when it comes to the Foxborough distributed control system. Few of you who might be aligned to electronics engineering or from electrical engineering might know what a DCS is and how does it operate, how it is different from a programmable logic controller, and why it is very critical to have an understanding of this domain of DCS. All your oil refineries, all your power plants, all your critical equipments are programmed and monitored and operated through DCS systems. So that's what I was doing, and within that tenure I was able to handle the entire project to its continuity, and that's where I understood that it's okay to complete a project, but it's very more interesting to understand what is the aspect of management. That's when I decided to shift from engineering to pursuing MBA from a specialized sector of power, and that's where this college of UPS came into picture. I did my MBA. Within that duration, I was able to complete two of my internships, one being with PwC, another one being with CII. A brief about what I did on the PwC internship part was that I worked with the government of Rajasthan to conduct an energy audit of all its utilities. Why was it so significant? Is because once you understand what a power utility is, once you understand that all of you might be receiving electricity bills every month, but then there are losses that happen. There are aggregate technical and commercial losses because of which our utilities face heavy debt, and that cannot be recovered for a simple fact that when we talk about utilities, they need to have a fixed tariff. If you are interested, go back, look at the back side of your electricity bill. That's where you will understand that how the billing cycle is done for residential, commercial or institutional organizations. That's where the energy auditing was required, and it was critical for the government for a sole purpose that government of Rajasthan was receiving funding from World Bank to be debt free, and that financial aid was tied up with the audit that we were doing. So that's where the criticalness of this project came into picture. After this assignment of over 3 months, I realized that yes, this is something one has to think about. One has to understand that how government operates, what are their limitations, and how we as engineers can support them in becoming better. That's when after my MBA, I joined Atari. It's an organization which is a part of Adani Green Energy Limited. You all might be aware that it's a renewable energy portfolio firm, and I was working as a business development manager there, supporting AGL in development of their solar business, wherein the understanding for me grew in terms of what are policies, what are regulations, what are the incentives, what are the packages that the government provides to their developers to promote a sector. So that's when I realized that yes, this is something interesting. Time and again, government has been a part of my journey. Let it be NTPC, where execution was a part. Let it be PwC, where assessment was a part. Let it be Atari or Adani, wherein working alongside of the government and taking their support was a part. That's when I realized that yes, this is something new. This is not what I thought. This is not a stereotypical job profile that I was looking at. I was happy at Schneider. I was very happy at Adani. But then this was something like the road not taken, something that I did not think of or aspire to be. And that's when I tried applying for firms like EY, KPMG, Deloitte, and somehow I landed up at EY. And I was supporting the state government of Uttarakhand in terms of investment promotion, attracting industries to the state. So I just moved from one side of the table to the other side of the table. Earlier I was trying to get support from the government, and now I was a part of the government who was supporting the industries to come up, establish themselves. That's when I got aware of industrial development, and the role of my engineering became more and more and more prominent. It's when we speak about bureaucratic arm of our government, the bureaucratic arm lacks in the specialization towards the sectors. And in today's world, in 2023, we are more inclined towards having opportunities, policies, support systems specific to what we are doing. If you are an electronics engineer, ESDM is your sector, and what is it that you are doing under ESDM sector? Everything is happening because of the support of the government. If you are a civil engineer, again on the same prospects, that's what the government is supporting you to do. Only because government is chipping in money, chipping in financial assistance, chipping in support in terms of R&D and technology, we are able, or the industries or the multinationals are really interested in India. So moving forward, the first question, what is government advisory and what is public policy? So basically government or advisory is all about assisting government organizations at central, state, urban, local bodies and district level. So the difference between public policy and government advisory is very simple. Public policy is highly inclined towards social development. Most of you who want to do something in this field might be aware of public policy domain, and there is also a stigma around that government advisory or public policy is all about social development. It is not. It is more inclined towards what we guys do in these years of our engineering, what we guys have been doing for the organizations that we have been a part of. Let me assure you, I am working with people who are from the firms like Accenture, or from Schneider, or from GE, or from Adani, or from Tata, Torrent, name any, everybody is there in this government advisory part. So this is a ladder. I know you are in your second year, and this is the time when you can think around the situation. I'm not saying this is the direct path to your selection process, that I would, it's a hit and win game. It's not. You will have to spend some time, gain expertise of your domain, and then gradually move. Maybe the MTech students who are doing their specialization, they are in a better position at this point of time to get hold of government advisory domain. The government advisory is basically all about sustainable development goals. Everything that you do has been divided into 17 goals, which are mostly inclined towards public policy when it comes to poverty eradication or social development or skill development, education. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you. So our focus, or the focus of this session, is mostly towards the goal number 9, which is industry and innovation. That's where we guys as engineers come into picture. What do we do within this goal is we try to develop industry, we try to exploit the resources of the nation to boost economy. The goals are very clear: bring jobs so that people like us would be employed, and then earn revenue and get taxes for the government. That's the simple equation that every government, led be in any of the economy, every government targets this. That's where these are our revenue aspects. So what is it that we can do as engineers? What are our line of thoughts? What is it that we can do after our engineering is completed, or maybe we have an experience of over 2 or 3 years in our field, is what I'm going to talk about. So what is it that the government is doing? Has the government already identified, like for the country of India, which are the sectors that we should be focusing on? So yes, Ministry of Commerce and Industry has already identified 16 critical champion sectors. These are the sectors around which all your jobs would lie. All the jobs would be revolving around these sectors itself, maybe on advocacy side, maybe on engineering side, maybe on technology enhancement side, maybe on research side, or maybe on education on skilling side. So where is the focus? So like what I told you, the focus is on creating jobs, focus is on bringing more business to the country, the focus is on creating an increase of pace towards change of what we want of India in 2045. The focus is on managing trade balance. You all might be aware, many of you might be following what is happening globally. You might be aware what is happening at Ukraine. You might be knowing what is happening at Russia, and how is it impacting us as a country. We are a country wherein we are not in deficit of coal, but we do not have gas. So gas exploration is a challenge for us. At this point of time, when we are trying to import resources, we were heavily inclined towards the European Union, But now the trade dynamics have changed because we need to establish ourselves at each and every front. We are making decisions which were not the common decisions. It is impacting our common life. Petrol prices are high, and there is a reason behind it, the taxes and where we are purchasing it from. All of that, if given a consideration, we as a country, we need to understand where we are making trade, who are we importing from, who are we exporting to, what we are importing and what we are exporting. Just raise your hands who all know what happened in Jammu and Kashmir recently. Have you gone through that news? Or should I ask, do you ever watch news? Anybody knows what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir? What are the resources that we got hold of? Correct. So lithium is what we received. So the best possible option is, जो business point of view से, lithium मिला है, बेच दो, sell it off, earn money. But then that's not what Atmanirbhar Bharat works for. That's where the government has chipped in. No, if we want our talent pool to be able to exploit these resources, to be tech savvy, to have a technological advancement, to be able to do some research and development, then we need to have an entire value chain in place. We need to use this lithium, create a manufacturing units here, bring multinationals within the country, bring not just money. See, foreign direct investments, it was earlier just about getting money for our industries. Now it is not. We are saying, come here, establish your unit, give us your technology, let us learn from it, and maybe then we as Indians would establish our own units and we would be far better technologically. And that's where self-reliance as a component comes into picture. So these are some of the critical aspects that government needs to do, and government understands this. We are not a nation that now follows. We want to be a nation that leads. This was something a lot inspiring to me, that yes, this is the notion that India is having now. Earlier, technology would be there in the world for a longer duration of time, say 3 or 5 years, and then it would come to India, and then we might be aware of it. The mobile phones that we were having, maybe they were obsolete when they came to India. But then times are changing. Now Apple is coming here, Foxconn is manufacturing within India, and we are pressurizing them to have their units here. And that's something that will help all of us sitting here, provide us job opportunities. Looking at these aspects, we just don't want to be a nation wherein we are focused on just the aspect of outsourcing of minds. No, we are no more that. We want to do everything for us, and that's where the focus is. So what is the government doing towards industrialization? This is something very critical. Government has a two-pronged approach now. One is that earlier government used to give incentives. You establish your manufacturing unit, we will give you a capital subsidy. Capital subsidy is initial amount. Say you are the cost of establishing a battery manufacturing unit is 1,000 crores. Government will come up and say, we will provide you 200 crores as a capital subsidy then and there, and you take use of it and reduce your production cost. But now the government is not focused on those aspects. Government is saying increase your productivity. If you have a unit here, come expand. If you expand, for the purpose of that expansion, we will provide you incentives. And the second most critical part is where we all are having jobs now, is why I am having a job now, is developing world-class infrastructure. How many of you are aware of special economic zones, industrial corridors, PCPIR, electronic manufacturing clusters? No one? So these are the sector-specific regions that have been developed in India, that are being developed in India, and wherein our domain-specific engineers have a job to have. So basically what government is doing is that they are coming up with different schemes to promote infrastructure. Generally industrial areas are all about utility, that is civil engineers. If we have civil engineers in the audience, we know that construction of roads, bridges, construction of real estate or construction of buildings within an industrial area is the focus of civil engineer. But now, and for an electrical engineer, it is the construction of substations, construction of transmission systems, distribution networks, or if I want to add construction of supervisory control data acquisition system, that is SCADA. So then these were the only limits, these were the only things that an industrial area was offering. But now within sectors specific to these sectors of medical devices, electronics, bulk drug, food park, plastics and textile, we have special industrial areas. What these areas, why are these areas sector specific is because they are developing infrastructure which will help an industry to have common facility centers. These facility centers are basically the key aspect. If you have a small scale industry within an industrial area, you cannot increase your revenue because technology is patented. Technology is not from India. We as engineers are the reason why technology patents within India are very less as compared to what is happening in US, because we are doing it for them and we are not creating patents within the country. So then this technology transfer is difficult to happen. So our small scale industries, if I believe many of you would be planning to have a startup or have some funding, or if you are smart enough, you won't do it so easy. You would spend some good amount of years, learn from others' money, and then get into it. I would expect that you all do that. So if a startup is there, it would face these challenges to have such access to such kind of technology, and that access is available within these industrial areas. So I'll just take an example of what I am building. So for the government of Haryana, I am building an electronic manufacturing cluster. If you all are aware of Sona, which is near Gurgaon, Gurugram. So there we are in a land parcel of 500 acres, we are coming up with an electronic manufacturing cluster under the EMC scheme of Electronic Manufacturing Cluster scheme of Ministry of Electronics and IT. Why am I quoting these departments and ministries' names is because this is the lingo of consulting. This is the lingo of government and economic advisory. You need to be aware that where everything is coming from. So it's always central government, state government, and then the end user. So at central government, they came up with the EMC scheme. And if you look at the life cycle of the scheme gets launched, states have to apply, receive an approval. And what is this approval about? So the project at Haryana is roughly around 160 crores. So 50% of it, that is 300 crores, is being directly supported by Government of India, by Ministry of Electronics and IT. This support is likely because our industries common facilities which are state of art. How many of you know what is T-Hub? T-Hub, I can see some heads raising. But T-Hub के बारे में सुना है? नहीं पता. T-Hub हैदराबाद में है, and it's a startup facilitation center, state of art facilitation facility, because that is where the first 3D printing and prototyping facility is available free of cost. If you have a technology, if you have something that you want to develop and you are facing challenge to have funding in terms of creating your own prototypes, go to Hyderabad, visit T-Hub, register there for free and just develop your prototype. All your technology would be protected, it won't be disclosed, and even you would have support from the key funding players within T-Hub. So they have this mechanism called T-Works, which is working on this prototyping and 3D printing and all other kind of supports for your creating your first models. That's the exact thing that we are trying to mimic in Haryana, so that people like us who want to develop a product can visit, can develop. Even the perspective of certification, I don't know whether this is a part of your curriculum now. What is certification? How is certification done? What is IP, intellectual property rights? All these things are what we want to achieve in this single EMC. So then these are the key aspects. The project, once it is approved, it has been approved. So then the condition comes that we have to develop in a span of 4 years, and then we have to operate it smoothly. Only then this. So where do we as engineers come into picture? We come into picture because we want to make all of this happen. Launching of scheme requires so much of support in terms of understanding what is the infrastructure gap, what existing EMCs in the country are having and lacking, how the scheme should be decided, what should be the budget, how much funding should be given, what should be the timeline, what are the components that the scheme or the EMCs should have. Electronics engineer here would understand that manufacture an electronic component, we are not even in a state to manufacture a battery by our own. So then what things go into picture when we want such kind of a support? R&D, tool rooms, skilling, all these things are required. Then should they be the part of the scheme is what we engineers decide. So they have a panel of engineers which they every now and then they circulate, they get in more people, they take inputs from them, and that is how these schemes are nurtured over the years. Second aspect, when it comes to approval, this is where we would find maximum jobs. If you are an engineer, a young engineer, and with experience of over 3 years or maybe a fresher, this is where for the industries, I'll let you know which all industries you can apply to. So these are the areas, if you develop that skill in the next 2 years, you can find jobs. One is to understand what is resource allocation. 2, what is the micro and macroeconomic condition for any industrial area. 3, what is targeting, what is research, what is primary and secondary research. 4th, if civil engineers know how to build master plans. And 5th, if you know how to conduct a EIA. EIA is Environment Impact Assessment Study. So this is the highest paid job you can find for your initial years, and the organizations who are responsible for conducting all such kind of studies could be your first step in the ladder. Then comes the part of development. Now development for the government happens in 3 ways. Either the government will develop it and operate it, or the government will bring people who develop it, or the third aspect is that government will have a partnership with private players and they would ask them to develop it. Some share of the profit would be taken by the government, rest all would be taken up by the private player. They would develop it, they would operate it, and the jobs for us lie with these PPP parties, lies with these operation parties, lies within the firm or within government bodies, government departments, wherein if the government is developing it by itself, like what has happened with T-Hub, so they recruit us as engineers. I would suggest once go visit T-Works, see what people like us are doing. There are literally engineers and MTech people who are working there as the young minds. The entire management is not above 35. Entire management is young, and that's what they are targeting. No government interlocks, no government hierarchy, no government department officers sitting over them over the age of 35. That's where we are heading. So when we talk about operation part, these are the opportunities that you can look at: attracting investments, then technology transfer. This is something very critical. The government is funding young people as well, young professionals to come up to understand the technology, to learn the technology, to adapt to it, to serve within these technology centers, and so that the skilled labor or skilling of the labor can happen within the industrial area. So these are again something, some of the job opportunities that you can look at. So the last aspect to this is what kind of resources they require. Let it be ESDM industry expert, legal experts, environment experts, ICT experts, policy experts, technology experts, infrastructure and planning experts, finance and procurement experts. If you relate to any one of them, if you choose any of these fields as your career path, definitely you would have a job opportunity within the government advisory part or government advisory role at a consulting firm or at government organizations. So this is just the brief I'm telling you, because you might be thinking that, or you might not be thinking also, that what are the key features, main features that are actually going through and whether it is interesting or not. So these are the interesting aspects of it. When we talk about roads, the ROW, that is right of way of the roads, should have ICT enablement, should be 60 meters wide length, and transportation of heavy vehicles should be monitored and surveilled in real-time basis. That's the adequate level that we want this EMC to come at. Without any physical touch point, the security, surveillance and monitoring should happen. And this we are going to achieve within a span of 4 years. If we talk about smart warehousing, high-tech warehousing facilities which would be custom bonded warehouses and real-time cloud-based monitoring mechanisms for them is what we are trying to develop. All the ICT and electronics engineers, this is where the current aspect of warehousing lies, because Government of India is more focused on logistics now. Government of India is more focused on multimodal logistic parks, and this is, if you might have heard, or going forward you might hear about Gati Shakti. So Gati Shakti is all about creating a passage to connect all these industrial areas so that the transportation and export and import can happen more quickly and affordably. Then comes the part of R&D and testing. So Advanced Technology Research Center, that's what I was trying to tell you, where prototyping would happen. So you might have a 3D prototyping and PCB integration manufacturing with certification facility available right nearby in Gurgaon. When it comes to power sector, which is my sector, electrical sector, so I was able to support the government in terms of how renewable energy and energy efficiency solutions could be within the EMC, and how can we reduce on the cost and the losses, and then how SCADA could be implemented to monitor it without any interface of human. So this is what we are developing as a part of the EMC, that is the electronic manufacturing cluster. Such EMCs are already functional, like Sri City is one of the India's most successful EMCs, and most of your electronic giants are right there. I can assure you, I have met people from Foxconn, I have met people from Apple, I have met people from Google, I have met people from Dixon, from Denso. Name any firm, all those CXOs is what we deal with day in, day out. We understand their challenges, we support them, and at what age. So this is the power of government advisory, that you get to sit across the table with these big shots to understand their thinking, to learn from them, and at the same point of time develop something which will support them. So this is what government advisory empowers you to do. What are the skill sets to get into this? So if we say for education, post-graduation is what we look at basically. All the opportunities are either for post-grads or for experienced engineers. So that's what I was trying to tell you. It's not a direct path. You might not be interested to take this up as your first choice, because it's a difficult choice to make, and to grow around. So yes, if you think at this time within your second year, try and capture internships, try and reach out to industry majors, say Big Fours, or somebody within your field of interest who actually interacts with the government. So your job should not be back-end job. Most of us as engineers are not on the front-ending side. And when I say front-ending, it's not dealing with the client, it's dealing with the government organizations, with your counterparts, and churning business. That's where the opportunities should get you to or land you at. When it comes to experience, that's what I was telling you, that relevant industry experience and exposure is must. Government or development sector knowledge is preferred if you can spend some time towards this understanding. In terms of technical skills, you can have or you should have your sectoral expertise, electronics, IT, electrical, civil, mechanical. That's what we look at. Recently, all the hirings that we did was for the aspect of civil engineering, for the aspect of electronics, for the aspect of chemical engineers. These jobs were not available earlier, but now they are. And that's why my request to you is go back, see what you can do, see what suits your comfort zone, and if you're interested, then pursue this angle of opportunity. Everybody and anybody who is working as an engineer can get into this at any point of time. So it's not something that has to be done right now, but at least when over 3 years or 4 years of your experience, you can look at it as an opportunity or something that that might give you the face to be. Currently, what I am doing as an advisor to the Chief Secretary is that I'm monitoring all the big large-scale projects in the state of Haryana. So all projects which are above 100 crores, let it be from any field, all of them I'm monitoring it. I'm ensuring that they meet their expected timelines and those projects get developed without any hassle. So we have to deal with the entire plethora of IAS officers, and we have to support them, we have to work alongside of them, and let me tell you, there is no more pride than to work alongside of the brightest minds of the country. Working alongside of them around let it be at district level or let it be at industry level, your aspects towards these things change. You get to understand where administrative angle requires our support and how we are the necessary element towards the bureaucratic success of the state or a country. So this is what would help you in terms of non-technical skills, presentation skills, analytical skills, financial modeling, Excel skills is what is a mandatory thing. If you are not good at one-on-one communications, develop those skills within you, understand presentation skill, financial skills are the key elements to any job that you do. Maybe not now as an engineer, but once you want to grow up the ladder, these things are very critical to a business. Business point of view, this is what you should be developing. Focus on these things. Try and do market research, try and connect with people who are into market research. Do if you are in because you are in your second and third year, you can do freelancing in research. Understand what these research firms are doing. This is what the MTech students might be doing as their project, and those projects, those inclinations would actually help if you are also following this angle of research, market research. Let it be primary or secondary, that does not matter. Next comes the aspect of data analytics. Data analytics is something that we all must be aware of, and this is what at least your generation and your level of opportunities would require to have understanding of data analytics, maybe AI ML. This is something that was not there at our time, but definitely now in say 5 or 7 years, even the government is trying to incline itself towards the AI. So it's a mandate. If you are not aware of artificial intelligence, try and get hold of these things. At least have a brief understanding before you land up to your internships and your job interviews. The last aspect of my discussion is who will hire you, because ultimately this is the bread and butter. Which are the firms that I should be targeting? So I have divided it into 4 aspects. The first aspect is the highest of the food chain. It's all the big fours like KPMG, EY, Deloitte, PwC, Grant Thornton. After big fours, it's one of the largest revenue firm globally. And all these firms are working in the field of economic development advisory as well as government advisory. So this should be your pinnacle and your target. I am lucky that I have worked for 2 of them by far. Then the second aspect comes into impact consulting. That's where your public policy interest and interest of basically your civil engineers would lie at. Dalberg, FSG, Satwa, Samhita, Samagra, these are the impact consulting firms that you can look at. Then comes the boutique consulting firms. These firms are the ones you should be targeting in your next, say, 4 years. 4 years is what your target should be at BDO, Mazars, Primus Partners, CII, FICCI. Name any and name all of the boutique firms are very interesting to work for. And as your initial target, say during your final years or after your completion of your project, you should target firms like Aegis, Bechtel, ACOM, Arup. These firms are actually working with the governments for private industry as well in terms of all the engineering support, be it on civil side, be it on electrical and mechanical side. Development of master plans, development of industrial infrastructure, everything these people are doing. So if you target these firms, then your ladder towards Big Four becomes easy. The Big Fours that you will have who would be coming here for your placements would be the ones who would be more inclined towards the sector, directly towards the sector, or they would be towards the management consulting part. But the access to this, access to economic development advisory would give you a global footprint. Currently I am working with the government of Saudi Arabia. Currently I am working with the government of Malta for developing ESG solutions in government advisory, how ESG can be implemented on the government side. All of this exposure is available because I know my economy and I can replicate it for other developing economies. So this is something interesting. I don't say that have it at your first go, but explore these opportunities. If you have any prospect that you want to work upon or you want to understand more, maybe not now, maybe not in a year, maybe not in 2 years, maybe 4 years down the line, my contact numbers won't change. Reach out to us, because this is not something that I am bound to do. I want to do it because there was nobody to support or inculcate this kind of understanding within me. I stumbled upon the opportunity. I think you guys would have that opportunity right in front of you in a plate. So think about it. It's nothing to worry about. Think around this situation, think around this prospect. If you have any questions, reach out to me. We can talk about it, and I would be glad to help you all in whichever way possible. So thank you. I believe now is the Q&A session, so if you have any questions, you may feel free to ask. See, silence is okay. I have absolute no problem. But if you don't have any question, don't shy. Reach out to me. I can help you around this situation. It's not something, and last but not the least, these are not the jobs that don't pay well. They pay heavily. So when it comes to talking about the compensation that you might have working alongside of government, it is not an ordinary compensation. Compensations are good, respectable, and all of the key thing of interest towards me or for me was that I get to work within the capital region of the states. So having a white collar job in the capital city is something that is a goal of maybe us as engineers or as MBA grads. So think around it. If you don't have questions, no worries, but take home something from this, learn, revise. If any questions, reach out to me. I hope there are no questions. If not, maybe we can end the session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. And I'll also request everyone to maintain the decorum before we begin the next speaker. Everyone kindly maintain silence. Now I'd like to invite our faculty in charge, Ms. Poonam ma'am, to facilitate sir with a memento of honor. A huge round of applause from everyone. We'll be beginning with our next session in the next 5 minutes. Kindly maintain the silence and decorum. Thank you.
Everyone, please maintain decorum.
It's my pleasure to introduce you, our guest speaker for today's workshop on resume building, Mrs. Anuradha Thakur. Ma'am is highly respected expert in the field with the years of experience in helping job seekers craft winning resumes that get noticed by employers. Ma'am is also an assistant professor at LM Thapar School of Management. Anuradha ma'am has been kind enough to share their expertise with us today and provide valuable insights into the art of resume building. We are truly grateful for the presence here and we are excited to learn from them. I would like to request our faculty member, Dr. Sudesh ma'am, to please, sorry. I would like to request Sudesh ma'am to please do the floral welcome. Can we have a big round of applause? Without a further ado, we would like to request ma'am to please come on the stage and share her views on.
So, a very good evening to all of you. A very good evening to all of you. Okay, it's very nice to see all of you in such colorful attire. So, some special day today? What is that? Sorry? Placement talks. That's why. What is the relation between placement talks and traditional attire? कोई relation नहीं है वैसे ही. Okay, great. Okay. So I believe we have students from engineering as well as post graduation here. Is very less. Okay, so engineering. Okay. Okay, so and what semesters? Fourth semester. Okay, great. So you're going to enter the placement space now. There are going to be lots of companies who will be coming for placements. So how many of you already have a resume? Okay. Okay. So those who have already created a resume, did you have any references, benchmarks? How did you create that resume? Please, one request, could you please raise your hands because I can't make out if 10 of you speak together. Okay? So how did you create your resumes? Any benchmarks, any references? Maybe your seniors told you? How did you create your resume? Online? Yes. YouTube videos? Okay. Anyone else? Any other reference benchmark? Seniors? Seniors who are placed? Or seniors? Seniors who are placed. Okay, that's a good thing. That's a credible benchmark. Yes. Chat GPT. Okay, so that's a bit controversial right now. Is it credible, not credible? How much credible? So I will not even enter that particular space right now. So primarily when we talk about profiles, we talk about applying for organizations, right? So I'll share my experience when I was at Infosys, when we used to be on the other side of the coin. Now I'm in academics, so I'm on the other side. Now I help my students create their resumes. Earlier I used to shortlist the resumes. So both sides, you know, and I can probably share whatever learnings I have and you can ask me whatever questions you have. Okay. So first thing, do you create, you know what is a CV? What is a CV full form? What is the difference between a CV and a resume? Can you please raise your hands? Please raise your hands. Because, okay, let me tell you the flow of the session today. I'll just discuss about the basics of the resume. Can you just advance the slides? Okay. No problem, ma'am. Okay, we're going to talk about some basics of resumes, and we'll talk about particular sections that we need to create, and then I hope all of you are carrying your notepads and pens, because we are going to write some sections here. We are going to create some sections here. Okay? So what is the difference between a CV and a resume? Anyone? Yes. Concise and detailed. Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Resume is a summary version of a CV. Okay. Exactly कितना concise, कितना summary? कुछ idea है? कितना बड़ा छोटा होना चाहिए? Sorry? Somebody here was giving the answer. Okay, what is the ideal length of a resume? 1 page, maximum 2. 1 to 2, right? And CV? Can be 2. When do we use a CV and when do we use a resume? Which one are you going to use? Okay, so is it true that resume is for beginners and CV is for experienced people? How many say yes? Okay, then how many say no? Some are not saying anything. Neither a yes or a no. Okay, balcony people, very special privileged seats. What do you think? Resume and CV. Why the lights off? They'll doze off. Huh? CV and resume. Quickly, somebody from there. I can see someone in the first seat. I can just see the legs. I cannot see the face. Can you please sit up? Can you please sit up? What is the difference between a CV and a resume? आप लोगों को क्या बनाना है? So typically, CV is running into 15-20. It is more for academic positions, government positions, research positions, where more details about your profile are required, right? It includes all the possible details. Let's say you have some publications, you've done some projects, you've done some certifications, you've been to some visits, there have been some collaborations, so all the details. That's what a CV is. A resume is like, घर देखते हैं तो एक window में से देखते हैं तो घर दिखता है ना? So it's that window of that house. That's what a resume is. A very, very short description of the entire thing. So it's very crisp, to the point, may not have all the sections. Right? May not have all the sections, but that is like something which is used for filtration by your recruitment person. एक small सा point है, अगर एक recruiter होगा, can you guess how much time will he spend on screening your resume? Okay, the girl there in green, yeah. How much time will the recruiter spend in screening your resume? Any thoughts? How much time? Any thoughts? Just a wild guess. Seconds. 3 seconds. Okay. Anyone else? 7 seconds. 1 minute. 6.5 minutes. Seconds. Seconds. Balcony. Any answer? 30 seconds. Oh Lord. The recruiter really has to be very super fast, huh? Average 6 seconds. Google कर लिया है अब तक? नहीं? Okay. Ideally around 6 to 7 seconds for a preliminary cursor view, but जो first main section होता है हम discuss करेंगे कौन सा, उसके लिए सिर्फ 1 to 3 seconds. वो अच्छा लगेगा तो बाकी का पढ़ेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं पढ़ेंगे. Okay, so that is how powerful your resume has to be. Correct? अगर उनको वो 3-4 लाइंस या पहले का ऑब्जेक्टिव या कुछ पसंद आएगा तो वो आगे करेंगे, परस्यू नहीं तो नहीं करेंगे. राइट? सो दैट इज द पावर योर रिज्यूमे शुड हैव. करेक्ट? और एक तीसरी टर्म भी होती है, बायोडेटा. हैज एनीवन हर्ड अबाउट इट? व्हाट इज द फुल फॉर्म? बायो का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? इट्स एन एक्रोनिम, बायोग्राफी. तो वो क्या होता है? Biographical data is more for your personal details, used for your personal communication, not for an official communication. Right? So there are 3 types. We have, can you advance please? Next. So we have 3 types: CV, resume, biographical, and we are going to focus only on the resume part. Okay? So next one please. अब ये 3 चीजें resume में बहुत important है. अब फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपके पास लेट्स से 3 कंपनीज आ रही है प्लेसमेंट के लिए, राइट? विल यू यूज द सेम रिज्यूमे फॉर ऑल 3 कंपनीज? यस और नो? हाउ मेनी से नो? एंड द अदर्स? Okay, let me ask someone who did not raise their hand. I've typically now noted down people. Yes, you did not raise your hand. Yes. So what is your answer? Yes, no, or you don't know? Okay, same job profile, then it's the same resume. Is that right? If, okay, I'm from the IT industry, I'll give you examples. If there's a software engineer in Microsoft, software engineer in Infosys, software engineer in HCL, same resume? How many say yes? बहुत नंबर कम हो गया. बाकी? How many say no then? Okay. Again, you have not raised hand in any of them, right? Okay. Okay. Now my second question is, अब आपने बोला तीनों में same profile रहेगा because it's software engineer. Now, a software engineer in say Microsoft US and Microsoft India, will the resume be the same? How many say no? Okay. Why? The others who are saying yes? Yes, कौन कह रहा है? Okay. Why is it the same? Nobody wants to reply. Okay. Those who are saying no, why is it no? कुछ reason तो होगा ना? किसी लिए तो reason दिया है. Yes या no choose किया है. What is the reason? Yes. May I know your name, please? Shivansh. Yes, Shivansh. So Microsoft India, Microsoft US will have different what for outlook. So in HR terms we say job description. Okay. So you're saying job descriptions will vary. Okay. So my answer for both the questions is no. You will have to create different resumes. Even if the company is different but the job is same. Why? कभी भी ये फर्स्ट गोल्डन रूल है प्लेसमेंट्स का, आप अब तक डिस्कस कर चुके होंगे. कभी भी कोई कंपनी प्लेसमेंट के लिए आती है, पीपीओ होता है, प्री प्लेसमेंट टॉक्स होता है आप लोगों के, क्या करते हैं उससे पहले? आप क्या करेंगे सेशन में आने से पहले? कंपनी के बारे में स्टडी करेंगे. करेक्ट? क्या हर कंपनी का विजन मिशन सेम होगा? क्या हर कंपनी का मे बी ऑपरेटिंग मेथड सेम होगा? तो फिर रिज्यूमे कैसे सेम हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता ना. अगर कंपनी आपको इस ट्रैक में कह रही है पर आप उस ट्रैक में चल रहे हो तो फिर तो अलाइनमेंट होगी ही नहीं ना. फिर कैसे सेम हो सकता है रिज्यूमे? सेकेंडली, ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशन. रिज्यूमे डज डिपेंड ऑन द ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशन. व्हाई? सिंपल सा एग्जांपल है, बहुत ही सिंपल सा एग्जांपल है. हम इंग्लिश टाइप करते हैं, जब हम लेट्स से वर्ड पे टाइप कर रहे हैं आप इंग्लिश, उसमें आप लैंग्वेज सिलेक्ट करते हैं लैंग्वेज सिलेक्ट. यूके इंग्लिश यूएस इंग्लिश से डिफरेंट है कि सेम है? तो फिर आप रिज्यूमे सेम कैसे बना सकते हैं? अगर इतनी सिंपल सी चीज कि लैंग्वेज ही डिफरेंट है तो और चीजें भी डिफरेंट होंगी. So then resume आपका same नहीं हो सकता. तो geography के हिसाब से भी same नहीं हो सकता, company के हिसाब से भी same नहीं हो सकता. Then of course coming to the industry. Of course if you are applying for let's say manufacturing versus IT versus telecom, your resumes will vary. That is but obvious, we all understand, right? So any function, domain, industry, geography, anything is different, your resume becomes different. So ultimately, if you're applying to 10 jobs, you might have 10 resumes. Your education qualifications will not change. Your projects will not change. But maybe if you've done 5 projects, you'll put 3 in one and the other 2 in the others, depending on what the JD wants from you or what the location wants from you. Correct? That's one thing. Then the purpose. Why we have the resume is just to get to the interview. This is not for selection. It is shortlisting. That is the first thing we have to remember, right? So that means it just has to be crisp. Soap serials देखते हैं आप लोग? उसमें क्या होता है? एक episode में next के लिए वो बनाते हैं ना कि something nice is going to happen. We have to watch the next episode. That's what your resume has to do. This person really has potential. I need to interview him to see what he has. Correct? That is what your resume has to be do. Build that excitement or build that thing which is, you know, making you apart from the crowd. Because अगर आपके ही कॉलेज में आ रही है, आपके इतने peers हैं. एक बैच में कितने students होते हैं? 200? 120. So 120 में से आपको क्यों select किया जाए? Let's say they have only 5 openings. So उनमें से आपको क्यों select किया जाए? So that is what your resume will do, correct? And then the structure. Every resume may have any of these structures. The first and the most popular is chronological. Chronological क्या मतलब हुआ? Time के हिसाब से होगा, तो सबसे पहले क्या होगा? अगर आप 10th, 12th और engineering पे पहुंचे हैं, तो education में सबसे पहले क्या लिखेंगे? 10th? Sorry? यहाँ पे किसी ने कोई different answer दिया है? No, nobody wants to own up. आपने correct answer दिया, बाकी सब गलत कर रहे हैं. Have confidence to own up what you're saying. जिसने भी यहाँ से दिया. Yeah, please, please. Thank you. So, when you put your education qualification, when you put your experience, it is always the latest one first. That's the chronological order you have to follow. You do not start with 10th. You start with your engineering. Or if you've done your masters, you start with your masters. So the latest one on top. Even experienced people, they start with the most recent experience as the first. That's the chronological order they have to follow. Right? Recent most first. Or the other option is functional. Functional हम लोग क्यों करते हैं? Let's say आपने 6 months job किया, फिर आपने break लिया, आपने 3 months बाद एक और job शुरू किया, right? या आपने break नहीं भी लिया, तो within the same company या within आपने जल्दी जल्दी jobs shift किए. So the duration of one particular designation in one particular profile was not very long. Maybe even 1 year. That is also not long for a resume. That is also short. Because the recruiter will see that you're not stable enough, you're shifting very soon. कोई भी person अगर 2 से 3 साल से कम किसी profile में रुकता है, तो वो अच्छा नहीं माना जाता. क्योंकि वो stable नहीं है, वो loyal नहीं है, committed नहीं है अपने job के लिए. Simple सी बात. Because in business, we are investing in you as a resource. We need the return on investments. If you are not getting it, then we are not profitable as a business. It's very, very harsh rule. Correct? तो आप उसको कैसे शो करेंगे? आप शो करना चाहते हैं, बट आप ये नहीं बताना चाहते आपने इतना थोड़ा थोड़ा देर काम किया है, तो आप फंक्शनल फॉर्मेट फॉलो करेंगे. फंक्शनल फॉर्मेट क्या होगा? इंस्टेड ऑफ सेइंग, अभी मैं फॉर्मेट आपको शेयर करूंगी, डेजिग्नेशन पहले आ जाएगा, फिर 1 to 3 कंपनीज इन द सेम डेजिग्नेशन जो आपने फॉलो की है, तो उससे ना आपको डेट वाइज नहीं वहां पे लिखना पड़ेगा. तो इतना वो यू कैन क्लस्टर योर एक्सपीरियंस इफ यू हैव अ ब्रेक और यू आर शिफ्टिंग अक्रॉस. ओके? और यू कैन फॉलो अ कॉम्बिनेशन. कहीं पे आपने फंक्शनल किया है, कहीं पर आपने क्रोनोलॉजिकल किया है, बट जनरली द मोस्ट फॉलोड इज द क्रोनोलॉजिकल फॉर्मेट. राइट? कैन वी मूव प्लीज? कैन वी हैव द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज? Okay, so then what does resume say? We need data for everything you're putting in the resume. और ये चीज particularly, so I worked in a professional resume writing agency in US also, but this is there in India only. US में वो जो resume पे आप लिखते हो वो believe करते, they will not ask for any certificate, किसी degree को नहीं पूछेंगे, they will believe you. पर यहाँ पे क्या है, अगर किसी ने एक certification किया वो 5 दिखाएगा, इसलिए हमें पांचों के certificates check करने हैं. इसलिए do not put anything in your resume which you cannot corroborate. Right? Never ever put which you could not corroborate. All the details should be accurate. Right? Next कर दीजिए. So basically आपके resume में क्या क्या चीजें होनी चाहिए? आप कौन हैं? क्या जानते हैं? What have you done so that I should hire you apart from the others? Correct? And also all the essential qualifications. I'll show all the sections. Right? But over and above, वो करेंगे, it should be structured. The most important thing, simple सा example देती हूँ, अब मैं faculty हूँ तो I can relate to it very easily. जब एक student का paper आता है ना हमारे पास check करने के लिए, तो सबसे ज़्यादा क्या होता है, जिसकी writing अच्छी है लगता है शुक्र है, paper पढ़ा तो जा रहा है, हम check तो कर पा रहे हैं, engineers कम से कम 1 2 3 4 करके तो लिखते हैं, bullets तो होते हैं, right? सेम आपका रिज्यूमे का हाल है, जितना स्ट्रक्चर्ड लेजिबल होगा उतना रिज्यूमे ज्यादा अट्रैक्ट करेगा रिक्रूटर को. सो दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ऑल द डिटेल्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट बट दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. सो देन हाउ शुड द रिज्यूमे लुक लाइक? नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. कर दीजिए, देयर लॉट्स ऑफ एनिमेशंस. दिस इज हाउ योर रिज्यूमे शुड लुक लाइक. राइट? You start with your contact information. You have your objective, your education details, your experience, relevant skills and interest. Or there's another format. Next slide please. Or you can use this format. Any format is okay, as long as the sections are covered. Because for any fresher, these are the basics that you would have. Right? Experienced के लिए अलग है, ये सिर्फ freshers के लिए है. How many of you here are experienced? Anyone who has experience here? No one? Okay, they're all freshers. Okay. So we will discuss, point by point, हर section में क्या लिखना है, क्या नहीं लिखना है. Okay? Next please. ये experienced का है. Next कर दीजिए. Difference पता चल रहा है fresher और इसमें? क्या difference है? Experience summary ऊपर आ रही है. आप लोगों के केस में summary नहीं आएगी because experience नहीं है. Right? So you will have the objective. Because that is what you propose you will do. This is your aim in life, correct? Next. Some areas which you have to be very, very careful of. All the factual information has to be correct. For example, आप अगर degree लिखेंगे, तो आप PEC नहीं लिखेंगे. PEC शायद North Indians को पता हो, Indians को पता हो, किसी और को नहीं पता होगा PEC क्या है. Never use acronyms. अगर PEC लिख रहे हैं, तो चंडीगढ़ इंडिया भी लिखिए. So complete location has to be there. All details have to be accurate. Let's say आप degree का नाम लिख रहे हैं तो BTech मत लिखिए या BE जो भी PEC देता है. You have to do not use any acronyms, right? उसे expand करके लिखिए. जो भी अगर आपके पास कुछ experience है, let's say आपने कहीं पे training किया, internship किया, तो वो job title भी correct होना चाहिए जो आपके certificate में है. ऐसा नहीं कि सर्टिफिकेट में लेट्स से कुछ एसोसिएट ट्रेनी या कुछ और है, आप सिर्फ ट्रेनी लिख रहे हैं. प्लीज इंश्योर एवरीथिंग इज एक्यूरेट. राइट? देन प्लीज बैक. द कंटेंट. सबसे ज्यादा जो हमें फोकस करना है हमारे कंटेंट की किस पोर्शन पे करना है, जो हम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज लिखते हैं अपनी या अकम्प्लिशमेंट्स लिखते हैं. आई विल गिव यू अ वेरी सिंपल एग्जांपल. यहाँ में से किसी ने कुछ एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटी करा है? कैन यू रेज योर हैंड? ओके, क्या किया है आपने? Participated in various competitions. Can you give me one example? I'll just tell you what to write. Okay, so 4th prize in IIT Bombay, which competition? Okay, so 4th prize in robotics, right? So agar if I have to write this, if I say participated in robotics competition in IIT Bombay, or if I say successfully participated, आपका तो prize आया, you are very lucky. You can write awarded fourth position or whatever, right? But those who have just participated. So अगर आप एक successfully उसके आगे करेंगे, तो थोड़ा सा emphasis ज़्यादा आएगा, right? या आपने कुछ responsibility ली किसी चीज़ को organize करने के लिए. So अगर आप सिर्फ लिखेंगे organize the event, right? या आप उसको data देंगे, organize the event of 100 students with a success rate of, let's say 90%, या turnout rate of 90%. That is something which is important. So just writing, I did this, I did this, I did this, there'll be hundreds of people who would have done that. What is your contribution apart from the others? That is what you have to mention, right? And then quantifiable as much as possible. Numbers, but इतना नहीं होना चाहिए कि आप ऐसे numbers ज़बरदस्ती add करो जो suit नहीं कर रहे हैं, right? तो थोड़ा सा आपको अपना intelligence वहाँ लगाना पड़ेगा, correct? And then the design and format, ये बहुत important है. As simple as bullets. कहीं पे आपने round bullets use किए हैं, दूसरी जगह आपने square bullets use कर दिया है. That's not acceptable. Bullet size, font color, everything has to be standardized throughout the resume, right? That is the importance of the standard and format. And format has to be, क्या होता है ना, format update होता रहता है. कुछ formats हमारे time होते थे simple gray and white. आजकल format देखें आपने? Triangular. No. आजकल हम कहते हैं ना जो digital formats आ गए हैं बहुत ज़्यादा, जिसमें आप picture डाल सकते हैं, आप charts डाल सकते हैं, flows डाल सकते हैं, right? तो वो formats आ गए तो वो use किए. आजकल video resume भी बहुत use हो रहे हैं. So that's another category, how to create a good visual resume, right? Currently we're just talking about a one-page resume that we have to create. Okay, next please. So now let's talk about section by section, what to write and how to write. Okay, next please. Next please. Next please. Next कर दीजिए. So this is the first section. For a experienced one, it will be the summary. Okay, for experienced person, it will be the summary, right? जिसमें वो major accomplishments बताएंगे अपने. अगर आप इसको पढ़ें, okay, maybe you don't use it now, maybe after 2 years. सबसे पहली line में आपका एक तो number of years of experience visible होना चाहिए, और मेन आपने क्या किया है, आपका मेन प्रोफाइल क्या है वो विजिबल होना चाहिए. अगर आप पढ़ेंगे ना, ये देखिए सेकंड लाइन, स्ट्रॉन्ग एक्सपर्टीज, थर्ड लाइन, इन डेप्थ अंडरस्टैंडिंग, हाईली अकम्प्लिश्ड. थोड़ा सा लगता है कि अपनी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, बट अगर आप ही अपनी तारीफ नहीं करेंगे तो बाकी कैसे नॉलेज करेंगे, करेक्ट? सो यू हैव टू सेल योरसेल्फ. If you remember, I don't know, you were not there, I talked about personal branding the last time I had come here. So that is required, right? Next करिए प्लीज. ये आपके लिए रेलेवेंट है. तो जब आप रेज्यूमे लिखेंगे आप ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखेंगे. अब ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखने का भी बहुत अच्छा तरीका है. एक ऑब्जेक्टिव सिंपल नहीं लिख, आई वांट टू सीक एम्प्लॉयमेंट इन योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. नो. व्हाई आई वांट टू सीक एम्प्लॉयमेंट? बिकॉज आई हैव 1 2 3 4 स्किल्स एंड दिस इज द एरिया आई वांट टू वर्क इन. दैट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव. तो अगर आप देखेंगे, अच्छा अब एग्जाम्पल दीजिए स्किल्स का. लेट्स से कंप्यूटर्स इंजीनियर्स हैं यहाँ पे. कितने कंप्यूटर्स हैं? सारे. ओके, ये सेक्शन है कंप्यूटर्स का. कंप्यूटर्स में क्या स्किल्स लिखेंगे? प्लीज वन बाय वन रेज योर हैंड्स. क्या स्किल्स लिखेंगे? हाँ जी, यस.
डीएसए, डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स एंड एल्गोरिथम्स.
ओके, डीएसए. ओके, ठीक है. और कोई? बस एक ही स्किल है सारे कंप्यूटर्स वालों की? दैट्स इट. वेब डेवलपमेंट, वेरी गुड. एनीवन एल्स?
मैम, प्रोग्रामिंग
computer languages. What particular language you have to write? Only computer language is not going to work. Only computer language will not work. What particular language you have to write? Machine learning can work. Yes. Others. Okay. Now others. Civil. कौन से engineers हैं यहाँ पर? Electronics. Okay. Electronics engineers. What would be your skills? Analog. Okay. Please raise your hands. I can't make out when all of you speak together. Okay. Analog design. Analog electronics. Okay. So, okay. How many of you say here, yes, there was a hand raised at the back. Could you please give him the mic?
Network theory.
Good. Even I don't know that. Okay. So, यहाँ कितने लोग सोचते हैं कि यहाँ पे हमें अपने interpersonal skills, leadership skills, communication skills भी डालने चाहिए? How many of us, please raise your hands. Okay, how many of us, can you please raise your hands? How many think teamwork, interpersonal, communication, ऐसी skills, leadership skills डालने चाहिए यहाँ पर? नहीं डालने चाहिए. Okay, he's told us नहीं डालने चाहिए. That's right. Why? Because that is expected from every graduate. It is nothing which you will give exceptional that the others will not be able to. Basic communication, basic confidence, basic presentation, leadership, everything is expected out of a engineering graduate as such. Right? तो जो आपने technical skills बताए हैं, वो भी broad area नहीं डालना, as niche as you can get. Okay? Next please. और ये जो section है ना, ये section है जो मैं 1 to 3 seconds का बोल रही थी. Reading this, they will decide they have to read the rest of this resume or not. Okay? Now coming to the next section, these are the areas of expertise. Now generally freshers do not write this. However, if you feel you have something exceptional and you want to highlight it, you can put it in the section at the bottom. Okay? But ये भी area of expertise वही होने चाहिए जैसे मैंने आपको बताया niche skills. इसमें भी वो leadership, team skills वगैरह वगैरह नहीं डलेंगे. They have to be core skills related to your job. और ये skills कहाँ से निकालेंगे आप? Job description से. तभी आपका resume different होगा. Objective हर का different होगा. Core skills different होंगे. That is the difference you will have in every resume. So pick it up from the job description. कोई company यहाँ आ रही है तो भी वो JD already shared होता है आपके placement team के through. Indeed पे, नौकरी पे, जहाँ पे भी आप apply कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे JDs available होते हैं. उसके हिसाब से आप pick करेंगे skills. Next. Next. अब ये professional experience का format देखिए. In your case, it may be just your internships or your projects you have done, right? It is the name of the firm, then the location and the country. That is on the top. And then you will have the designation or the role that you carried for that particular firm. Then the duration. If you see there is a duration, so this is actually a chronological example. And then agar aap dekhenge, successfully handled this, collected payments. So that is your responsibility that you did in that particular profile. Clear? Next please. Now coming to the education. Education का format, आपका degree का title, किस department से या किस university से किया था और उसकी location. Right? अगर आपने देखा होगा दूसरे फॉर्मेट में आपका थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट था फॉर्मेट, उसमें आपका वो भी आ रहे थे मार्क्स या परसेंटेजेस भी आ रही थी. सो आई हैव टेकन द सेकंड एग्जांपल. तो दो एग्जांपल्स शेयर किए थे मैंने, सेकंड में से लिया है. और अगर आपने कोई एक्स्ट्रा सर्टिफिकेशंस की हैं वो एजुकेशन में नहीं जाएंगी, वो नीचे सर्टिफिकेशंस का सेक्शन बना सकते हैं, प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट का सेक्शन बना सकते हैं, ट्रेनिंग्स का सेक्शन बना सकते हैं, वो अलग सेक्शन में जाएगा. The education is only your core education degrees or qualifications that you're doing from your universities. It does not carry any extra certifications that you do. Right? Next, please. Next. Oh. ऊपर जाइए, please. So these are some other sections if you have to write some interests. अब ये इंटरेस्ट कौन से होते हैं? Do we put our hobbies? Do we put our hobbies? Yes. How many say yes? We do not put our hobbies unless they are aligned to the job description. The interest areas, it's something like अगर आपको इंटरव्यू में पूछते हैं ना कि आपकी वीकनेस क्या है, तो वीकनेस वही बोलनी है जो एक्चुअली स्ट्रेंथ हो फॉर द कंपनी. तो ये वही बात है, राइट? वही इंटरेस्ट एरिया, जैसे अगर वेब डेवलपमेंट आपका इंटरेस्ट एरिया है, राइट, मे बी जॉब प्रोफाइल में इतना नहीं चाहिए, बट अगर आप बोलेंगे इट विल बी एन एनहांसमेंट, फिर आप डाल सकते हैं उसको. दिस इज नॉट प्लेइंग क्रिकेट एंड फुटबॉल एंड वॉचिंग टीवी एंड म्यूजिक, दोज आर नॉट टू बी पुट हियर. These are interest areas which will augment your jobs. Okay, next. Okay, just 1 minute. References. Do we put references in the resume? Do we put references in the resume? Yes, no, confused? Yes? So generally resumes are not put in the references are not put in the resumes until they are explicitly asked for. ठीक है? बहुत कंपनीज आपसे बोलेंगी कि give 3 references, give 5 references, तब दीजिए. नहीं बोलेंगी तो मत दीजिए. But references कौन होते हैं? My mic. References कौन होते हैं? Whom do you put as references? पहले से एडवांस में लेके थोड़ी रखोगे, है ना? सो रेफरेंसेस में किसको डाल सकते हैं?
Ma'am, when we are writing an experience resume, we can write a person who is giving us the letter of recommendation.
He may not have given you the letter of recommendation. फिर अभी तो
फिर-
आपने मांगा ही नहीं किसी से.
मैम फिर तो जिसका देख रहे हैं उसी को रेफरेंस में देंगे.
फिर तो जिसका
मतलब we are seeing
नहीं, आपने यहाँ पे किसी ने करेक्ट आंसर दिया था. Professor, there has to be a reference who is your immediate supervisor at work. It may be your project mentor, it may be your faculty who is actually teaching you. कोई भी जो आपका immediate superior रहा है, that has to be there. That is the first reference that you will keep. और उनके सारे details, office की details, contact, email ID have to be accurate, because many organizations do send emails for reference checking, right? That is one thing. Second reference, जिसके साथ आपने काम किया हो, आपके peers, मे बी आपने किसी इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइजिंग में आप किसी लेट्स से स्टेज कमेटी या किसी कमेटी के पार्ट रहे हैं, आपने किसी पीयर का दे सकते हैं, आप उसके कन्वीनर का दे सकते हैं. सो एनीवन यू हैव वर्कड विद, राइट? सो बेसिकली रेफरेंसेस हैव टू बी प्रोफेशनल. दे कैन नॉट बी योर पर्सनल फ्रेंड्स और योर रिलेटिव्स और एनीवन. ओके, रेफरेंसेस हैव टू बी प्रोफेशनल. तो रेफरेंसेस बहुत सोच समझ के डालना, जो ऑब्वियसली आपके लिए पॉजिटिव कहे उनको डालना, राइट? Practically. Okay, next. So what not to include? This, please, let's be very careful. No personal interests, no personal information apart from the address, contact number, email and phone number. That's it. Nothing apart from that. Okay? References only when asked, publications only if asked. Or let's say अगर आप research profile के लिए या case writing profile के लिए जा रहे हैं, then you need publications. Correct? Then they will also ask for sample formats of your writing. And speaking engagement seminars also if required. Otherwise, do not add all of this. Next. So critical elements, tailor करना है, हर बारी हमें नया बनाना है. Aesthetics are very, very important. Grammar and language. Always use the past tense. Because वो आप कर चुके हो. आप तभी उसमें डाल रहे हो ना, तो आप उसको past tense में treat करोगे. ग्रामर करेक्ट होनी चाहिए, लैंग्वेज करेक्ट होनी चाहिए, प्रूफ रीडिंग करवाओ, जो मर्जी करवाओ, एरर्स नहीं होने चाहिए. नो टाइपिंग एरर्स. चैट जीपीटी का मुझे नहीं पता वो एरर देता है कि नहीं देता है, बट प्लीज ग्रामरली वगैरह जो भी आप यूज करते हैं एरर्स रिमूव करिएगा. एंड इट हैज टू बी क्लियर एंड ब्रीफ, वेरी वेरी ब्रीफ एंड वेरी क्रिस्प. लॉन्ग सेंटेंसेस, डबल सेंटेंसेस नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. ओके, नेक्स्ट. अनदर थिंग, जब भी हम कोई सेंटेंस लिखते हैं अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का, हम पार के फॉर्मेट में लिखते हैं. प्रोजेक्ट क्या था, आपने क्या एक्शन लिया और उसका रिजल्ट क्या रहा, राइट? फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपको एक टीम लीड करने को दिया गया था, तो प्रोजेक्ट था टीम लीड करना, आपने क्या एक्शन लिया, लेट्स से कोई क्रिटिकल चैलेंज आ गया, आपने उसमें एस्केलेशन हैंडल किया और रिजल्ट क्या था, क्लाइंट ने आपको 10% इंक्रीज दिया या आपको अप्रिसिएशन ईमेल आया, इस तरह से लिखा जाता है, राइट? एक्शन वर्ब्स यूज करने, मैनेज्ड, अप्रूव्ड, असिस्टेड, सब कुछ, और क्वांटिफाइबल एज मच एज पॉसिबल। नेक्स्ट। ओके, अब बताइए इसमें से करेक्ट कौन सा है, इनकरेक्ट कौन सा है? विच वन इज करेक्ट एंड विच वन इज इनकरेक्ट? अब इतनी कहानी मैंने पढ़ दी, अब आप भी दिमाग लगाइए। रेज योर हैंड्स, प्लीज रेज योर हैंड्स and also think about the reason, okay? Just don't give me the answer, give me the reason. Okay, somebody from here, आप बताइए। हाँ, आप ही को बोल रही हूँ। Okay, why? Okay, okay, the design and aesthetics you feel are better. Okay, any other person has a different answer? Why is the design and aesthetics better for the first one? Alignment of what? Bullets. Yes. हाँ जी, आप बताइए। More structured. Bullets में क्या alignment गड़बड़ है? दो चीजें गड़बड़ है bullets में। क्या दो चीजें गड़बड़ है? Equal number of bullets in each column have to be there. Secondly, the second one में बताइए, जल्दी बताइए, अभी तो आगे examples भी हैं। हाँ जी, बताइए। You've raised your hand. अच्छा, कंटेंट पे मत जाइए, एस्थेटिक्स पे जाइए। अब मुझे करेक्शन बताइए। That is also right because you cannot repeat anything. It has to be only once. Yes. जल्दी बुलेट्स में दूसरा एरर बताइए। सेकंड वाले में स्पेस भरने की कोशिश करी हुई है, सेकंड वाले में तो मिसिंग है। Okay, yes. So the first column in the second example, the bullet is spreading across 2 rows, which is aesthetically not right. It has to be in 1 row, and in the second column there is 1 bullet missing. Okay, so this is the error. Next, please. Next. Okay, now in this one. Raise your hands, please. हाँ, last person. बताइए. Is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Okay, so the second one has more spacing and the bullet alignment is wrong. Okay, any other thing? Yes. Okay, so the explanation of the roles and responsibility is not good. It's not quantifiable also, right? Another thing, कुछ और बताइए, कुछ और भी गलत है? Anything else? बताइए। मार्क्स कितने मिलने चाहिए इसको फिर? आप तो बिल्कुल सिर्फ 2 ही 3 ही एरर्स बता रहे हैं। हाँ जी।
20% annually and 10% productively to signify more.
हाँ, quantifiable है, so that is better. Agreed. Anything else apart from that? हाँ जी। Spacing हो गया। सुन नहीं रहे आप लोग, रिपीट मत करो, एरर्स दूसरे बताओ। हाँ जी। Absolutely. 2 bullets are circular and the third bullet is square. दिख नहीं रही? See, he has a good eyesight then. So the third bullet is not in the same format as the previous bullets. Okay, next one. Next कर दीजिए. So now I've put some sample resumes before we go ahead and write our own resumes. I hope we have the time. Okay, so this is something I've picked up from naukri.com. They have lots of sample resumes. आप जिस प्रोफाइल के लिए बोलेंगे वो आपको sample resume देगा. तो इसमें आप देखेंगे बहुत अच्छा ग्राफिकल इंटरफेस है। आजकल ग्राफिकल रिज्यूमेस बहुत चल रहे हैं, पिक्चर लगी हुई है पूरा। अगर आप देखेंगे उन्होंने अपनी रोल्स एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज की है, नीचे दिख नहीं रहा है आपको बट एक डायग्राम भी ड्रॉ किया है, तो वर्ड आर्ट भी यूज किया है उन्होंने। नेक्स्ट करिए प्लीज। सी शी हैज एक्चुअली एक्सप्लेन्ड कि उसने क्या क्या किया है एक ग्राफिकल फॉर्मेट में। तो एज अ रिक्रूटर अगर आपके पास ये फॉर्मेट आए, विज द स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट आए, तो ऑब्वियसली ये ज़्यादा विजुअली अपीलिंग होगा. करेक्ट? So try to be as contemporary as possible in your resume formats. We have a couple of others also. This is one. Next please. और sections आप देखेंगे वही हैं जिसके हमने बात की थी. So more or less all the sections are the same. Next please. ये 2 pages हैं, I've put all the pages together. This is for an internship. This is for an internship. तो आप देखिए उन्होंने education किस तरह से graphical format में दिया है और किस तरह से उन्होंने बुलेट्स, जो ये आजकल बहुत ट्रेंड में देख रही हूँ नया चल रहा है कि आपकी जो सर्कल्स जितने कलर्ड हैं उतनी आपकी प्रोफिशिएंसी है. इट्स सम लाइक एज अ स्केल ऑफ 5 दिस इज द प्रोफिशिएंसी आई हैव. सो दैट इज आल्सो अ वेरी गुड वे ऑफ डिपिक्टिंग हाउ प्रोफिशिएंट यू आर इन दैट पर्टिकुलर स्किल. राइट? नेक्स्ट. This is a cover letter. Generally freshers do not use cover letters. However, you may need a cover letter. So cover letter क्या होता है? Cover letter is just introducing who you are. Very briefly, job के लिए आप क्या कर सकते हैं? थोड़ा सा बस एक introduction, and which is always attached with the resume. So that is what a cover letter is for. Next. So just something from my own personal experience, what US resumes do not use and we have to use. As I said, US में कोई photograph नहीं जाती है, details नहीं जाते हैं. So there is no cross-checking that happens. They consider that everything that you have written is accurate. The language is very positive. The way it is written is different. So just from my previous personal experience, that's it. Next. Okay, so do we have, how much time ma'am nahi hai? Next. 5 minutes. Okay, so we have 5 minutes. Would all of you want to write down at least the objective? In case you want to, we will do that. Otherwise, I'll close the session and questions. Do you want to write the objective or any section? No? You're all clear? Okay, good. So any questions? Yes. तो आपकी जो वर्डिंग होगी वो इतनी पावरफुल होनी चाहिए. जैसे इसमें अभी आपने देखा ना प्रोफिशिएंसी लेवल में सर्कल्स हैं, तो अगर 5 सर्कल में से 5 कवर्ड है, दैट मीन्स यू आर एन एक्सपर्ट इन दैट एरिया. सो इस तरह से आप प्रोजेक्ट ऐसे करेंगे कि उनको समझ में आएगा कि ये आपके स्ट्रेंथ्स हैं और इस एरिया में आप एक्सेल कर सकते हैं. Okay. Okay, so this is a very relevant question for all of you, that you have some projects that you are working on currently and you've not completed them. So should you mention that in your resume or not, right? So it will depend on 2 things. One, do you have anything else to show or not? If not, so why not mention that, right? Secondly, in that project, have you done something exceptional or a higher responsibility that you want to display? So depending on that, choose if you have to write it or not. Nobody will catch hold of you if you don't write it. Nobody will catch hold of you if you write it. It just has to look nice in the resume. That's all. Yes. First, let me answer the questions. Yes. Any other? Yes. Unless the job requires it. हाँ एग्जैक्टली मैं आपको वही बोल रही हूँ. एवरी कंपनी या जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन में नॉट वैल्यू दैट, राइट? अगर आपको पता है कि वो जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन या उसमें आपको वैल्यू करते हैं तो जरूर लिखिए. तो अलग से नीचे सेक्शन बना के लिखिए पब्लिकेशंस का. बट इट इज नॉट अ मैंडेटरी थिंग टू बी रिटन बिकॉज मेनी पीपल, मेनी स्टूडेंट्स मे नॉट हैव इट, राइट? और इफ दे हैव इट, दे मे नॉट हैव इट इन गुड जर्नल्स, राइट? यस. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन?
एक जो आप कह रहे थे कि थोड़ा सा ग्राफिकल अपीलेबल होना चाहिए हमारा रिज्यूमे, तो लाइक काफ़ी बार वो बैलेंस नहीं पता लगता कि कई बहुत ज़्यादा लाइक सारा ग्राफिकली होता है या बिल्कुल प्लेन, तो वो बैलेंस कहाँ पे?
तो बैलेंस के लिए बहुत सारे टेम्पलेट्स देखिए, असर्टन करिए, यू मे नॉट बी एबल टू पिक अप एवरीथिंग, उससे बैलेंस फिर उसके हिसाब से करिए कि आपका जो कंटेंट है वो विजिबल एंड लेजिबल होना चाहिए, येट इट शुड बी विजुअली अपीलिंग। बहुत ज़्यादा कलर्स या बहुत ज़्यादा ग्राफिक्स डालेंगे तो कई बार वो आपका कंटेंट पढ़ नहीं पाता, वो ग्राफिक्स में गुम जाता है रीडर, है ना। तो इस तरह से आपका यूआई बैलेंस्ड होना चाहिए। ओके, एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस, एनीवन? Okay, thank you so much. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable insights on resume building. Your strategies were really eye-opening and will be incredibly useful as we move forward in our careers. Your expertise and experience in this area were evident, and we appreciate you taking the time to share your knowledge with us. We are grateful for the opportunity to learn from you. Now I would like to request Dr. Sudesh Rani to present ma'am with a token of our appreciation. The coverage team to kindly take lead.
A huge round of applause from everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Everyone kindly maintain silence. Everyone kindly maintain decorum.
It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's motivational session on the power of perseverance, Shri Rupesh Kumarji. Sir is the Director of Information Technology cum Supply, Food Supply in the Chandigarh administration. Sir has unwavering commitment to the values of perseverance, hard work, and innovation, which have been the driving force behind his success. He firmly believes that every obstacle is an opportunity to learn and grow, and that with determination and resilience, we can overcome any challenge that life throws at us. Now I would like to invite our professor in charge, Dr. Poonam Sani, our faculty coordinators, Dr. Sudesh and Dr. Ankit, to present Sir with a bouquet of flowers. Now, without any further ado, let's welcome Shri Rupesh Kumar sir to share his insights and experiences. Let's give him a huge round of applause once again.
Good evening, friends. I think all of you are feeling tired sitting here since morning. Okay. So rather than saying what I had achieved, I think the speaker, the moderator has already briefed a bit about me. Let's hear something from you. Whatever you want to ask, let's ask. I open the floor for everyone to ask and to clarify what are the doubts in their mind. काइंडली एक माइक सर्कुलेट कर दीजिए सो अगर किसी की आवाज ही ऊंची है तो माइक की जरूरत नहीं है तो दे कैन डू विद दैट आल्सो चॉइस इज योर्स
Sir?
Yes.
As this session was a motivation session, so what is motivation?
Great. Motivation is one thing which can help you to achieve what you want to achieve. Not for someone else, but for your own satisfaction and your own internalization that for what purpose you are meant for and what purpose you want to achieve in life and what you want to give back to the society rather than doing everything for yourself.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, can you please tell us more about your journey?
Right. I am an IS officer of 2019 batch from Agmut cadre. Right. Initially, I will start from the beginning only. I lost my father way back in 2001 when I was in the first year of graduation. At that point, I joined my uncle who was doing some factory. I joined him and learned some basic skills of how to repair these monoblock pumps. I think every one of you are aware of these monoblock pump sets. I started that and continued it for 15 years till 2016. In 2003, I completed my graduation, and after that, I started my own shop over there and continued till 2016 December. At that point, I came to know there is a post with the government of Punjab for a post of a clerk. I joined that post in 2016 December, and while I was there, I came to know about a accountant joined in that Department of Water Supply and Sanitation. He told me that you are not meant for this job. I asked him, okay, what should I do? He told me you should prepare for civil services. That is in the month of, I think, April 2017. Then I started researching for UPSC. What is UPSC? How one can go ahead with that? And in May 2017, I started preparing for UPSC. And I appeared in CSC 2018. That was conducted on 3rd of June. And after that, I cleared this exam in my first attempt only. And I got selected and got the IES service. What I am trying to say, because I completed my graduation in 2003. And after that, I was not in contact with I was not doing any studies, nothing. But what made me to crack this exam in the first attempt itself and why I joined this thing. I think that is the most thing which everyone wants to know. When I started preparing for this exam, I was not preparing for someone else. I was preparing for myself. That I want to learn. I want, if not, then what? I want that everything what I am studying, it is enhancing my knowledge, because I was not studying every subject in silos. If I am reading history, why is it so? The why, how, when, these things were there in my mind, and I was confident enough that I will definitely make this exam, because the only success, the only mantra to success is that triple C. I will give you a triple C formula for cracking anything, whatever you want to achieve in life, is that commitment, consistency, and confidence. If you were able to do and inculcate these three habits in yourself, no one can stop you in life. The only barrier in achieving whatever you want is you yourself, because the word impossible itself says, I am possible. Right? Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, please.
How can we maintain motivation over the long term, especially when faced with certain setbacks and challenges?
What are the challenges? Can you elaborate?
Like considering, like for example, like a lower score, like considering we have a target of getting a good placement in our 4th years. Lower score or lower CG in a particular semester would be considered as a setback for me. So how to stay motivated during that time and face those challenges or setbacks?
Right. I initially, I think, replied the same. I will repeat and shared one of my experience. When I was appearing for the civil services mains exam, I was appearing in general studies paper 1, that is of history, social studies, and all those subjects, geography, all subjects were there. At that point, my writing speed was very slow. I was not able to write all the answers. I skipped 75 marks paper. That means 5 questions of 15 marks each. It was a big setback for me. Out of 250 marks question paper, you are not writing for 75 marks. Then what? It was a big setback. After the break, because in UPSC, you have 2 papers in a day. First GS1 and then GS2, and next day GS3 and GS4, right? At that point, during the break, I took my lunch and was sitting outside the examination hall. Then I realized, what? I missed that thing. But if I got this opportunity to write the mains, why should I demotivate myself if I have the opportunity to write the GS2, 3 and 4, and I will write all the answers and will design a strategy that I will not be able to skip anything. So then I will be able to crack this exam. Why not to do it? The motivations come from inside. If I had given up at that point of time, that I was not able to write answers to 75 marks questions, so I will not be able to crack the exam. You have to search for that motivation from inside, and I told you that why you want to do that thing. The low score, why that low score? Is it due to external reasons or it is my reason? Because you can have n number of excuses that due to this reason I was not able to do, due to that reason I was not able to do. If the reasons are under your control, you need not to worry, because you can overcome those reasons. If the reasons are beyond your control and you had given your best, then why to worry? Right? Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to ask, what proportion of credit would you like to give motivation and perseverance respectively in your success?
Can you please repeat?
So what proportion of credit would you like to give to the motivation that you had to clear the exam and the perseverance that you showed while preparing for the exam in your success?
They go hand to hand with each other. The motivation is, and both the things are, you can't say that this is one thing can supplement the other thing. Both are complementing each other, right? Because without motivation and without perseverance, you are not able to achieve. Motivation, you have to sometimes get from inside. Sometimes you have to search for very good friends also. When you are failing or when you are not able to achieve your target on a given day, you should sit and internalize why is it so. You can talk with your friend, and consistency and everything, that is also required. And you should be true to yourself. On any given day, you should compete with yourself, not with anyone else. If you are competing with yourself, you will be able to achieve. Like Swami Vivekanand once said, if you are not able to stand in front of a mirror on any given day and talking with yourself for at least 5 minutes, you missed to talk with one of the most intelligent person in this world. You are the most intelligent person, but you have to realize in which field you want to go and for what purpose you want to do, and how you are going to achieve. The strategy has to be yours. No one can design any strategy for you, because every person, supposingly I am willing and I am good at studying in the morning, someone is good at studying in the evening. If I am doing something and studying for 5 times, I will be able to retain, and someone is retaining it for reading after once. So strategy has to be designed by yourself, and motivation, everything has to come from inside, and both things go hand to hand. Thank you. Good evening. The issues is that I think no specific issue as such, because during that tenure, whatever the problems are coming, I was doing, actually particularly I was doing the job also. As I told earlier, I was selected for the post of clerk in Department of Water Supply. I was doing the job, going 9 to 5 to the office, doing the work. Then I designed a strategy, because sometimes you have to come at 6 or 7 from the office also. Then I decided that, okay, I have to study at least 7 hours a day. And on any given day, if I am not able to make, then Saturdays, Sundays are there. Why not to cope up on those days? And accordingly, I designed my strategy. And another challenge, little bit of challenge, I can't say that is a challenge, but I make it a good thing, because many a times what happens, because I have no person to guide me, I was just relying upon these online sources or whatever. Then I designed my own strategy, because many are saying you should read this book, that book, 10 kinds of books for subjects like history, geography or whatever. Then I decided, no, I will rely on one book, one source, multiple times, rather than multiple sources one time, right? The only little bit of challenge was that how to design a strategy initially. Then I got my own strategy, and it becomes a thing how I am going to achieve the same. Thank you. Yeah.
As I am growing up, I am exploring different areas of interest and thus not able to stick one of them. So is it good or bad? Because many of my friends have clear what they would like to do in the future.
It is good also and bad also, both ways. Good in the sense that you are able to see what is good for you. If you are not going to explore multiple things, then how will you decide in which field or which area you want to go? And if you are having a bit of knowledge of everything, then you will be able to decide in the future that where you want to go. And this is one thing good in that. And bad thing about that is that you might land at nowhere, that you are doing n number of things and doing nothing, and then doing nothing. And on the other side, if someone has decided right now that what they are going to do, and in the future they will find that as they have not explored the other areas, and in the future they will find that this area doesn't suit us, then what? They have no option at that point of time, because right now all of you are students. At that point you have the responsibility of families, then it is becomes very difficult to change whatever they want to do, right? Thank you. Now I will share a story with you, a story of milk. Has anyone heard about the story of milk? Yes or no? No? Okay, right. Had any one of you aware what is the price of milk? Tentatively? 60, 70 rupees? Right. Right. Now we will start the journey of milk. Supposingly you have purchased 1 liter of milk, right? Or a certain quantity of milk for rupees 70. Its price is 70. Now you put in 2 drops of curd in that. What will happen to that milk? It becomes curd, right? What is the price of curd? 1 kg curd, tentatively 80 to 90 rupees. Increase in the price of that, right? After that you just स्क्रब करते हैं उसको, उसका क्या बनेगा? मक्खन, बटर, और साथ में क्या बनेगी? छाछ, राइट? एंड व्हाट इज द प्राइस ऑफ बटर? Approximately 150 to 200, right? And they are belonging to the same family. What is the color of milk? White. Color of curd? Color of butter? White. Belonging to the same family, but their value and their price is increasing, right? Then you just put the butter on the gas and just started boiling it. What will become? Ghee. And what is the price of ghee? It is now running into hundreds and thousands, right? It started its journey with rupees 70, 60, 70. Now it is 700, 800. And what is the color of ghee? White. Belonging to the same family, right? It has not given its family, but the value is increasing. Can someone tell me, during this journey, one product has been generated which no one has thought about, and it is valueless? No, you can't measure it in quantity, and you can't price that. Can someone tell? One by one? Kis? Yeah. जो आपने ये मिल्क का कर्ड बनाया, कर्ड से बटर बना, बटर से घी बन गया, राइट? इसके में एक प्रोडक्ट और बना ड्यूरिंग दिस जर्नी, रॉन्ग, जिसको आपने क्वांटिटी भी मेजर नहीं कर सकते, उसका प्राइस भी आपको वैल्यू जो है, यू कांट गिव अ वैल्यू टू दैट. वन बाय वन बताइए प्लीज. Who will be able to guess? I will give them opportunity to spend 1 hour with me in my office, right? And to learn what I am doing. But no discussion with yourself. बताइए, एक एक करके बताइए, किसी को आ रहा तो? No. उसको तो आप मेजर कर लोगे ना, और उसका प्राइस भी है. Two hours in my office. No one is able to guess. चलिए, मेरा 2 hours सेव हुए, right? हाँ हाँ. No, that is not right. चलिए, let me answer the same. ठीक है. अब क्या हुआ? You did so much of hard work. जो 70 रुपीज का प्रोडक्ट था आप उसको 1000 तक ले गए, राइट? आपने इतनी मेहनत करी, कभी उसको आपने ठंडा करा, कभी उसको बॉयल करा, राइट? एज ए स्टूडेंट यू ऑल आर बीइंग ट्रीटेड लाइक दिस इन दिस इंस्टीट्यूट. हार्ड वर्क सुबह से लेके सब कुछ होता है. उस सारे के जो घी की जो फ्रेग्रेंस आई, खुशबू आई, दैट इज वैल्यूलेस, राइट? इसी तरह से आप सब लोगों को अपनी फ्रेग्रेंस करनी है, स्प्रेड करनी है. आफ्टर गोइंग थ्रू ऑल दिस हार्डशिप्स एंड आफ्टर गोइंग थ्रू ऑल दिस वट एवर बीइंग एक्सप्लॉयटेशन. कई बार ये भी आता होगा टीचर्स हमें एक्सप्लॉयटेशन कर रहे हैं, सुबह से बिठाया हुआ है, क्या कर रहे हैं, राइट? आता है ना मन में. लेकिन जब आप अपने आप को इस तरह से देखोगे कि एंड ऑफ द डे योर फ्रेग्रेंस, जो उसकी घी की फ्रेग्रेंस बनी थी, जो दूर दूर तक स्प्रेड कर दी थी, आपकी फ्रेग्रेंस जब बनेगी आपकी वैल्यू भी उतनी बनेगी. आपको एवरीवन वांट्स यू एंड आपकी जो एवरीवन वांट्स टू बी विद यू. आपको बस उस लेवल तक पहुंचना है कि आपकी फ्रेग्रेंस और आपकी नॉलेज और आपकी कंसिस्टेंसी हर किसी को ले कि आई ओनली वांट दिस स्टूडेंट इन माय कंपनी, इन माय इंस्टीट्यूट एंड इन माय बिजनेस, सो दैट इसकी खुशबू से, इसकी इंटेलिजेंस से मैं आगे अपनी कंपनी को, अपने बिजनेस को एक्सपैंड कर पाऊं, राइट? थैंक यू. Any more questions or we will end the session today? I think everyone is feeling tired, right? Chaliye, we will end the session. Anything, if you have any doubts in mind in the future, आप अपने टीचर को बता दीजिएगा. They will send it to me. I will reply to them. Yeah, please. You are not audible, please.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sir, failure set
Yeah, please.
or an insult is the best form of motivation. Yes or no? If yes, then why? If no, then also why?
I didn't got you. Can you please repeat?
Sir, it said that failure, setback, or an insult is the best form of motivation. So, do you agree with the statement?
What is your reply?
Sir, in some cases yes also. In some cases yes also. In some cases no as well.
So that is the reply for you.
That's mine.
That depends case to case basis, na. If you are not able to send a mail to someone, then what, that failure will be a motivation for you. If you are sending it to academy, your teachers, then that failure might not be a motivation. Why? Fuck yeah, who will send a mail again? And if you are sending to some friend, then you send the message again and again, then that failure is a motivation. Right? Chal. Thank you so much. I thanks this institute for inviting me and talking with the young minds, all of you.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Question है.
Yeah, please.
सर फिर अगर हम किसी एग्जाम की तैयारी कर रहे हैं एंड जैसे यूपीएससी का एग्जाम, तो प्रिपरेशन टाइम काफी लंबा होता है. तो लाइक जब हम काफी महीनों से तैयारी कर रहे होते हैं तो हम डीमोटिवेट हो जाते हैं बीच बीच में. तो एक सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग मैकेनिज्म ऑफ मोटिवेशन कैसे बिल्ड करें अपने लिए? जैसे आपने कहा कि आपको कोई गाइड करने वाला नहीं था, तो आपने खुद ही तैयारी करी है, तो आप किस चीज़ से अपने आप को मोटिवेटेड रखते थे एंड आप उन दिनों में क्या करते थे जब आप बहुत ज़्यादा डीमोटिवेटेड फील करते थे?
चलिए मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूँ कि आप किसी एग्जाम के लिए तैयारी करते ही क्यों हैं? सिर्फ क्या जॉब पाने के लिए, और आप अपनी नॉलेज गेन करने के लिए? क्या एक एग्जाम आपको डिसाइड कर सकता है कि व्हाट यू आर? कैन वन एग्जाम डिसाइड? Supposingly on that day you fall ill, then what? It's raining hard, you will not able to go and appear in the exam. Will it decide what you are?
No.
तो आप जो है when you are doing it for yourself, not for anyone else, तो who can demotivate you? आपको कोई भी एग्जाम होता है, अब आप सेकेंड ईयर के स्टूडेंट्स हैं सभी, क्या आपको यहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि आप हो जाएंगे लेकिन कंपार्टमेंट आ जाएगी, यही होगा ना किसी की, नेक्स्ट अपेयर हो जाओगे? आप सबको पता होता है व्हाई आई एम फेलिंग, एवरीवन नोज द रीजन व्हाई दे आर फेलिंग एंड व्हाई दे आर नॉट. अगर वो आपके कंट्रोल में रीजंस हैं, ठीक है, तो यू कैन इम्प्रोवाइज एंड डू नेक्स्ट टाइम. इफ यू हैव नो रीजंस, आपको पता है किस रीजन से, आपको नहीं पता, तो व्हाई टू वरी? There is a book by Gaur Gopal Das. In that book, it is written that if you can do something about the situation, don't worry. If you can't do anything about the situation, then also don't worry. Because you had given your best, leave the rest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us today. Your speech was motivating, and we appreciate the time and effort you put in despite of your busy schedule. Your dedication to your work is truly commendable, and we are grateful to have had the opportunity to learn from you. Once again, thank you for your enlightening talk. Now, I want to request the entire CDGC faculty to please felicitate the sir with a memento.
Best of luck to all of you. And I assume that on any given day, all of you are standing here and delivering a motivational speech for the future students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request everyone to kindly remain seated while our honorable guests leave. This session marks the end of all the sessions that we had prepared for you all today. We hope that you had a good knowledge. It was beneficial for all of you. So see you all tomorrow. Please remain seated right now. The discipline committee will help you guys disperse, right? So please remain seated. Rajat sir to take the lead.